Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started because we do have a quorum. I'd like to welcome everybody to our second budget work session. Today is day 2. I will start off with the public charge. The Board of County Commissioners asks its members and its citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until the individual gains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such a time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. Additionally, I will be doing a land acknowledgement. As we convene for the Durham County Commissioners meeting, it's crucial to recognize the painful truth of history. We stand on the stolen ancestral lands of the Catawba, Eno, Occaneechi, Shakari, and Tuscarora peoples, whose deep connection to this land predates our arrival. We acknowledge with humility the unjust displacement and violence that occurred, leading to the disposition of indigenous peoples from their homelands. Their resilience in the face of such adversity is a testament to their strength and spirit. May we humbly honor the ancestors and elders of those nations, both past and present, by committing ourselves to fostering understanding, healing, and justice for all that inhabit this land. Let us walk forward together with open hearts, acknowledging the past, embracing a future guided by compassion, respect, and unity. And first up, one of my favorite folks, let me not say that, that's how I get in trouble. Look, I'll do it this way. Dr. Sowell, that way I don't say. I have seen, look, I had talked to some of my coworkers, my colleagues. We saw 90 and 60 minutes besides some of these. I hope, trust, and pray that we are expeditious and tame our loquacious nature. But I think first and foremost on the agenda today is Durham Tech at all of 15 minutes. Yes, President Buxton. If there's nothing else, Madam Chair, can we proceed? Madam Manager, can we proceed? President Buxton, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Let's try that again. Vice Chair Burns. Good morning, Commissioner Carter, Manager Sowell. It's good to be with you here this morning. Yeah, we can stay right there. I believe you know our Chief Financial Officer, Andy Kleitch. Our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Kara Battle, was slated to be with us today, but is traveling to a family member's graduation. And we gave her leave because we're an educational institution. That's what we do. So she regrets not being here today, but I bring her greetings. We are pleased to be here today. And as we start out, and I want to go over our request, Commissioner Howerton, good morning. I want to go over our request and also an update on our construction projects, our main campus bond projects, just give you a quick update on those. But I want to start out and just stipulate to the fact that this commission has been a strong supporter and investor in Durham Tech. And we are benefiting in this community right now from the strong leadership and investment by this board in Durham Technical Community College. And as we start out here, I just want to remind you, because you don't get to see them every day, when you make that investment in Durham Tech, while it is certainly in the people that work at Durham Tech and the facilities at Durham Tech that support our educational workforce development endeavors, ultimately you are making an investment in individuals like the ones on this screen. And these are individuals I want to make sure to lift up because in many ways they reflect that the community meets at Durham Tech. If you look at your upper left-hand corner, that's Sophia, who won our Academic Excellence Award this year, highest academic achievement at Durham Tech. Her parents fled violence in El Salvador. She came here and is now in our medical assisting program, just graduated, and will be continuing in our nursing program, choosing to invest in this local community. Right under her is Aaron, who after dropping out of high school and then starting a truck driving career, decided there was something more for him and came back as in architectural drafting at Durham Tech. He won our Resilience Award and is now in the competition at the state level to receive the Dallas Herring Award. Aaron McCullum. Next to him is Sharia. Sharia is in our clinical trials program, also employed at Duke Health while going through that program. She is now moving into a role upon graduation in the clinical trials and pharmaceutical industry. If you go right next to them, Cooper and Paul are our first apprenticeships, industrial maintenance with Novo Nordisk, our great partner at Durham Tech as part of a robust expansion in our apprenticeship programs this year. Straight above them is one of the cohorts. We're about to graduate our fourth next week, but this is one of the first cohorts of our Hayti Reborn Bridge program, folks who are coming to us either having been justice involved or at risk of justice involvement, and we are seeing not just strong completion in that program, but strong enrollment then in our degree and short-term workforce programs afterwards. And then finally, to their left is Luzita Francis, who was our commencement speaker this year, who came to this country, ended up late in life enrolling at Durham Tech, going to UNC Chapel Hill on a guaranteed admission scholarship, C-STEP. But not only that, she graduated with her son from Durham Tech and then also from Chapel Hill with her son, and then became the first community college transfer in the master's program at the UNC Gilling School in Public Health, and the first Latina in that program. So when I say you invest in Durham Tech, these are the kind of people you're investing in, and I want to thank you for that investment. Now, that investment is paying off, and after hitting a low like community colleges across the country, we have seen strong take-up of the opportunities at Durham Tech since that time. These are year-over-year figures, so if you look at fall 23 versus fall 22, we were up almost 7.5% in the spring, year-over-year up 10%. This summer, we are now in our summer term, we are up 8% in our continuing education programs overall, which we'd seen really strong take-up coming out of COVID. We are up 5% year-over-year after being up in the 40% just after COVID. So we are seeing our community come back into higher education, and specifically at higher education at Durham Tech. Now, the other thing we are seeing, thanks to your investment, the investment in our community, is strong institutional partnerships and outcomes. And I just want to lift up a number of areas that, because of your support of Durham Tech and support of others, we are able to engage in, and just remind you of some of the work we're doing to both increase educational attainment in this community and increase pipelines to jobs and workforce development. You know about our healthcare early college that we're launching thanks to support from the Bloomberg Philanthropies with Duke and DPS. I'd remind you we've also made a commitment with DPS to have a 25% dual graduation goal. People talk about dual enrollment. We want dual graduation, and I appreciate Superintendent Kati Moore, who I think is in here or was in here in the back row, for stepping in and continuing the focus and commitment at Durham Public Schools. We have goals for every single high school, and we're looking to get to 525 students every year, year over year, who graduate not just from DPS, but also Durham Tech with a certificate, diploma, or degree. The next three speak to critical higher education partnerships, both in guaranteed admission, but also in our nursing partnership with Duke, really first of its kind anywhere, with a faculty share and investments in our programs. And then UNC Chapel Hill, this is about internships and entry-level jobs in the bench sciences, biotech, and the School of Medicine for our students with UNC. The next few are community partnerships made in Durham with the Bulls program. We're entering our 8th cohort of that program, and we've moved up to a 90% completion rate. And I talked about Hayti Reborn Justice Movement. You have made specific investments in our back-to-work scholarships and small business center supports, and we are seeing those returns. I've got some data I can show you, but we had almost 450 people take up those back-to-work scholarships and short-term workforce credentials, and we are on track to meet or exceed our small business center supports in Durham County, in addition to new partnerships with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and also a Black Business Summit, new efforts for us to engage more folks in our community. You've also invested in apprenticeships, and this part of the college is rolling. Duke Health, Corning, Kellen Nova, BASF, Novo Nordisk, just a few of the apprenticeship announcements we've done over the past year. And then finally, I'll do an update on this. Life science and health science facilities that are going up. Most important, we have seen sustained increases in enrollment over the past year and a half and sustained increases in completion. And so we are getting more people in and getting more people out and doing in ways that we know from our employer and higher education partners that our students need. So let me talk a little bit about the budget, and I just want to walk through how we built this budget this year and where the manager's budget has us as we move into this next fiscal year at Durham Tech. The first thing is, I want to be clear, we got the memo. We understood the assignment. This was going to be a tough budget year. So the first thing we did was we looked at our budget from last year to look at where we could make reductions. And we found just under $300,000 worth of reductions that we could make in our existing county budget here in Durham. The second thing we did is we looked at what positions that you're supporting that could be funded out of the Article 46 funding because they are economic development focused efforts. And so we found another $311,000. So what we found was just shy of $600,000 that we could relieve from the current expense or the general fund budget and either reduce or cost shift over to Article 46. And as you'll remember, we get a percentage, a flat percentage of the Article 46 funding, about $2.3 million this year. It's gone down a little bit, but it's got enough room to fit in some of these cost shifts. We made no request for increases in the recruitment retention fund. You do that in partnership with Orange County for hard-to-fill staff. We made no increase in Bowles and back-to-work scholarships. We certainly have more demand there, but we did not ask for more there. And then we cost-shifted those key positions with Bowles and back-to-work success coaching, critical to their completion rates, but also the small business center and apprenticeship where we're seeing strong take-up. So bottom line, while there was an increase in the overall request, we put the green eye shades on, if you will, and really tried to see where we could make reductions or shift costs first. So what that left us with was some fixed cost increases, and I'll just hit on these briefly. Salary and benefits is that kind of royal blue box up there. As a Carolina grad, I say royal blue box up there. And at about almost $203,000, that's a 20% increase, and that's largely owing to the 3% increase for state employees that's in the second year of the biennium budget, state biennium. It's already in there. And so that does the same for our county employees as well as benefit increases. If you come down to contracted services, you see a 16% increase, and this is one of two areas I want to point out that you see as the two major drivers on our fixed cost increases in this year's budget. This is the year where you're facing the full year, the total amount of our commitment to pay a living wage to our janitorial staff. We had rebid that contract. We hadn't rebid it since 2016. We were not paying a living wage. We took the Durham County living wage and required anyone bidding on the contract to commit to paying that living wage for our janitorial staff. Last year, you made a down payment on that. This year, the full amount. And a large share, actually the total share, that 171 really reflects the full amount. We kept all the other costs and contracted services level from last year. You see legal, insurance, advertising, travel, supplies, a 1% increase there, largely due to inflationary increases. I'll just jump up. Utilities is the top. That's the lighter blue, about $69,000. That's dealing with rate increases in utilities. And then the large box, the purple box, deals with a required move out of our Duke Street North facility. As you may remember, Beacon Partners bought that development. They're going to turn it into residential, maybe a little bit of retail, I'm not quite sure. We were occupying one of those buildings. We needed to move out. And so the option that they gave us was to move into a property one door down. It's the one building they're not going to redevelop. It's an office building. And to move us into that building with the same rent structure we have. We got a 67% increase in space, but we also needed to renovate that space, about $4.8 million worth of renovation to make it fit for an educational facility. So what we did at that point, after confirming that the rent was what we were seeing as market rate, we rolled that we kind of amortized the cost of those renovations over the course of a 15-year lease. So we bought down the cost of those renovations. So rather than having to go out in the market, find a new place to put our programming at Duke Street North and pay for the kind of renovation that you just have to do given accreditation and other education requirements, we were able to keep the same rent structure, 60% of it, 7% increase in space, and roll that into. Now, that led, I think, 99% of our rental property increase is due to that move that we had to do. These fixed cost increases for us are what we're going to have to do no matter what. So what we see here is $770,000 in fixed cost increases for us this year, what I just went through. That is less than what it would have been total budget because of the reductions we were able to make and the cost shifting at about $600,000. The manager's recommendation largely funds our salary and benefit increases, which we very much appreciate and have to have. That is clearly the most important part of our budget is our people, and we appreciate that. But that puts us about in a $500,000 hole year after year just on fixed increases. So that doesn't yet speak to some of the other investments that you've been making in these bulls and back to work. And so that's where we stand today. We think we have been a strong investment for you. We think we have delivered on those things you have invested us to deliver. We think the community partnerships are delivering for our residents and our students. And we see it in people coming back and people completing. So I want you to see the full picture of what we're facing as we go into next year with not many good sources to find this. And that's the challenge for us is the Article 46 money is earmarked. We can't just borrow Peter to pay Paul within our budget. Now, we could work with you on some of that, but we want you to see ahead of that. This is kind of what we're facing as we move into next year. Now, let me just finish up with a couple updates on main campus projects, which are on track right now. We'll see if they remain on track. We feel very good about where we are with both these projects. I'll remind you it's a 35,000 square foot life sciences facility at about $35 million. I think last time we were here, we talked about Andre Johnson Architects with assist from O'Brien Architects doing the work on this. And we had not yet chosen Skanska as our construction services partner, but we have done that since we came in last, and I wanted you to see the MWBE percentages we have for each. 25 plus is there because we required a minimum of 25% in the RFP process with Skanska. Over on health sciences, that's going to be about an 80,000 square foot project. Lord X Sargent is the lead architect of record there, and Skanska is also doing that. We saw a lot of economies of scale in bringing Skanska in on both projects, and also given strong record in this community, including the UNC Surgical Tower that just went up, just completed by them, which we thought was a good fit for both these. Let me skip and then go back. You can't read this eye chart, but just know we are all the way through the early architect and construction manager selections. It doesn't quite show, I think, the final update here. Those would be at 100%, and we are now in our design phase. We've completed the early advanced planning and design. We've got a sense of what these buildings are going to look like, and now we're working through the schematics inside. We'll begin construction late next year or after we finish all of the permitting and site work coordination. We'll get into construction in the summer or fall of next year with a goal of being in both these buildings by the fall of 27. So we are on track right now. And then finally, just a little peek at the way in which this is going to transform main campus in Durham. You're looking north up towards the freeway, south down towards South Durham, you'd west towards McDougal Terrace and NC Central, east towards Briggs and the freeway. Many of you have been in that Building 5, which is our library and boardroom area. Coming across Lawson, you can see the kind of street treatment we're going to look to do to slow that corridor, make it safer for pedestrian crossings, and also create a real kind of campus statement there. But most importantly, as you come across, you see the health sciences building at about 80,000 square feet, the life sciences, which is going to be a kind of a two-part building with a walkway underneath that'll come right off the bus stop, and then existing Ingram and Wynn centers there in 10 and 11 with a redone quad with full ADA accessibility, which we have not had on our campus, and are excited that this project's going to be able to make happen. And so this gives you a little bit of a sneak peek about what main campus is how it's going to be transformed as we put this into place. So with that, and I've got a few other slides if you've got other questions, so I'll just leave it on that right now. We are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So I was actually saying in just 15 minutes, but somehow you got it down into 20 and it was comprehensive. I'm going to go to my board members with any questions, and I'll leave my comments for the end. The first hand that I did see was Commissioner Jacobs.
Hello.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you so much, JB, and really exciting work that you're leading at Durham Tech. Really appreciate the difference that you're making and all of your staff. Yeah, I'm really concerned about the not having adequate funding for the continuation. I want to say I appreciate the county manager making it clear to us this is the tough financial situation that we're in. So, I appreciate you making the effort to address what the reality is, but then, we have to make decisions based on this. So one question I have is, what is the impact if you don't get this money? And number two, is Orange County fully funding any continuation required? And their continuation budget, what does that look like on their end?
Yes. So on the second question in Orange County, I would say we are at a similar but little smaller delta over there, where we've got some fixed costs that we've got to cover, and that's all we're asking them for. Just like here, we're really just asking to get those fixed costs and status quo investments covered, and we've got the same issue. We've just got a much smaller delta over there, which is what you'd expect with the budget. So we've had a very good session with them, and we're in about, I think we've been clear about kind of the areas in which we just need to cover those costs, which largely also relate to the full cost of the janitorial staff being in a livable wage, which is the bigger driver over there in terms of percent increase. So I would say a little bit better position in Orange County in terms of the total delta, but a similar situation. The challenge here is for us to find the dollars, because out of the state budget, those dollars don't have that same flexibility. I mean, we're talking about facilities and contractor services, the rental and utility increases. We would like to see some movement in the state budget. I'd remind you that much like I've heard our colleagues at Durham Public Schools talk about some of the challenges in the state budget, we right now sit behind our 4 surrounding states in terms of per pupil investments. And so your investments are critical, and this is an area where we're going to have to work with you to figure out how we manage this gap, given the lack of other sources we really have to go to do that.
Yeah, and I guess what percentage of this is capital? And I'm wondering.
I didn't put the cap. I'm sorry. Let me finish.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering if it's capital, if we're thinking about how we're going to address this gap, does that mean we have some flexibility about part of it coming from, if it's a one-time like fund balance versus, you know what I'm saying? So I think it would be helpful for us to understand which part is which.
And let me say this.
Yeah.
I know you were looking at the manager, so I want to defer to the manager, and I'm not figuring out how to go backwards in this. But I gave you the current expense. On the capital budget,
Yeah.
we had asked for 560. You did 560. That's 500 in some repairs and renovations. Thank you. And 60 in some service vehicles that's 2 vehicles at 60,000. Let me be clear. We'll be getting some cut rate used vehicles to do the service vehicles, but that's what the 560 covers. So that's in addition to the current expense budget.
Okay. Yeah. So this This is all reoccurring. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That helps. And then that wonderful list that you gave us about all the different great things that are happening. I would love it if we could get some data around it. Like, for example, number 2, where are we at right now with the numbers that are graduating in that program? And for instance, number 8, how many apprenticeships do we have? So if we could get some follow-up, where any of that data is available?
It's all available. And,
Okay.
and we can get you all of that. I would tell you with Durham Public Schools, this was our first year. We started at Riverside as a pilot. But we do have goals for each of our cooperative, innovative high school, City of Medicine, School of Technology, and Middle College to increase those numbers. So we can give you all those. We did see some increases in those. We can give you all those. The goal to get to 525 is a 2026 goal to ramp up at all of our high schools. Yeah, but we can provide that data.
That would be wonderful. And then my last question is around the construction projects. First, the campus looks amazing. I love the idea of a quad there, having a feeling of a real campus for students. Are you hearing anything about escalating costs at this point?
You want to say a word about this? We're certainly facing that.
Yes, we are looking at some increased cost in the project. We made some revisions in the scope of the project. As we looked at cost, we removed the pedestrian bridge across it, both cost-wise and placing-wise. It did not work. So what we did was we moved the funds we were going to use for that onto the streetscape, which was not originally in the project. We are right now looking at about a $4 million additional cost, but I have $4 million in state funds that we can move to cover that shortage.
That's fantastic. So
those are state construction.
State construction.
Okay, that's great, because it looks like you're trying to create almost like a little boulevard or something there that helps to connect and make it safe for people to cross there.
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to test out your 0 to 60, that's a good place to do it. And unfortunately, many people do, and many people also like to pass people who are respecting the speed limit. So my window looks out over that. That is a fast boulevard, Lawson Street. So this is going to calm that down, which is badly needed, and give us good, safe pedestrian crossings at the top on the east side and then at the bottom of the hill on the west side. But moving that bridge off, because it was both utility relocation and the cost of the bridge, has allowed us to put money both into that streetscape and keeping it safe, but also back into the building and what we need in the classrooms.
And I don't know if you've looked at, we see it here in Durham, but I've seen it in other countries, doing public art on the street. Also, literally murals on the street to create the connectivity, but also that helps to slow things down too. So
it's a great
something
thought.
else to think about for
Thank you.
Connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so really quickly, we could pepper you with questions, but I did want to give you some flowers. Listen, I know, what did Shannon say? I always come with the vinegar. I got a little sugar. Because some people always perform. I did want to throw out, she got my Orange County question, but I personally just want to say thank you, because I feel like there are certain departments, certain agencies, certain groups, when we cannot find a place for something to fit, people like to throw a catch-all. And I do feel like Durham Tech has become a place where we're like, okay, if we can't make it fit here, it can fit here. And it's like, it doesn't matter what we throw at you. You catch it just successfully and you execute it so well. I was at the Bulls graduation this weekend, and I get it. Like, we have college graduations, we have high school graduations, but I would implore anyone, go to these non-traditional graduations. I've been privileged to be able to go to the Hayti Reborn Justice Movement graduations, which we threw at you. in mid-year. You ain't asked for that. We came, and we're all proud that we did it, but I think they're on their 4th or their 5th graduation. The Maiden Durham Bulls graduation. I wish y'all could see some of these young people. And the keynote speaker for the Bulls graduation this year was actually somebody who graduated in cohort 2. So, you know, you don't have to have like these really extravagant speakers. People want to see somebody who was, you know, working. I think one of the individuals actually used to work for the county at ABC. They're now working at Novo Nordisk. And this one guy was working 3 jobs to provide for his family. He said, I failed the first cohort of bioworks, but I came back in cohort 2. He said, you really got to focus in on this. And now he's in the biosciences. So there's all these really great stories. If you really want to humble yourself, like kind of sort of go and sit in one of those. But we threw that at you, and it's just knocking itself out. The same thing to be said for how you have been creative with your budget and being able to pay for things. I've had that private conversation with you, but just in the way that you were able to bring Novo Nordisk in to name the building. I see 2 buildings, so in the event you want to name the other one, let us know how we can help. So you brought in $6 million to name one of the buildings. That's like really, really creative. You got Bloomberg to invest $30 million along with Durham Public Schools. So I do just want to talk about the braided nature of not just finances, but educational opportunities that you give out to our community that I think at times people don't really take into their calculus. I did want to jump to the roads really quick. This road that everybody's playing the Fast and the Furious on, I'm just curious. You came just short of saying it. You just kept saying fast. I haven't asked legal, so I don't know if I've done any copyright infringement. With this road, is this a city road or a state road? So we could have them to put speed bumps there or speed bridges there. I'm just saying, I know we can do the art, we can do everything, but before we get there, you know, that would just be a question, because I know there's some schools that they're really pushing and they're floating this bond, and I don't know if you're in that calculus, but it would be nice to look at. She got my Orange County question. I did also want to congratulate you on your MWBE goals and also on some of your attainment. I feel like people are getting the message. We've done it here at the county. We're trying to get the schools are making an effort. You're making an effort. So I feel like if people see every enterprise trying to hit that, they're going to recognize in Durham, when you come here, you have to work with our people. You have to work with people who look like the people who live here. So I appreciate you setting that goal. And also, even though Commissioner Lam is not here, I don't know if she's online, one of the things that she's often uplifted is, are we paying equitably across the board with even the folks that we sub? And you put that into your RFP. So I know she's not here, but I feel confident that that's something that she would want to elevate. My big question, I don't know where we're going to get the 504 from, but this is that new campus that's at at Durham Tech. What are some of the things that we're going to see with that $4.8 million renovation? Or what are some of the core classes that we'll see there? Because I know that there were only certain classes there. So that's my big question. And how many folks do you think we'll be serving out there? I know that's a random one.
Sure, out at Duke Street North. Let me first say, just since this picture's up there, one of the things we'll be working with the city on is to do a 3-way stop. If you look at the health sciences and the crossing right there, we're going to do a 3-way stop there. That between that and the street trees and a median, we think are going to really calm traffic down a lot. And so we do have some plans for how we can address that, and I appreciate your suggestion of some other ways we're going to do that. Duke Street North is where we do a lot of our what we call business and entrepreneurship pathway majors. So that is aesthetics, natural hair, cosmetology, massage therapy, real estate, paralegal. What am I missing?
Our trade.
I think that's it. What we've not been able to do is offer as many classes there, as many sections, just because of space constraints. And in our world of accreditation, you can't just pack people into rooms or just offer as many as you can possibly do. You've got certain space considerations, especially when you have lab equipment like you get with a massage therapy and a cosmetology, which are all continuing education, highly affordable pathways. So as we move and have a 67% increase, we had to do renovation there just to make those education ready for those facilities, whether it's venting and exhaust, and I'm looking at Andy now, and the other, not just space-wise. So we're going to get not only the ability to move our courses as our classes and pathways as is, we'll be able to increase. There's a demand for barbering we're not able to meet. There's a demand in cosmetology and massage therapy, and I'm trying to think if I got esthetician has that demand. So it's basically going to allow us to grow those programs in that new space and look at adding additional ones. The other thing it'll give us the opportunity to do is put other programs we currently offer, think IT, which we can offer on any of our campuses, and there's demand all over both of these counties. It'll give us some additional space that when we need to program our different campus locations, right now that's not been possible. This will give us that opportunity.
No, that's helpful. And I remember there was a transit issue about getting to one class and another. So I'll pause that. I forgot one that I wanted to throw out because I was there that night, but I have not had the chance to publicly congratulate you. For anybody who did not also know, everyone is Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly on television seem like they are at war, especially with Ozempic and Mounjaro and Wegovy and Zepbound. But the one thing that they can all agree on is that they like Durham Tech. So it is interesting that we have one building named after Novo Nordisk, but a couple of months ago, the community college, as well as the Community College Foundation Board, gave Durham Tech, we shared it with Wake, but it was Durham Tech. I know President Raw is going to be upset with that one, but we got Partnership of the Year with Eli Lilly. That's right. So that partnership, they got the building, they got that nice one on mine, but we got the job. So I did want to also throw that one out. So that's just another layer of we are partnering with private industry to bring in more job opportunities to pay for lab space. So you have given us a lot to think about. And again, I echo the same sentiments as my colleague that we appreciate what the manager had to do. But even I think when somebody's hitting on all four cylinders, we have to have some really tough conversations. I did have one more. I'm going to hold that one because I can email it to you. And I'm going to go to my colleagues since we are on time. And oh, well, her light was on, if you don't mind, Commissioner Carter. Okay. Commissioner Howerton.
I've had the opportunity to serve with you on your board over the last several years, and the work, and let me say that again, the work that you put into Durham Tech to make all that list of things happen is absolutely amazing. And I just want to say I appreciate it. I know this community appreciates it. There used to be a lot of conversations about what Durham Tech was not providing. I don't hear those conversations today. And I want to say thank you for that. And I want to thank you and our manager and Keith. Keith started over a year ago saying, Commissioners, y'all been spending, you may as well tighten your belt. And you heard that conversation, that we needed to all tighten our belts. So thank you for being willing to do that. I do want to go back to that chart and have questions, because most of this information I've heard. I just want to ask, when you say 1% is for travel, who's?
No, is that
travel?
This is the chart you're looking at, Commissioner Howard.
Yes.
So that kind of green bar, that's legal, that's insurance. I mean, I think our travel is maybe, Andy, what's our travel line?
Yeah, the travel is only about $2,000. The main increase in that area is our cyber security insurance went up 10% last year. So, okay. Which I think everybody realizes that's as a industry norm right now, that you're really going to pay for your cyber insurance. And okay. That's been one of our main goals, is to be able to make sure we have a good cyber insurance policy.
Okay, thank you. The other question, the chart that had the deficit on it, if you can move to that one, was the 504. So how is that going to impact how will that impact not having that funds available?
So again, that is our, Commissioner Howard, and that's our current expense deficit. And
Okay.
so the 560 in capital that the manager provided, consistent with our request, we've got that. It's this $504,000 deficit in all these fixed cost increases.
Okay.
The challenge with that is, so we need the 504 just to do that.
Okay.
That doesn't really also include, I mean, if we do that, then we've got the recruitment retention fund, the Bulls and back to work scholarships, all those things. You know, we don't want to touch any of those because we know how critical those are, and we're not going to touch those.
Okay.
The other ones are cost shifted, just to be clear. So what we want to do is just work with you to figure out how we can manage that $504,000, keep those whole, and just be able to address the fixed costs increases that we have for this year.
Gotcha.
We are ready and willing to do that in whatever way you and the staff want to look at this budget. We are ready to cooperate with you. The staff has been extraordinary partners for us. Just as you have been great leaders and supporters, the staff's been extraordinary partners for us. We see this as a manageable deficit, working with you. But we don't see it as manageable if it stays just the way it is now. Then it's a much tougher
Gotcha.
bill of sale.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, thank you and your team, because I know that the whole team at Durham Tech really gets in there and get it done. So I just want to extend that. Congratulations and thank you, because that's a lot of stuff that you do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Carter, if you would allow me, my question is auxiliary to the one that Commissioner Howerton just said. I do remember the other one that I can't kind of wait on. So I remember you all, if she hadn't said Keith, I wouldn't have remembered it. You all came to us maybe about a year ago, and there's a quarter cents that we utilize for scholarships. And you all came to us a while ago and said, could you all start to utilize those dollars for something else? And I know that I think not just you all, but community colleges around the state recognize that wraparound services was something that these dollars should be, whether it be gas, books, support. Like, people need to be supported in going to school. So I don't necessarily need to know everything that those dollars were used for. I imagine you didn't need to do an increase because you've been somewhat creative with those dollars. Two-part kind of question. How are we maybe utilizing those dollars? And is there another change that we could make to help you utilize some other dollars that I'm not thinking about? So
those dollars, that's the Article 46 money.
Yes.
Comes in this year at about 2.35 million. That pays for Durham Tech Promise, so the $500 per semester for up to 4 semesters for high school graduates. Our college liaisons, so we've got liaisons in every one of our high schools, and our Gateway to College program, which is folks that are coming back to high school but on our campus after having dropped out of high school. So, and that money's earmarked. That's not money we can pull in. Now, what we have suggested as part of this budget is that we move the Bull Success Coach, back to work coach, Small Business Center, and apprenticeship, and move that over to the Article 46 money. We see those all as economic development efforts, and so we think that's a legitimate. Now, had we not needed to do that, we would be talking to you about how we could purpose those dollars for books and transportation for high school students coming to finish with us, and so that we could have a truly equitable dual enrollment program where there are no barriers for anybody to come to college. We don't think this is the year to be making that request. We have been able to find some private funding from some individuals who want to make it possible for high school students to get the books they need for our classes. We've been able to do that off some private money in the first year. We'd like to do that across all the schools we work with moving forward, and we think that changes the game for families who can accelerate their accomplishment of college credentials. We just don't think this is the year. As I said, We got the memo. We understood the assignment, and we'd like to come back and talk about that, but this year we think this is probably the better approach.
Nah, you braid with the best of them. Linda Chappelle, you coming up after this. I don't know if you braid this good, but my apologies to Commissioner Carter, and thank you, sir.
No, that's totally fine. Actually, I was going to ask what was being unfunded from Article 46, or what might you have done with the shifting of the funds, so that covered one of my questions. Commissioner Burns, so great. President Buxton, thank you. I just want to add my voice to the chorus of appreciation and praise and excitement for the highlights that you've laid out for us. And I'm so glad you started the presentation with the slide with the students and their stories. I felt moved by that slide. It made my heart sing. So I'm glad you started with that. A couple of sort of technical questions. Does the funding for the bridge program come through Durham Tech? Is that county funded through Hayti Reborn?
Right. Goes to Hayti Reborn, and then we do the employability, interest assessments and classes in kind of key skills that get them kind of ready for employment. But that we do with Hayti.
Seems like a great program, and I just wondered how the funding was flowing. So thanks for that. Does Durham Tech, do community colleges analyze their funding from the states in such a way that you have a per pupil allotment kind of number in the way that we do with Durham Public Schools, and that you also know what the local per pupil contribution is?
Yes. It's a hard number to derive because it depends on which workforce sector. Right now we're organized by tiers, and I'll get our CFO to explain this if you need it at a different level. But essentially, depending on what program you're in, that generates a different amount of money.
I see.
So if you're in what we call a Tier 1 program, think our nursing program that has a lot of cost attached to it. But really, at the end of the day, that's about our ability to hire faculty in those areas, in addition to some of the equipment and other costs that we have. It depends on the tier. I think, what's our average that we receive?
The average per FTE is about $4,000.
The reason I ask is I feel like I have a pretty good handle on the state's responsibility for K through 12 education, and where how there is a growth shortfall and the way that schools have to turn to us, and I'd like to understand that at the state level too. And I'll just maybe try to read up on my own, but if not today, but if you have any suggestions for how to better understand what the state is responsible for funding and shortfalls, and just where
Sure.
again, just so I'll know as a resident of Durham, not even as a commissioner, just as a voter, so I'll know.
Commissioner Carter, what's hard is how different community colleges are funded in different ways. So, for instance, in North Carolina, we don't keep our tuition receipts. Those go into a big bucket at the state level and then go help to determine how much the legislature needs to fund. But in general, at a $4,000, we trail our 4 surrounding states in per pupil.
Okay.
We are generally 40th to 46th in community college faculty salaries in the country. Legislature has made some good efforts in recent years to address that. We still sit in the bottom tier.
Yeah.
And right now they're considering a proposal that would be a significant overhaul of the funding formula that would be very good for Durham Tech and really all 58 community colleges, would return more dollars to us, which would be a great thing. That really means we can do better to hire the faculty we need and staff in this labor market, which is a challenging labor market for talent because there's a lot of choices. But it would also allow us to do more continuing education, more short-term workforce credentials, where that's more important than the 2-year degree. The current funding formula really incentivizes the 2-year degree, and as the labor market shifts, we need equal incentive depending on what the market, where the returns in the market are. So we are confident that this funding formula would be a significant boost to Durham Tech, and we're confident that the legislature is supportive of the funding formula we've put together. Whether they're going to be supportive to fund the funding formula amid some of the negotiations they're having, that's not clear.
Okay, all right. Well, I just think that Durham Technical Community College is an incredibly important part of our education continuum in Durham, and we hold that as top priority. And so I do think I hope we will figure out a way to work with you to deal with this $500,000 budget deficit so that you can continue your good work and momentum won't slow.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We are ahead of time, but I did see there were two more questions. I'm going to end with Commissioner Jacobs, but again, auxiliary to Commissioner Carter's question. I've seen Vice President of Economic Development John Loyak's presentation on Propel NC. Yes, no, or indifferent, and you can just say, Commissioner Burns, I don't want to say on camera, but do you imagine that I don't know if it's about 98 million that the community college is asking the General Assembly for Propel NC. What is the temperature, do you imagine, for some of that funding flowing through, and what would be the impact in Durham if we were to get it? And you can say, I plead the fifth on all of that, and I will move to Commissioner Jacobs, but it's up to you.
No, we don't need to take the fifth on that. It'd be 93 million statewide, and
Right.
that would be for both the reorganization of the funding into workforce sectors and increasing the funding for the workforce sectors, as well as an increased base allocation. I think it's worth about, on current enrollment in workforce focus, it's probably worth $2 to $2.5 million.
Okay.
For us.
Here.
But really what that means is we'll increase our ability to attract highly talented faculty and staff. That's really where those investments, and that is where our most crucial investment is.
That's helpful. Commissioner Jacobs, we'll end on you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to echo what Commissioner Carter just said, that you play a vital role. I see Andy sitting back here in our cradle to career pipeline and our whole strategy around recruiting good paying jobs and trying to create a pipeline for Durham residents to get into those jobs. I really hope the state legislature will put a value on the fact that this is, when companies are relocating here or coming here, it's because they want a talented workforce. They want skilled workers. A few follow-up questions. One is the bridge program. Do you have information on exactly how much that costs?
The funding flows through them, so I'm not sure what their allocation is. We can certainly get money on it's a pretty small contract that we have with them to provide the courses, the coursework.
Yeah, I'd like to know what the
provide
contract is, how much it costs, and how many students have been served by that program. I want to know about the status of the drop in child care that we had previously been funding.
So you had, and we appreciate, made dollars available to Kate's Corner to serve as our partner and allow us to offer tuition-free, I don't think we're allowed to call it drop-in child care, but it's a kind of part-time child care per the regulations, which we were able to offer on a 5-day-a-week basis. When we had done a nominal tuition rate, we had almost no take-up. When you provided that money to Kate's Corner and they were able to then provide it free of charge, we had very good take-up, especially for students, and then some faculty and staff when we had slots available during the morning or the afternoon session. Once those dollars were no longer available, we've not been able to offer that service. We don't have those resources in place, and we've not been able to raise those resources. What we are looking at is a full-time solution where, much like Kate's Corner has been at the American Tobacco site, we've got a couple options we've been looking at where they could take a site and be a full-time, and we would just be kind of a preferred partner with some slots available. We had looked at one of our sites to potentially that they could renovate, and then we could do a favorable lease. That site did not end up being a good location for childcare. So we're looking at some of the other properties in our area that we might be able to acquire with some of the property acquisition money made available in the bond. There's one in particular, but that is not, we're not yet at a place where I could tell you that's going to be possible. We would very much like to provide this service, and we know it's a barrier for folks, not just to attend community college, but to work at community college. And so this is a high priority for us. The solution has been elusive at this point.
Thank you. I think this is going to be something important for our board to continue tracking. Yeah, because
Yeah, but we're in a little bit of a child care desert.
Right.
where we are. And so it does not have to be through us. But we'd
Right.
like to be a partner
Yeah.
in making that happen.
Yeah, so I hope we'll all keep that on our radar and also in our conversations with our business partners who want to support Durham Tech, whether there's a role there. But yeah, okay. Thank you so much.
So
Thank you.
we will end there. As always, thank you for coming in here and batting 1,000. I hope that folks have recognized that this conversation, while meaty, also intersects with many others. The daycare conversation that we might have to extend to Dr. Chappelle, the conversation about bridge, where we will extend that to Hayti Reborn. Please, thank you so much for your CFL coming. Please extend our congratulations to Dr. Battle. And I think if there are no other sentiments that you would like to leave us with, sir, we thank you for coming today.
Well, I thank you, and I'd just like to end on a note of partnership, which is not just with you, but I've always felt that healthy communities are defined by strong public and private institutional partnerships. And I think that's what we have in Durham. We're proud to be part of a lot of them, and we feel like your investment in us and them has allowed those to flourish to the benefit of our resident students, and that's what we want to continue. So thank you.
While our clerk is preparing the next presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Chappelle up. I think she also has a guest with her. Everyone is getting gold stars today. Oh, we're getting a gift. Thank you so much. You ever feel a piece of paper and it's warm and you know they just printed it?
Good morning. I'm all spread out. So, the copies that you got are just of the slide deck, mostly because you have slides in there that are referenced that I'm not really going to be talking about today. They harken back to our previous joint meeting with the public schools, so you have copies of the enrollment information and that type of thing. Should I start?
Yes, ma'am. No.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I think people
That's
go
totally
get water,
fine.
but yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can go ahead and start, Dr. Chappelle.
So I'm Linda Chappelle from Child Care Services Association. Appreciate the opportunity to touch base with you today regarding Durham Pre-K. Just want to remind everybody that Child Care Services Association, we are a 50-year birthday this year nonprofit serving locally in our region and also our state, as well as 22 states that we partner and work with. Our mission is to lead efforts to strengthen accessible and affordable high-quality early care and education. For those of you not familiar with us, and pardon my voice, my allergies are insane in the spring. So I'm going to speed through some slides, as I mentioned, because some of them are for reference from previous presentations. Okay, so just to kind of really quickly remind you, we're all about opportunity for our youngest children. And Durham County committed to expanding access to high-quality, publicly supported preschool. And we have been on this journey for many, many years, but we began implementing a pilot in 2018. So to remind you, for this current period, this current school year, we are providing funding for 659 locally funded seats You will recall that we are a collaborative. Your local dollars are placed in a situation where we braid them with other resources. We do fully fund a number of seats, but we partially fund others. And our goal, and what we say all the time, and my staff gets sick of hearing me say, is we spend Durham County money last. So that is our goal. You'll recall that your investment doesn't just pay for the seats, the actual direct instructional services. It increases the number of seats, but it broadens your eligibility guidelines. The other publicly funded programs have restricted eligibility. This program does not. However, the Durham Pre-K Governance Committee has set very clear guidelines that we prioritize our neediest children in terms of income and developmental advantages. So we serve everyone. It is open to all Durham residents with 4-year-olds, but we do have priorities that we meet, and I'll show you that later. Your funding, the local funding, also provides extensive quality coaching and professional development for the instructional staff in all of our public preschool sites, including the public schools. That includes coaching, modeling, actual true individual, but mostly in small group types of situations. And we also fund technical assistance to local child care centers to build our capacity for meeting higher standards. So we serve programs that are not presently under contract for Durham Pre-K to build their quality to meet the standards to be a future site as we grow the program. There are other technical assistance activities and quality improvement activities available to child care programs that are funded through other sources through the state in Durham, but in particular, these funds for your local dollars are spent to build capacity for future classrooms in Durham Pre-K. In addition, Durham Pre-K funds higher wages for teachers. You'll recall that many public preschool programs do not pay equitable wages for the teachers who work at the private sites. We have a mixed delivery model. We have Durham Pre-K in the public schools, in private, regulated, licensed childcare, high quality only, 5-star rated, as well as at Head Start. But those private programs across the state of North Carolina that are serving children have the same credentials as a BK licensed teacher, do not make the same salary in other counties as our public school teachers scale. And so Durham Pre-K makes that possible for our teachers. Okay, so just to remind you where we are, we have a community goal to serve 75% of the 4-year-old census, not 75% of, quote, eligible children, which is what NC Pre-K has as a state goal. So we are at 40.5%. We're very happy with that in terms of the fact that we went through the pandemic, and that did shorten our growth trajectory. Our original budget proposal for this year hoped to take us to 42% of census next year. So just quickly, you can see where we are in terms of those. These, again, this chart reflects locally funded seats. This slide just shows you where we are in terms of the census information. The census is very interesting, and there are some little odd spikes and that type of thing, and we do use the numbers for each year as they are issued to do our percentage goal, and so each year sometimes our percentage retroactively gets tweaked a little bit, but this is where we are right now. And this chart is really just for your reference. You saw it at the BOE-BOCC meeting. It just gives you an overview of where the seats are that your dollars are touching. And it also shows you where seats are that your dollars are touching indirectly through the quality improvement and professional development activities, but not in paying for the seats.
I have a quick question on that side. Why is the DPS enrollment so much lower than the other sites?
Well, there's a lot of
enrollment rate, I mean. Yeah.
The percentage, there are a lot of different reasons for that. So we are braiding, Durham Public Schools funding is braided through a number of different sources, and different seats have different eligibility requirements, different Title I, different types of seat eligibility pieces. And since the pandemic, the enrollment has been down some, and it's something that we continue to work through with them. They could probably, weigh in more about specific reasons, but there are a number of different, because the public school sites are spread in a lot of different locations, some schools that are smaller, they have a lot of variability in their enrollment, and we work with them to track their seat enrollment as well as attendance. It's a complex issue. I know when you look at this number, it's sort of like, well, what's wrong? But I think that, to be clear, part of our purpose in tracking is to identify any challenges, but we also are very aware that because of the different, when you look at the whole, not just the seats that you're funding, when you look at the whole, there are a lot of different indicators that allow a child to be eligible. And there can be a lot of different reasons why enrollment may not be at capacity. I know that doesn't give you a super clear answer, and I think, I would defer to the school district to talk more deeply about what those reasons are.
Yeah, I think it's
Superintendent's
important.
raising her hand.
I'm sorry, but I think it's important for us to be able to dig into this, because if it's an issue, for instance, around RAP care, right, which the governance committee has long identified, then what are the solutions for that? Things like that.
Yeah, at all our sites, there are barriers such as the need for extended care for working families, which we call RAP care, which we've done extensive work studying, and it is presently not available at the public school sites other than at the Montessori classrooms. The other barriers include things like the lack of transportation, being available for some families. That is obviously a huge barrier. Also, just beyond the extended day option, the actual hours, for many families just need more flexibility in what's available. And in addition, locations, all types of different factors. And I think that we work closely with our partners to try to assess what they are doing to address barriers for families and what we can do. The RAP care situation is one of the biggest challenges. We have two components to that. One is we have allocated dollars out of the DPK budget to pay for RAP care for families, for some families up to about 35 children that have financial stress and are unable to pay for RAP care when it's available. It is available more at our private pre-K sites. And we do work closely with social services to access vouchers at the license programs for RAP care. And we work with families to help them examine whether the site they're enrolling their child at, the offer they received for enrollment, whether it best meets their needs in terms of the availability of RAP. And we work with families to try to identify a better location if there's a need that can't be met at the original offer site. We do ask families to let us know if they need RAP, obviously. It is complex due to staffing.
Okay, so a couple of quick things that I did notice. Three things. Y'all saw how quickly I moved through President Buxton's presentation because I knew that this one, people already had questions before we started. I would respectfully request that we do wait for it to get to the end, and I just like to elevate, Commissioner Carter and I both agreed last year, how many times did we not have this on the agenda for joint school board county, and it was consistently moved. when we consistently move things, then we overbear the person when they do get to have an opportunity to be in front of us. That happened last week. It could possibly happen this week. In no way would I want to silence that, but I do want her to be able to get through it. I also noticed that Commissioner Carter, you did notice that Superintendent Moore did have her hand up. While it's not what we traditionally do, we do have the expert in the room. So if you did want to answer said question, I'd be more than welcome to let you answer the question, or at least when it comes time for your presentation. And if not, we could proceed. Yes, no, maybe? Out. Okay. So. No, thank you so much. That's helpful context. And she, even though she did project very well, for those who did not hear on the camera, she reiterated a lot of what Dr. Chappelle said and elevated that she's thinking about it from the point of a family, that location is a primary issue, access to transportation, and one that we all know all too well, extended hours. And so parents are making a choice to go elsewhere, and that transportation feasibility, location, as well as extended hours are things that we need to think about. So I am going to thank you so much for offering your volunteer expertise. We needed that. And also I'm going to give it back to Dr. Chappelle. Thank you so much.
So I invite you, there is an extensive RAP care study that we did as part of our scope of work in 2022 with the county to deeply study the issue of RAP care. It's available on the Durham Pre-K website. And this complex issue was certainly exacerbated by the pandemic with, as we all know, staffing issues. We do work very closely, and we meet with Durham Public Schools every month, and this is an issue that's on our agenda every month to talk about ways that we can make different choices around RAP care. I think that RAP care has been available in the past in the public school, preschool classrooms at some sites. It's not available right now. And we're hopeful that it will have, it will become a priority again as we move further from the pandemic. We're hopeful. In particular, at Whitted, as one site that is a priority that we hope to begin RAP care again. In particular, there's not any RAP care in the 4-year-olds in Durham Public Schools except for at the Montessori preschool sites, and that is a fee-based activity. Well, and let me be clear, all the RAP care available is a fee-based. However, we work very hard to work with families who can't afford RAP care but need it to have them access a Durham Pre-K scholarship or a Smart Start scholarship or a voucher administered through Durham Social Services. So RAP care can be covered under some child care financial assistance.
So if funding were available, more families could take advantage of RAP care. Is the availability of staff to provide RAP care also an issue?
Yes, the staffing is a critical issue and was one of the major reasons the district suspended offering care. As they shared with us, that was a big, the reality is, we know, you've heard all over the state about the workforce in early care and education, and in particular extended hours. can also be very challenging. We believe it can be better in Durham, and we continue to work to help people come along with our belief that it has to be a priority. I mean, we have some private providers that don't offer it too, let me be clear. I mean, we need to be really clear. And also, we have variable definitions of wrap care. For me, in my school age history for many years, wrap care meant you at least were open till 6 p.m. However, that is not consistent in Durham. Some programs end wrap care earlier than that, and it can be problematic for some families.
Well, I mean, we hear from not just preschool families. We hear from Durham Public Schools families who are seeking after-school care and before-school care, and it's been difficult to provide it for funding reasons, staffing reasons. But that is critical. People have to be able to go to work. I do feel like this is one of our again, a priority because of the way it helps families, and we're trying to invest in children and families. So anyway.
Right, and one of our goals, I mean, Durham has a very robust before and after school care program for school-age students, and has for a very long time. And yeah, I did used to run it, but that was 19 years ago almost. Can you believe that? Feeling pretty old. But the reality is that Durham is unique in that all of the before and after school programs at the elementary level in Durham are licensed. And many, many school districts have chosen not to pursue that. Historically, school districts have not been as interested in going through the regulation process for obvious reasons of additional external oversight, as well as the amount of personnel time and the investment to get licensed. The gain of that for Durham is that those families who are in a wrap care program can, if it's a licensed site, can access a public voucher for if they're financially eligible. If it's not a licensed site, wrap care vouchers are not available. And that's a state legislation. It's not a local rule. So, but looking at these numbers, coming out of the pandemic, the numbers have gone up. The enrollment was better prior to the pandemic across all programs. So I want to be clear. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Obviously, families, 4-year-olds are young, and families have to make personal choices about what will work for them. So it is certainly a complex issue. Okay, so just to, I'm not going to go through all of our enrollment demographics. You will have those to look at, and we did talk about them at the joint meeting of the school board and the commission. However, I wanted to bring us back to this one. As I said before, Durham is committed to a universal program, and that is unique across the country. There are not that many universally available programs. However, we have been very clear about prioritization and assuring that we are really looking at need. And so you can see here that we are consistent with our priority. And I just wanted to lift that up as an important piece, because sometimes people in the community will say to me, well, that's not for me. And what we say is that every child can benefit from a high-quality early education experience to support their success trajectory in school and in life. So this is an important piece of who we're serving. So I mention this because one of our concerns long-term is we know this is a very expensive project. We acknowledge and know that. And unfortunately, we believed there were going to be more federal dollars coming through a few years ago. It was a very important agenda item in past legislation that didn't pass. And our state of North Carolina has not increased the investments in NC Pre-K as we hoped, and has not adopted the recommendations for the Leandro report. Right, big surprise. But the way that directly impacts our Durham Pre-K program is that there are fewer resources available to braid with. So, you'll recall that other communities in North Carolina are investing in local preschool by creating parallel programs and paying for children completely. Or they're enhancing just NC Pre-K, but they're not braiding across all public programs. And we're committed to this model. We believe it's best for Durham, and we've seen that with the growth and the numbers. But we know this is a very expensive project, and one of our big concerns is that due to fiscal restraints, at some point, there may be a push to say, we need to restrict access. We believe that's the wrong move because we know from research that children benefit from having the opportunity to engage with children across our whole community, regardless of their demographics, their family's advantage. So,
really quickly, if you could pause for 1 second, Dr. Chappelle.
I know it's just hard because you're giving a very thoughtful kind of presentation.
I'm flexible.
What role does it play? Because being able to pull down NC Pre-K funding that does exist is so important. And we have not been doing the best that we can on that as a community. And that puts a bigger burden on then the use of the local dollars. Mm-hmm. What I would like to understand, because this did come up at the joint meeting with the Board of Education, the fact that we only have 10 out of 25 DPS pre-K sites that are credentialed, meaning that we can't pull down the NC Pre-K or the federal child care subsidy money. What role, though, does that play for us locally, as well as, the RAP, the RAP program? We're not taking advantage of federal grant money that can provide RAP care, which the Biden administration has pushed out. So, on the one hand, we can't just say, woe is me, but then on the other hand, we're not actually doing what we need to be doing. I really would like to understand the full picture. Thank you.
I'm happy to address that. So a couple of things. There's a couple of pieces to what you said. First, let me just say that to start with, what needs to happen is that we have to advocate to our legislature about the importance of investing in NC Pre-K. This is an issue across the state. The North Carolina Division of Child Development and Early Education allocates slots to counties. They allocate seats in NC Pre-K to counties. Ideally, this would be based on a formula that made sense and was based on, population of children eligible. Unfortunately, it's not based on that. It's more historically in the growth of NC Pre-K. Counties accepted seats from the state as they had capacity to place classrooms. And in some communities, there wasn't the availability, readily available classrooms to open NC Pre-K classrooms. So historically, you had a hodgepodge of allocations to counties. In Durham, in the early years of what was called More at 4, that became NC Pre-K, Durham did a really good job as compared to other like counties in accepting seats and opening classrooms. And one way they did that was by having a really robust mixed delivery model. Some counties in North Carolina only put More at 4 and later NC Pre-K in the public schools. And that became a big issue, and that did change due to changes of rules. But in Durham, we always had a mixed delivery model. However, you'll recall that back years ago, in the public schools in Durham, there was a real commitment to focusing on strengthening the K-12, and Pre-K back in the day was not something that was supported for the public schools, except for in the mandated area of services for children with identified needs in Exceptional Children's Department. So we had a smaller number of NC pre-K seats initially, and 4 seats in the early days. Well, unfortunately, the state is never right-sized. They did not invest in dollars for local communities to invest in opening classrooms, in funding things other than the direct service. And NC Pre-K, many people don't realize, since they have all their nice, lottery ads and everything, but what a lot of people don't realize is the state does not fully fund NC Pre-K. It is designed to require a local investment, and they only fund it at about a 60% ratio. And when you look at our investment, even prior to Durham Pre-K, our investment locally in NC Pre-K, we divert our local Smart Start dollars. We allocate Smart Start dollars through Durham's Partnership for Children. Their allocations committee diverts funds to enhance the NC Pre-K reimbursement rate, which is abysmal from the state of North Carolina. And so we were already braiding some dollars prior to Durham Pre-K. Anyway, this is kind of a long answer to say to you that for NC Pre-K, we have to advocate for more investment at the state level. Secondly, yes, we are limited to placing NC Pre-K seats at licensed, regulated child care programs. They must be 5-star rated licensed programs. And we do have a strong number of 5-star rated programs in Durham. We're very fortunate. And I do have a document that I can give you that gives you the latest numbers in Durham that I happen to have with me. But anyway, the reality is that for NC Pre-K, we want to be ready if there's an investment and new seats are available. And we also, and being ready means getting more of the public schools licensed over time. The school system has committed, you recall, Superintendent Mabanga committed over time to having preschool in every elementary school. That's a long-term goal. Thankfully, the new school in Lions Farm opened, and they worked hard to get that program licensed as the school opened. That didn't happen in the old days. So that was progress that we were thrilled about, and we believe made those preschool classrooms at Lions Farm stronger, because those families can access additional resources through NC Pre-K as well as public assistance. The issue is that to get licensed does bring additional dollars, but it costs dollars to get licensed in personal investment, time, all the things. And when you look across North Carolina, you see public schools really not pursuing licensure at a level that we would like to see from outside of school districts because of all the complexities. However, we would like to see additional work in this area with the public schools, but we also are aware there are a lot of competing priorities. But we work hard to provide technical assistance and quality improvement activities to help them when they are working on licensure.
Okay, so even I have follow-ups for that one. That was the big one that a couple of us did have. It's not to point fingers. It is because we're curious, and as we're trying to allocate dollars, if there are dollars left on the table, we want to at least say, all right, how can we posture folks to be able to do different? I do want to throw this out to the lady sitting here. The presentation that is immediately after this one, those individuals, if I'm not mistaken, have to start on time because they're needed elsewhere. I know that Dr. Chappelle does have 20 more slides. I do have 2 questions for myself. I'm willing to hold those, not even to the end, but until a later date. But if we could continue to move, it would be really helpful. I do not want to stop my colleagues, but I know she has 20 more slides.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go through all of those, but okay. I would like to talk about the budget. So let me move forward. So these slides are just for your reference that show you, again, about our priority for income support for families. And again, to remind you that we do bring in revenue to support the program on a sliding scale for families when they reach, if they're at 400% of federal poverty. It is a sliding scale and it is modest. But just to show you the impact of those parent fees on the budget, for this current school year, we're averaging a total monthly parent fee of almost $20,000. And those monies roll back into the program. So want to be sure you know that. So the way that works, we means test and work with families on their income. They're assigned a parent fee. They pay the parent fee to the program, and we pay the difference to the program between the parent fee and our reimbursement rate. So we don't collect money centrally from parents. The sites do that. It's like a child care voucher arrangement, but it's the opposite. It's people paying, for a program that's mostly free. Okay. So, pardon? We know what this means is that we, from all sites, from the 12% of families who pay a fee at all sites, we defer costs to the amount of $20,000 a month almost. Yeah. Yep. So I'm not going to go into all this. This is your reference for enrollment. It tells you about all the demographics. I do want to, obviously, I'm here to talk about the budget. So to remind you, this is complex because Durham County funds a lot of different early childhood components. And so when the investments are publicized, sometimes it's confusing for people. But today, I'm talking about the money that comes centrally to Durham Pre-K and is administered through our contract with you by CCSA in accord with the policy set by the Durham Pre-K Governance Committee. So these dollars they exclude WITted because the WITted dollars, although part of the early education investment, those dollars go directly to the district. So our current budget this year, $6.8 million or so dollars. So you'll recall in 2020 and in 2022, you asked me to project our needs over time to get to our 75% goal. So typically our budget ask is related to that work that we previously presented to you to meet our goal. This year, our original request of $8.246365 was less, I just want to get a gold star, was less than what we had projected.
You get a gold star.
Thank you. Was less than we had projected that we would ask you for back in 20 and 22. However, current economic climate, obviously it was still too much. But that wasn't what we asked for. And what that was to do was to fund an increased seat rate based on inflation and salary increases and everything. It was to add seats, 45 to 70 seats. And you'll recall we always do a range because of the braiding. We try to get as many seats as possible. And then also to fund components of the Durham Pre-K Equity Plan. So then the recommendation by the county was also confusing for some folks because there was an increase for early education, which we appreciate so much, especially in this climate. But the actual increase to Durham Pre-K available to all the programs that are administered through Durham Pre-K in the recommendation is $422,419. So that means the total Durham Pre-K budget, excluding WITted, would be $7.3 million for next year if that 422,419 still happens. So, of course, we were disappointed, but we acknowledged the environment. And so we've worked hard to figure out, okay, if that is all we get, which we would appreciate any amount, what would we do? So we would still fund the increased seat reimbursement rate because of the very real costs and the analysis we've done for expenses. We would add some seats, but we could not add as many as we hoped to add. We would project between 22 and 30 new seats. If new money became available, again, we always spend your money last. But right now, it's not looking too promising from the state. And then we would revise our equity work by decreasing our plan to provide transportation for high-need children down to 5. And it would be obviously more like a pilot. And then we would, instead of hiring our healthy social behaviors person that we've been planning to hire for several years, to provide social emotional support to teachers to better serve their children, not to provide individualized activities or therapy. We would postpone that to the future, and we would instead review and revise, and we're already working on this, our professional development offerings for the coming years, and we would enhance our professional development to support students' social emotional needs by helping teachers in this arena. So instead of doing both professional development and having dedicated staff who would enrich that arena, we would wait to a future hopeful time of more resources. So that's how we would cut back to the 422, 419. The key here, though, is that means that in analyzing the spending, so we were going to add 3 new locations next year. We can't do that with this model. We would still add 1 location in RTP, which I won't name since we haven't made an offer and they haven't accepted, although they apply to be a site. We would, instead of funding a full classroom, we would offer them a half a classroom, which is, fraught with issues, but we believe it's possible. Secondly, we would only be able to fund 1 classroom at Murray-Massenburg. We had hoped to fund 45 seats at Murray-Massenburg. We would only be able to fund 1 classroom of 18 children at Murray-Massenburg. And then we would drop our plan to expand at one of our existing sites. And we wouldn't get to our projection of 42% of the census. We would still make a little incremental bump in how many children we were serving, but obviously it would be fewer. Well, we're at 40.5 right now. 40.5 right now. We were hoping to go to 42%. But the reality is that we cannot say enough how much the support for this program matters and means to this community and to our work. And we will do the best job with whatever money you provide, obviously. Okay, so this is just for your reference, but it's just to give you an idea of our growth over time up through this school year. You've seen this slide before, but basically what it really does is shows you how the money is spent and the fact that the majority of dollars go directly to pay for seat reimbursement. And then the program services area, what that means is that's everything. That's the universal portal for applications. That's all the support for families to get enrolled, everything, all the quality assistance, everything, as well as just the paying the bills to every site, attendance, all those things. Okay, I know we're almost out of time. So I just want to bring your attention to, these are the reimbursement rates presently in Durham. This is Durham, only Durham. And you'll see I referenced the NC pre-K rate of $1,100. That is nowhere near what the state contributes. We're using Smart Start dollars that could be going for other investments to enhance the state very, very low reimbursement rate for NC pre-K. So it's less than half of this amount. Quickly, just want to mention the other thing that we would cut back on. I've presented to you before at the joint meeting and in other meetings about the apprenticeship program that we are unbelievably amazed at the success of. It's the largest one in North Carolina for early education. We have 42 participants actively enrolled, and we have a waiting list. So the other thing that was part of our budget request was to be able to take those students, potential students, off the waiting list. What we would do with this proposed budget is we would just maintain the number we have now. We would backfill if anybody were to drop out, but we would keep our waiting list. And you'll recall that the apprenticeship program was started not through your local dollars. It was started through money we raised, and for seed money, $150,000 that we raised in seed money to get it started. And then the Durham Pre-K budget pays for some portion of those apprentices that are working in a Durham Pre-K classroom. But the apprentice program is available across all early education in Durham. But we have people in the wait list who want to work at a Durham Pre-K site, but we would just maintain that wait list. Okay, so I'm not going to talk anymore about the apprenticeship program. You have it as a reference in the slide deck. I will say that lastly, when it comes to the budget, one thing we are not going to cut with this budget is the teacher support payments. Just to give you an example about that, people say to me, what is a teacher support payment? These are the dollars that we provide for every teacher, including Durham Public Schools teachers. It goes to the district or to the child care program to support the salary of that teacher. And on average, we pay $12,000 per year for the teacher support payment. That certainly doesn't pay for their salary, but it is an amount that's in addition to the per child reimbursement rate that allows the site to hire a highly qualified teacher regardless of the salary. You think about, in particular, our private sites. They interview somebody with 20 years experience. We require them to pay on the scale, the Durham Public School scale. They can't afford that. And so this support payment allows a teacher to be hired regardless of how experienced they are and creates a more equitable process. Anyway, we would not change that. There's more information about that. So I'll stop so you can ask me questions. I know we're almost out of time.
No, so we wanted to get there because I know that folks do have questions. I know you have 10. I want you to take it to 5. But no, wait a minute. Well, I'll say who goes first because I'm chairing. I know y'all used to being in leadership. Give a black girl one chance. We will start with Commissioner Howerton, and then I do have a couple, and we'll move on from there. Commissioner Howerton.
Linda, I just have a clarification question, if you can answer.
Sure.
On page 4, can you clarify what that means when you're talking about the private sites? Is that private schools, or what does that mean?
Okay, let me make sure
It's on page 4.
Yeah, the fourth slide. I'm looking at the fourth slide, and I'm just trying to be sure I understand your question. All right.
Okay.
Okay, right here?
No.
Nope. This one? No.
No, when it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's about 5 slides.
Okay.
It's not it either. Yeah, it's overall
This one?
public
Okay.
pre-K numbers for
Yes.
Durham. Okay, it's so it's at private sites, and then across that chart, enrollment rate 93%. Can you
Yes.
explain
Okay.
what that means?
Sure. Okay, so you recall all year, every time I talk to you, I always talk to you about the locally funded seats. But because that's what you're paying for, and that's what I have the best access to in terms of information. But we work hard all year with our partners who are pictured here, their logos, to get their information about children they're serving in our braided model and in seats that we don't directly pay for, but we support through our universal application work and our quality improvement work. So at least once a year, we report to you all, because what we are measuring is our 75% goal is for all children, not just the children you're directly paying for. And so we gather from our partners how many children, how many seats they have, how many children they are serving, how many are enrolled. So our private sites, what that means is the site is a legally operating, regulated child care program that's at least 5-star rated. It is under contract to deliver public preschool services either through Durham Pre-K or through NC Pre-K and or possibly through a private child care arrangement with Head Start. So a private child care program is operated, it could be a nonprofit, it could be a small business, it could be a multi-chain, but they are a star-rated licensed program. They must meet all the Durham Pre-K standards. They must have a BK licensed teacher as the lead teacher. They meet all the standards, and they receive all of those support and services. And right now, this year, we have 547 seats for 4-year-olds that are in publicly supported child care classrooms. That doesn't mean that Mary's child care that has a 4-year-old classroom is counted in this number. If Mary's child care is under contract to deliver a public 4-year-old classroom, they are in this number. But if they are operating a tuition-based private child care, those numbers are not reflected here.
And how is that different from Head Start?
Head Start is a federally funded program with very tight eligibility requirements. Head Start in Durham is administered by Families and Communities Rising. They're the funded partner. And Head Start seats are allocated through their federal grant. We work, so what we do with them is, so for example, in 23-24, 166 children are in Durham Head Start, administered by Families and Communities Rising. Some of those seats are fully paid for by the federal grant. But we do contract with Head Start to add seats that are paid for by Durham Pre-K. Mm-hmm. But these numbers, so this chart, it is confusing because this chart takes all kids, no matter how they're paid for, and records where they're housed. So for example, when you look at the Head Start number and it says 166 children this year, some of those children are being federally paid for. Some of those children are under contract for NC Pre-K. Some of those children are under contract in Durham Pre-K. So this particular chart is not extracting the pay source. It is showing you where they're housed, what auspice they're under in terms of where they're housed. So we're reporting to you every child that's in our public pre-K ecosystem.
Okay, so it's not showing the quality of the pre-K.
No, ma'am. Mm-hmm. This is enrollment.
Okay.
Yes. So this is just showing you, so the green is this year, and the capacity means that's how many seats they have the money to have. Okay, so if they were 100% enrolled all the time, they would have the seats for 1,669 children in Durham in public preschool. That includes your investment, that includes federal investment, that includes state NC Pre-K dollars, that includes EC. You see we have EC listed here. The reason EC has a blank for enrollment rate is the public schools have to serve children based on need in the exceptional children's arena, and that number varies every year. We do report on that because it's important. There are 4-year-olds, and we want you to know they're part of our census goal, but they're not. It's not a set and certain number, but the rest of so it's the whole. I hope that's a little bit more clear. Does that help?
It's a little bit more clear.
I'm sorry.
Just a little bit.
So this is just reporting on enrollment
versus
seats, and we're trying to grow our seats and our enrollment.
And I guess the main issue, concern was how are they getting the funds as far as, is it a quality issue or not?
No, I will say, of course, we are only as good as our weakest program. That's a fact. But we have invested tremendously in quality improvement and capacity building. All of these sites that are under contract meet the Durham Pre-K standards which I invite you to look at on our website. The Durham pre-K standards are much higher than the NC pre-K standards, for example. Okay. And so the thing about this chart, though, to understand is not all of those 1,669 seats are meeting the Durham pre-K standards 100%. Some of these are meeting those other standards. But those other standards are evidence-based, researched. They're not low quality in any way. The only ones I can tell you are meeting the Durham pre-K standards are these. The ones that are under contract and have direct reimbursement through our program. We work with all programs, whether they are funded locally or not, to bring them to meet the Durham pre-K standards. And so enrollment, of course, could be related to quality. If a parent has an experience that they don't appreciate, they're going to vote with their feet. And so enrollment, certainly one of the first things we look at is there any issue at a site that needs support and improvement? That's always a thing you want to look at. But then we look at what the other barriers are. And as interim superintendent mentioned, location is a real issue and other factors in our community. If a parent perceives a site to be in an area that may be experiencing high crime, sometimes families make different choices. I mean, enrollment is a complex issue. Okay. Once a child's enrolled, though, we also track attendance, which is a different issue, and we know about many of the intractable issues with attendance. And we work very hard with sites to support attendance, and we work with our families to support attendance.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay, Dr. Chappelle, this is why we buffered this in.
I'm
so we
sorry.
do have no.
It's hard, it's complex.
No, I don't want you to apologize because so a couple of things. Like, I feel like I go through this tug of war every year when it comes to Durham pre-K, and I got to do it today because I'm not going to have another chance to do it. Where my struggle kind of sort of is, and it's a couple, I'll never forget my first year. I personally feel like when people ask questions, it's because they care. I feel like every woman up here, when they ask questions, it's because they care. And I'll never forget, I was on a Zoom, and I was asking a bunch of questions, and somebody said, you can tell Commissioner Burns don't care about pre-K. She always got so many questions. No, my mama retired from Head Start after 29 years, so I'm always have questions. I watched her pay for the stuff in her classroom, so I don't know how that equates. So I do hope anybody who's watching recognizes that we question because we care. And if they don't, then that's on them. My big question is, so for the 70, I get that we have this really laudable goal of reaching 75%. Just off the top of your head, I'm happy that we are increasing, right? Like, I'm 36, 40, we want to get to 42, and I think you phrased it really well, that due to the pandemic, we've shortened our growth trajectory. That's a great way to put it. Who in the world is closer than us? I'm just curious. Like, is it Buncombe? Is it Wade? Like, who is it? Nobody. That's all I needed you to say.
That's right.
But who's close?
Charlotte Mecklenburg.
Okay. Shamed.
And I can send you those numbers, but I don't have them in my mind at the moment. But yeah, they've been doing this local investment a little bit longer, and so they are a little farther along.
That answers my question. I'm not trying to pat us on the back, but I don't want us to beat ourselves up either, because we are talking about a state that set a 75% goal and then every year decreases how much they put into pre-K. So I don't know how we're going to sit here and say, like, this is our statewide goal, but we're going to drain it like anything else, and then have the expectation that folks are supposed to hit it. So I'm proud of where we've come. I'm proud of whether other people are not. Like, I'm proud of the work you've done. I do want to go back to something that President Buxton said. He used it before I could use it. I used it 3 years ago, and I took a lot of flack for it. He said that he is sitting right now where he is in East Durham in a pre-K desert. Now, I remember a presentation years ago where we said in this room, it was a joint meeting, and, we said, God bless us, we didn't lose any seats during the pandemic. And then I came back and I said, I want a heat map, because we might have not lost seats. We might have kept 600 seats, but, and no offense to anybody, if we gained those seats at South Point and I lost them in this Durham, I'm not going to say I have a problem with that, because growth happens, but I'm also want to make sure, how can I go back and capture these, right? So that's always been something for me, because you're right. There are some parents that say, I don't want to send my kid to pre-K. I've never understood that. I literally sat at a table with a woman the other day. This is what this woman said to me. She says, my kid got to go to school for 13 years. Why would I want him to go for 14? I don't know. Maybe because we want their life to be better. But I couldn't deal with that, because even my mom looked at me. She says, yeah, it's a different set. And then we have parents like you, location, transportation, etc. There's a million reasons why people don't. But what I don't want to do is shortfall these seats. And you did give us a heat map, and it was interesting to look at. But I kind of want to go back, and this is where I might not be where everybody else is. So I get it. We got the STARS program with the state. Then you all have a set of standards here. I think you put it very well at the joint meeting where you said to us, county commissioners, I wish other people would have heard y'all. You said, our governance board is solely focused on this. And we don't need y'all to be solely focused on this, because you're right, you have the expertise. So you all should be in a position to give guidance and to give governance on how this works, because we have public health and we have emergency, we have 50 million other things that we're looking at. Well, we're pretty smart. So, but I always get really confused. So the state has a STAR standard. I recognize that Durham Pre-K has a higher standard. And so just give me a yes or no. Maybe I'm juxtaposing Durham public schools and their pre-K classrooms the wrong way, because my colleague brought up, there are 25 and only 10 meet these standards and we can't get it. Are we holding Durham public schools or any of them to the standards that you set out outside? So this is where my problem comes in. So I'm not saying we shouldn't. If the state has a STAR standard, and they can meet that standard, and then you have an additional standard, but we can't pull down dollars because the standard you set is higher. Like those, to me, that's dollars that we leaving on the table. And why can't, and again, and that's because I don't know, and that's why I'm asking. So, why can't we say, okay, you were certified via STARS, so I can pull down these state dollars, limited as they are? Do I want the best for kids? But if the STAR standard is good enough for everybody else, and I'm not saying I don't want Durham kids, I just don't want to leave dollars on the table, especially when we are going into, we are looking down the barrel of a Republican Party that says whatever we can do, we will take money away. 200 out of this, what is it? These opportunity scholarships, these $200 million right now is going to high wealth families. 200 million, we have the numbers, the money that they stripped out of public schools. These folks that applied for these dollars, and let's be honest, when we look at it, the first day that website opened, it crashed. Behind Cumberland County, Durham County had the most applicants. Nobody wants to talk about it. I'll talk about it because the folks...
Preach it, sister, preach
right,
it.
let's really be honest about it. I get it. Everybody says Namashina Burns is not the education person. No, Namashina Burns is not well bred, but she is well read. And so I'm trying to understand why we are not going after these dollars when we can. So I'm going to stop there. And that's why we buffered in this time, because I know this one has some questions. It's not this one, excuse me, my lovely colleague, Commissioner Jacobs. Like, that one is killing me. And I need an answer for it before November 25th when I turn into a pumpkin.
Okay. Obviously, you have very complex questions there. Yeah. But a couple things I want to be sure to address. First, we... as a community, want our children to be successful, obviously, and so we created a program that does have really high standards in order to be sure our local investments were going to get us as far as possible in children's success. However, those things, you're conflating a few things together.
That's fair. Help me. Help me.
So I'm just going to tease out for a minute. The North Carolina quality rating system, which is better known as the 5-star rated license, is a great tool to measure safety, positive environment, instructional baseline activities. It is a 2-component license assessment that looks at the environment, uses an environment rating scale to assure the program is following quality standards, and looks at the education level of the staff. We know that in early education, credentials and education for the workforce is a challenge, especially when the majority of early educators do not make a living wage, anywhere near a living wage. Okay, so that's a whole other complex issue. But the reality is the quality rating system is good, and it helps families, guide families by an easy to understand rating system. People think 5-star must be great. But the reality is that in the quality rating system, the 5-star rating is in many ways a floor. Okay? So, but the 5-star rating is the gateway. And actually, for subsidy, it's a 4 or 5-star rating in the state of North Carolina to get subsidy. So to bring more dollars in, the licensing regulations are a gateway to access additional dollars. And so we want to push, yes, we want to push our public school system as possible to get more of their preschool classrooms licensed so we can help draw down more money from somebody else other than you. Yes. Okay, so that's this part. But our quality standards that we have robust adherence to our standards. And we also have a approach that is about support and capacity building. It's not a punitive approach. So we are continuously building quality. We don't want quality for the day that you got assessed. We want ongoing quality. And the way we do that is by building that capacity through really strong professional development, through coaching and modeling, through these kind of discussions with our early educators. Okay, so there's that. For Durham Pre-K, you say to me, what about this goal? So you'll recall the goal came out of the supply and demand study that you invested in, and it came from the feedback of the over 3,200 and something families who responded to the survey, randomized survey that had very strong response rates of parents who wanted this. So the goal was set. Now, goals should be aspirational, but they also should be achievable over time. And so you said you're happy we have growth. Yes, we are too. I mean, if you said to me, you're not getting an extra dollar this year at all, which is not what you've said
Which
so
we
far.
would never do.
Right. But I would be really depressed because that would be, we'd be stalling. However, any growth is an investment in our future. And so we want to continue that. The thing I'm worried about the most, I'll be honest, we have this school opening, Murray-Massburg is opening, in a high demand. The school is already filled. 3 preschool classrooms could already be filled by the people who have marked it as their first preference who've applied for Durham Pre-K. It's a fact. I can give you all the numbers. The reality is that my worry is that we've never had an opportunity for a public school in Durham to open with 3 preschool classrooms. It has never happened. And if we can't afford it, that's reality, but I doubt we'll ever get it back. If the school opens without any preschool classrooms, I'm afraid we couldn't go back and get them.
Right.
And we do have a tremendous shortage of seats. You talk about a desert. We have a tremendous shortage of seats in South Durham. It's a fact.
I know them mamas.
Yeah.
I know.
So I'm hopeful we can at least invest to fund the 1 classroom, but I'm hopeful, that we could figure out something. But I know there's so many competing needs. But that's my big concern about Murray-Massburg. We do need additional seats, but we will work with what we have.
I'm going to go ahead to my call. I'm still having a tug of war, but thank you for your explanation, Commissioner
I would love
Jacobs.
to invite you to have a conversation at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, Linda, I just want to thank you because, just us all sitting here and listening to you. The expertise that you have, the history, the knowledge. Everything, the way you can explain things.
My passion project.
And I am so grateful that we have a partner like. What's the new name?
Yeah, our agency name is changing to Early Years.
Early Years.
Over the next year.
Brenda and I were at the gala, the 50th anniversary gala, and they rolled out the new name, Early Years. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, to me, this is like local government at its best when we are able to partner with a nonprofit partner who has the expertise and the skill and the ability to deliver what we want to do, that we know we can't do ourselves and we don't want to do. I always lift up the Durham Pre-K program as an example of systemic change. Will forever be one of my major priorities. So I guess I want to get back to the budget and try to understand. For one thing, you mentioned that we have, I think you said $422,419. The manager's budget says $500,000. I know it's not a big difference, but
Yeah.
it is.
I would love to
difference.
have it up to 5.
Yeah, because her budget says 500.
And again,
Yeah.
we've heard different numbers, but we would love to have whatever we can get.
Okay. The second thing I want to clarify is around Murray, and also the WITD, we directly fund that.
To the district.
And that is $1.5 million, is that?
Yes.
I think it's important that we also really add that to
Thank you.
our Durham Pre-K. We need to change the way we talk about that.
Well, we include it in all our accountability and our reporting, but
Right, but not this number of what.
it is.
Is it included in our budget?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it is. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The Murray-Massenburg, are those schools going to be opening credentialed?
So the plan, after extensive meetings over time with the district, yes. Well, the way the rated license works is you open with what's called temporary license for 6 months if you've done all the work to do that. And the district has fully committed to that, as they did when they opened Lions Farm. So Lions Farm opened with the 6 month temporary, which is what by law what happens. And then they fully followed through to get their 5-star license. And we worked with them, our quality improvement coaches worked with the district to support that, because let's face it, the public schools do not typically go through a licensing process, and it is different and kind of a parallel universe, and so we do provide extensive support to make that happen. And they do plan that if those preschool classrooms are going to open, they have said that they fully intend. They can't apply yet because the school has to be farther along in the process in terms of building ready.
Right.
So, but they are working to do that. Yes.
And I would hope, since it was a new elementary school, they would have designed
Yes, they have.
the classrooms to meet those standards. Okay.
Yes.
And can we get the information about Lions Farm preschool classrooms showing that now they are fully licensed and credentialed, and how much money they are able to pull down of NC Pre-K or DSS subsidy, child care subsidy?
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, we can. Yes, I can send you some information.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's important for us to actually
Yes.
see the data.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is if because Durham Public Schools requested in their budget, I think it was 775,000. Let me just look. 716,624
For Murray
for
Massenburg?
Murray Massenburg.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to address that.
So with what is currently in the manager's budget, how much of that would be covered currently?
Okay, so the way we do allocations a little bit differently, if this goes through the way it is, and if it is the 400, because we feel like the RTP site, I mean, it's a draconian choices, like where you're going to put your seats. You can't, it's difficult to fund a partial classroom, and so we can't afford with this budget to fund 2 full classrooms at Murray Massenburg. And so we had proposed that we would try to fund 1 classroom and then put other seats at the other location. We could partially fund a 2nd classroom if we didn't fund anywhere else new. When you ask me how much money, I can certainly send you how much money the district will get. The new rate this year is $14.56 per child per month, and we would be budgeting for 18 seats. In addition, as I shared with you, the teacher support payments, an average of $12,000 per year per teacher. That would be 1 teacher. And then there are also what we call a pre-service payment, where they get a percentage. So I could send you that, but it doesn't align with what the district asked for, and I can't address what their money would go toward.
Well, because what I'm trying to get at is, first of all, I'm wondering about us pulling this out and doing what we do with Whitted, pull it out of the Durham Public Schools budget so we don't lose the 20% to the charter tax, I'll call it.
Whitted is going to DPS, though.
Right.
It doesn't go through us right now. The money for Whitted does go to DPS. I'd like to pull that out.
Okay, well, I didn't realize that. Okay, so can we look at, then that's a great idea, pulling out Whitted so that we don't get the charter.
Y'all see
20%.
Keith has gotten up, and I'm pretty sure
and
legal
then if
counsel-
we can try to look at what it would cost to do the same thing with Murray Massenburg, run both of these through Durham Pre-K, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Can we run those?
Yeah, so presently,
Yeah.
there are Durham Pre-K seats at Durham Public Schools, not outside of Whitted, at a variety of schools. We pay the district just like we pay any other contracted school, public or private, for a Durham Pre-K seat. So there are additional seats being paid for to the district where the money goes through governance to the site. Lions Farm, the money comes through governance and goes for Lions Farm. Right. Whitted's the only one presently that's a part of the Durham Pre-K network that is paid directly to the district. Now, the district gets some money, obviously, in their whole budget that goes toward preschool that is not administered at all through Durham Pre-K. There's so many different costs, and they're braiding so many funds. But we do pay for seats through the Durham Pre-K contracting at public schools, and if you chose to continue that, which we recommend, because not only the issue of the charter schools, because the charter schools don't do preschool presently. That's a whole different issue. But the preschool dollars administered through governance follow all the standards and would be based on seat allocation where there's greatest need. And, for example, at Whitted, you give a set sum for Whitted no matter how many children they serve, no matter how many seats there are. So that's an arrangement that you give a set amount for Whitted separate. And that's not administered through Durham Pre-K at all, through the governance committee. But Whitted meets the Durham Pre-K standards. They participate in professional development and activities. They're not different in their engagement with children and families. It's just the administration of resources is not through Durham Pre-K.
Okay.
Let me jump in for just 1 second, only because I see that Director Lane. And also, we really about to be on time. I want to get to Commissioner Carter. And I also want to preface that as we are publicly talking about loopholes, I want us to be very careful and perhaps table that issue. That way we get guidance, because what I don't want people to do is grab a hold to that who are watching and think that we are doing something untoward until we get clarification on whether or not we can actually do it. But it is helpful context to let us know that there are certain schools not providing that, and that loophole might be an option. Director Lane, did you want to add something?
I just want to clarify that there is $1.5 million that goes for Whitted School Pre-K. It may go to the schools. I don't know how it's routed to the schools directly, but it is not part of their current expense funding in
That's
their
what I thought.
budget for $190 million.
Yeah, that's what
So
I
it is
thought.
not. There's not a 20% surcharge for charter schools on those dollars.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It is currently budgeted in our pre-K budget along with the $6.8 million that Kathy talks about.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
So anyway, I know we don't have time to get into details, but what I would like to have before, hopefully by our next budget work session is just what are some options for a way we could support the opening of, what is the best strategy for how to fund the request to be able to fully fund and open the Murray-Massenburg. What is the best way to structure that? On your all's professional recommendation, I do think it's very important. What would that look like to be able to do that? What would it cost? But I also have a caveat with that, which is I would like to be included with that some type of commitment to an MOU with the issues that you raised at our joint meeting around the need for data sharing, which we have been trying to get for years. What is the data that we need to get so that we can understand if our Durham pre-K program is working? This money for me needs to have strings attached.
That's right.
The second thing is a commitment for Durham Public Schools pre-K to work with Durham pre-K on a plan to get all of the sites credentialed. So I would like to see what your recommendation is of how we can do that. Thank you.
Perfection. I'm happy that she ended with that. I'm going to come to you, Commissioner Carter, if you have any. You're sitting there. Listen, I want to start. Listen, no, and look, you're going to get the last bit, and we're going. But again, just to echo something that Javanya Lewis, Board Member Lewis, and I both agreed on. I did have trouble with the language when you said that, when it comes to, she says, how do we know we're doing well? And the language that you gave back to us, which was honest, was that reporting is contentious. Reporting is not contentious when you're using my money. It's not my money when you're using federal dollars, when you're losing state dollars, and when you're using local dollars. These are simple public records requests. So to echo my colleagues' sentiments, when we sit here, they can have all the contention they want. They can meet Mr. Attorney. So that was the one thing that I wanted deaded at that conversation when we said information sharing. Your information sharing is reporting back outcomes, and that's information that we can get with a public records request, either with a hammer, with a nail, or with an email. But I just want to agree with my colleague that, some MOU needs to be set up. And Commissioner Carter, the rest of the time is yours before opioid.
I'll just start by saying there is no county program that I'm more proud of than this one, honestly. And it's this community's work for over a decade now. And I think sometimes we forget all the effort that went in up front to be sure we were laying a very strong foundation for how we rolled out our universal pre-K program in Durham. And I do want us to recommit to our goal of reaching 75% of all children. And I do want us to, work on finding additional transportation so that that's not a barrier in the RAP care. I want us to work on that together with Durham Public Schools and all of our private partners. And I do want us to recommit to sharing data. Those are all really important goals. But just the fact that this was initiated through resolutions passed by all the local governing bodies back in 2016, I think. demonstrates the importance of this to our community. Research aside, we know all the research on how important preschool is, but it's clearly a priority of this community. And I'll cut to the chase. I mean, I also think it's important to fill the full capacity of Murray-Massenburg. If that's 3 classrooms, I think we need to fill it. One of the goals I remember discussing back in the day in 2016 was this actually is a recruitment strategy for families to come to Durham Public Schools and stay in Durham Public Schools. If you get them in the door early, they see the amazing programming that is possible, they'll stay. And so we want families to come together around and inside our schools, and this is one way to achieve that. I think we should look at shifting the $1.5 million from WITted to the Durham Pre-K program. Perhaps we would reap the benefit of a higher percentage of seats would be filled. Perhaps we could get the RAP care in a simpler way. I thought there was the opportunity to not have the charter surcharge, so I'll have to figure that out. I guess I was wrong. I don't really understand why, but I'll figure that out later. And I hate for us to lose the workforce apprenticeship program additional seats that you were hoping to achieve with the full funding that you requested. That's critical. We can't continue to serve children if we don't have the workforce. So and what an amazing program. The largest one in the state, whatever you told us on that. I mean, it's just, I don't want us to lose momentum there. So I definitely want us to add to the budget. And whether we meet, Linda, the full request in funding or we meet it halfway, I don't know, but a priority for me is filling capacity at Murray-Massenburg. One question I have is, are all the DSS subsidies used that we have for families?
You like to open
big
sorry. Topics.
I thought that was an easy question.
What I'll say is that in North Carolina, since the pandemic, across the state, few to no counties have spent all of their child care subsidy dollars, is a fact, and Durham is part of that also. It's a complex issue because you have the issue of seat availability. Commissioner Burns mentioned the reality of being told we didn't lose any seats, but we really did. We have licensed seats that have empty classrooms across our community. And so, for example, you fund an ARPA project. I'm not trying to open a whole nother can of worms, but you fund a child care scholarship program with ARPA as an enhancement for families who are not eligible for DSS vouchers. We are fully subscribed for that. We have a waiting list because the reality is families can't afford child care way beyond the eligibility financial limits for DSS. However, what happens with the DSS dollars is that some families are offered a voucher and then they cannot find care because many child care programs do not accept public vouchers because the state reimbursement rate is so low. It's lower than the average tuition rate. That's why I'm always bringing to you what the average tuition rates are. And so it's a complex issue, but in terms of Durham Pre-K, whether we are fully taking advantage of voucher opportunities, not to the level I would like to see, but as I've been told many times, I am pushy for children. That's
good.
Who I am. That's my mantra, and I am always pushing us to do better.
Well, so at the same time that we're, asking for DPS to try to maximize all funding opportunities, let's commit to working even harder via DSS to make sure all those subsidy dollars are being used.
Can I add to what you just said? So adding all of the accessing all funding and including working together on RAP care, how we go after federal dollars for RAP care.
Definitely.
Yeah, and and just real quickly to reference your mention about the apprenticeship program. At CCSA, we are fully committed to additional fundraising around that project, and in fact, we did just recently bring in an additional $70,000 from an outside source for continued work in that program. That's not the answer because obviously you're chasing you're chasing all kinds of dollars and you need stability. But we are maintaining the wait list. We're doing what we can to provide some counseling services to people on the wait list as possible so that they don't give up. And we're looking for additional resources all the time. Our long-term goal will be to be sure we serve anyone on the wait list over time. The 42 that we have presently enrolled, obviously if any of them have a life change and they were to drop out, we will certainly backfill those. But the waiting list is certainly real. So I do, in the future, outside of your budget period, I would welcome some review and look at investments in other innovative ways. You did a lot of good work with your ARPA, and we look forward to reporting on the ARPA project, which is fully subscribed, and in fact, we're overspending in our support of families. But we have till May to fix that. No, we'll be in budget. But the demand is high, and we know that that's really done some good things, and we're going to be reporting to you on that. And I think that Durham has shown that we can be innovative. I had the pleasure of meeting with Mr. Miracle from your team recently to talk about economic development opportunities, and we know we want to integrate these strategies. When people want to come to Durham, we want them to give as well as we are giving.
Amen.
Y'all, we did not talk about the 300 preschools, should we? Do we
you
need
got
to?
5 minutes, and
I mean,
said you
is
was
this the
last.
time to talk about that?
I don't
I'm
think-
just not sure if it is, but
It's not budget.
when do we have to decide?
They're coming back.
They're coming back
They are
with that.
They're coming back.
But if you have questions, though,
I don't really have any questions,
Okay.
except I want us to choose a program that will be publicly supported and
that's
commit
right.
to what we initially said, a not market rate program.
Yeah, and we are meeting closely with the Durham County team, and if you do have questions or you think of things, if you want to send them, it'd be great, because we want to be sure we're pivoting from your interest areas. Lots of work's being done on that.
We're not in danger of losing the public provider.
Well,
though.
no. Right now,
that would be
right,
recommended for the RFP if we went that direction.
Right. The top contender from the RFA process, and this was something, rabbit hole, but when President Buxton was here and he was talking about the great work of Kate's Corner, fully support that. However, that was not an RFA process. That was wow, you're good, let's work with you. Which,
Right.
I mean, hey, it was a
Right.
good program, no criticism. But this was an RFA process with equal opportunity access. And it was quite rigorous.
Right.
And we had top 3 are all strong. The top one, Reverend Lucas and Pebbles Lucas from First Chronicles, which I can say publicly because they've been fully on board about this process. They were the top through the RFA process to expand their program. They have said that they are hopeful and will see it through. But I think right now the reality is that given your budget constraints, we're a long way from opening that program.
And y'all, I'm not stopping the conversation. I want to, because that is an
It's a
RFP
different
process.
topic.
And I see, hey, hold on, y'all, it is an RFP process. I do not want it to come off like we are discussing that publicly when that has not been decided yet. So if there are other questions that have to do with the budget, I really have to table this discussion for legal reasons, because the attorney did it last time. So let's not do that one. I see you, Commissioner Howerton. We have about 2. The reason why I've pushed, because we only have about 2 more minutes on this one, because our opioid voice do have to go. I did say Commissioner Carter would have the last comment. I will give it to you.
I'll see you my last time.
Thank you,
Thank
my God.
you. Thank you, Commissioner Carter. And I just want to ditto everything that Commissioner Carter said. And, our little ones, all of our children are so important to us. But I was sitting here thinking about the first time you pitched this to us. It's been a few years. And, the same passion that you came to us with then is still present. And to the work that you do, we appreciate it, and we want to continue to support you in every way we can. And I certainly pray that the next board do the same thing, that as other people take over that they will feel the need to continue to push pre-K.
Well, I appreciate that, but I will say that we have an awesome team.
Yeah.
And what Commissioner Carter mentioned about the roots, the foundation of this program
Yeah.
was super broad. It just happened to line up with my passion.
Yeah.
And I am, as a Durham citizen, I'm very proud. And people do get tired of hearing me. And people say to me, you do have a job with 9 other counties. And I'm like, yes, I do, but no, we
Well,
are
they say
fortunate.
when you love what you do,
Yes,
it's
you're
not
a lucky
it's
person.
not a job.
That's right.
Okay,
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. So I will say you are a credit to your profession, and the reason why we ask you is because we do not feel confident asking other people because they don't have the wealth of knowledge you have. I do just want to reiterate to my colleagues, again, all these conversations are interconnected. The conversation that she brought up about the voucher program, when we talked to Hey Ty Reborn today, the issue they have was with the vouchers where there were so many people that didn't take them. So I do want us to take all this good meat from the first conversation to this one and build upon this discussion as we go on through the day. Dr. Chappelle, we will probably be following up with you. Hopefully we can move forward with some of these things with the manager and discuss how we can best support you. And I know that Monica is loading up the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. We are literally right on time.
Yes, governance is amazing.
Yes.
Made up of citizens and some early childhood professionals. It's not a bunch of early childhood people.
Love it. Come on up. Right on time. See, JB had the 90 minutes and he had that. I knew it was going to be the reverse. I did. Welcome.
Good morning. Dwayne Brinson, Assistant County Manager. Have a couple colleagues here with me. I'd like for them to introduce themselves real quick.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Patterson, Deputy Health Director.
Welcome, Ms. Patterson.
Good morning. Captain Helen Tripp, Durham County EMS.
All right, we are going to talk to you this morning about a much anticipated opioid settlement fund update. First and foremost, the opioid funds are restricted. It's not part of the general fund dollars. Has to be spent on certain purposes with lots and lots of details. So I'll go through the first few slides fairly quickly because it's a review of what we did last May and where we have been, and then we'll get into where we are and where we're going. Okay, so the opioid settlement. Basically, this slide, we have selected alternative A, which gives us plenty of strategies to work through, and it is a more efficient option as well. And as far as the settlement dollars, I will mention, see the definition there, should support programs or services that serve persons with opioid use disorder or any co-occurring substance use disorder. So it can't be for standalone disorders, that's be co-occurring. That's part of the details of the settlement funds here. Okay, so our process. This is where we have been and kind of where we are now. Resolution approving the MOA, we've done that. We've created a special revenue fund. This has to be tracked and accounted for in its own fund. And it has to be spent directly from that fund. It cannot go into other departmental budgets. It has to be spent directly from that fund. Inventory the existing efforts. We have had a great deal of community input over the last year, 16, 17, 18 months or so. Some of that, we have a dedicated webpage, and I've got a link for that as one of the last slides in the presentation, so we'll be able to share that with the community. We've done an online survey to invite feedback from the community and other stakeholders. And we had a community input session. That was last March, I believe. Really good attendance. That has its own slide as well, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. We've done a resolution to sign on to the Wave 2 settlement, which basically is a settlement that was negotiated with a different set of retailers and pharmacies. We also have established an internal work group, January 2024, to help us steer this vehicle while we come up with a more formal structure. That group has met 3 times, I believe. The 2024 community meeting is being developed now. We're looking at late June for having that community meeting. The survey responses, it was open last year, December 7th, 2022, to January 31st, 2023. Got 554 responses to that survey. That was something that Mrs. Palmer did before she retired last summer. Some of the things coming from the survey, the community meeting, got a couple different columns here, highest priority and highest overall votes. You can see some of the things there, a lot of overlap, evidence-based addiction treatment, early intervention, strategic planning, recovery housing, and recovery support services. Those were a ranking of the top priorities that came from some of the community input sessions. This is some photos and some information about the community input session, March 20th of last year. 68 attendees, diverse group of stakeholders. This session was really interactive. It, as you can see, the bottom right photo there, actually both of the bottom right photos, you can see that it was more of a workshop, trying to understand how the community saw the use of these funds, where gaps were, where needs are, things such as that. The strategies with the highest votes that came from the community input session: evidence-based addiction treatment, evidence-based recovery support services, and recovery support housing. We have a little more detail about those three, and I'm not going to read all of that, but I do want to point out a few things in each one. The addiction treatment, the medication-assisted treatment program. Hear about that with one of our funding priorities for next year. The recovery support services, you can see a lot of narrative in there, peer support specialists, care navigators. That's going to sound a lot like the harm reduction budget, the community linkages to care that the board has already approved. And recovery support housing, not part of this presentation because we don't have anything in stone as of yet, but the transition home with justice services. That is a big need for the community and something that we are actively working on. All right, so what does our funding look like? When this was presented to the board last May, the 18-year payment to Durham County was about $11.5 million. Well, since then, we've started getting the Wave 2 settlements and those projections and those estimates, and now we're getting quite a bit more money, almost $21 million, $20,958,139. This is a projection. It is an estimate. You can see the projected amounts on the right side there. That's what we are expecting to get in all of those years at this time. I will point out, I sent an email to the board no more than a month ago, and I said that with the Wave 2 monies that have come in, our new projection is, I think it was $21,032,000. That's not the same figure that's on this chart now. This chart is probably going to be ever-changing. It's an estimate, it's projection, but it will change time and time and time again. So at this time, we're looking at about $20.9 million over 18 years, or 16 more years. What have we done? We've gotten some requests from the community about our spending plans, and my understanding is that the online portals that we're seeing now, that was last updated in January of 2024. So it's not reflecting what we have done this year, what has been approved this year by the board. 3 of those things: public health harm reduction, community linkages to care, and the opioid settlement manager position. All 3 of those have been fully approved, have been uploaded to the portal, and are good to go, and we're spending money on that. It just hasn't been updated it's only a routine update online. It's not showing yet. It will be showing in July when they do a new update. And I believe the next few slides, nope, got one more. All right, so here's the draft fiscal year 24-25 budget. And again, this is not general fund, it's the special revenue fund for opioids. I will say that I had a meeting not too long ago with some representatives from NCACC opioid. And they mentioned that they hope the other counties take as comprehensive an approach as Durham County is doing. So some other counties got started before us. I'll agree to that. But the programs on this screen excite the community members and other stakeholders. So we're getting started now and in a good way. Our single best resource for opioid funding retired last summer. So there's been a huge learning curve with this program. And actually, Kristen and I were talking a few months back. And after these workshops and these educations and talking to a number of different people, we're like, we finally get it now. We finally get it. We finally understand. So we're there. So here are some things in the draft budget. Public health harm, and a lot of it's continuation of what we've already done. Public health harm reduction, community linkages to care, and we've got some slides after this that explain these programs in a little more detail. Opioid settlement manager position, the sheriff's office medical director, that is part of that's earmarked for opioid funding. Community paramedics, 2 of those positions. Then I've got an asterisk beside the NC Harm Reduction Coalition drug checking program. That is the FTIR spectrometer. I've got a slide for that too. The reason I have an asterisk beside it now is because we are trying to better understand how that would work, working with our attorney to understand any risks that would be involved. But that is something that we are earmarking next year for opioid funding. You can see there's a bit more of startup cost in the first year, $330,000, $193,000 recurring once we start that program. The total projected spending plan for next year with these programs in place, $1.678 million. Now there is a practice I heard from NCACC. There's a really good practice where some counties are stabilizing the revenue. Because if you think back to that chart that I showed you with the funding that Durham County is going to receive over the 18 years, it's a predictable amount, but it is far from consistent. For example, this year, we were scheduled to receive $3.1 million. In the last 2-3 years of the program, we're getting $500,000, $600,000. So there's a great deal of variation in the amount of revenue that we're going to get. So one practice is to stabilize that revenue, basically average it out. Take our $21 million, divide it by the remaining 16 years that we have, and that gives you a stabilized revenue, an average revenue of $1.3 million annually. So we've got $3 million this year. Don't spend all that. It's going to help us in the future years, the ending years of the program. The other approach is that when there's a structure fire, you don't want the firefighters to show up with a water gun. This is an exaggerated analogy, but you don't want the firefighters to show up with a water gun and put out your house fire. You want them to show up with a huge fire truck, access to a hydrant. So there also is this approach where we know there's a problem, we've got money, we know that we can save lives, so maybe we do more on the front end, knowing that those programs, those fundings won't last as long throughout the program. So there are 2 different options there. What we have here is basically a stabilizing of revenue. The $1.6 million. If you take out the one-time startup cost for the FTR spectrometer program, the drug checking program, it's basically a stabilized revenue approach.
And ACM Brinson, this is not that because I don't want to open up questions. You said you're going to have a slide about most of it. Okay, so I can table my question till we get there. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the opioid funding, it is very restricted. It is a very detailed process. There are lots of things that we can do. A couple of things on here, and these weren't necessarily pitched to me, but there are opportunities that we have. Youth Home Diversion Coordinator. That also would qualify for funding of opioids. Community paramedic case manager position. That also would qualify. So there's lots of opportunities, and I also want to point out here, we have a full budget for fiscal year 24-25. And honestly, we could fill it up even more with just county programs. This is before doing any kind of RFA process, RFP process for community nonprofits. So the money goes quickly, The approval process, very quickly, the governing body has to approve a spending authorization form. That's one of the two steps. And that's a template that's given to us. We have to identify the strategy, identify the funding source, detail the program. That goes before the board, voted on. We send it to Core NC. When I say Core NC, it's basically a partnership of all the different agencies up here. Department of Justice, Health and Human Services, NCACC, and UNC. All of those agencies work together to help guide counties and local governments through this program. The second part of that program is that local governments have to comply with budgeting and finance laws, which basically means creating the spending authority. So there are a few ways we can do that. This past year, I should say this current year that we're in, we brought before the board a number of mid-year budget ordinance amendments. It wasn't passed as kind of going into option B there. It wasn't passed as part of the initial budget process. So we had to go back to the board and create that spending authority and do mid-year budget ordinance amendments. That's one of the options. The other one, as I mentioned, you can adopt it as part of the annual budget process. And then if you need to, if something else comes up mid-year, whenever it may come up, you can always go back and do a mid-year budget ordinance amendment again. The other option is to include these programs, these services as part of the capital project ordinance. That's not recommended by NCACC. It's not recommended by us at this time. But those are your three big options with the approval process. Okay. Next few slides, I'm going to pass off to my colleague here, harm reduction, community linkages to care, and the opioid settlement manager position.
Good morning, board, and to our county manager. So in public health, we have been doing this harm reduction work all along. But whenever the opioid funding came, we decided, because we have health educators, but we needed a dedicated person because, as you all know, this work is very hard. And our health educators, they are out in our community, but we needed one who was going to be specifically for opioids. And with this position, they're able to order supplies because it's an issue. And we're looking to buy, or we have two Narcan machines, vending machines, but we're looking to purchase another one. And this Narcan, the last Narcan machine, vending machine, we're looking to actually place that vending machine within our libraries. And we're looking more so to the Bragtown library because we've used our GIS mapping, and we use our population health division. They actually mapped where our opioids higher usage is, and we've noticed that it was around that area. And people go into our libraries, so why not put the vending machine in the library? And also, we've worked with our risk management, so we're working across the county. We work with our risk management to actually, in the AEDs, to put Narcan in there, because there has been some overdoses in our library, and all of our library staff, they are, from my knowledge, they are trained in how to use Narcan. So we've also purchased Narcan for our pharmacy, because people do come into our pharmacy and they ask for Narcan. And our pharmacist in the health department, she is very knowledgeable. She gets information that we can use so that we're seeing where are, folks really living and who have this disorder, because it is a disorder. And we're actually partnering with our health education team and our CBOs to go out into the neighborhood and not just pass out Narcan, but to actually educate. Because we can pass it out, but if people don't know how to use it, it's non and void, right? And also, we're not just educating folks who may have the issue, but we're educating family members, because they know who's using drugs, and sometimes it's the family members that's actually finding their loved ones who are either, deceased, or they're able to get them some help. So we're educating as well. And then, as you know, the state has really cut funding. And so our Safe Syringe program, they, Harm NC, they were actually able to provide us some clean needles, but with that program ending with the state, they're no longer funding that program for us to get those supplies. We're using our funding to purchase these safe syringes. We know that folks are using syringes, but why not? We're not enabling them, but we're actually helping them not to come in contact with HIV or hepatitis C. So it's a two-part, and I know people have different opinions, but if we can help the community, that's what we're here for, is to help our community. And then with this money, we also want to partner and actually have contractors, and we will use or work with our CBOs, because public health can't do everything and we can't do everything, and that's why our hands are even stronger whenever we reach out across the county. Okay, so our next is Linkage to Care. Linkage to Care is already in existence. And with our Linkage to Care program, these are boots on the ground. These are folks who have lived experience, because you can't tell someone who is going through this opioid use disorder, if you can't tell them how to do things or even suggest things if you've never gone through it yourself. So what we're doing with this program is we have people who have lived experiences, we have peer educators, and they are actually on boots on the ground talking to our community, and they're actually encouraging them to seek help, and they tell their stories, and the person may not enter care the first day, but if we keep going back and going back, even if we get one person into care, that's a success for us. So we do use evidence-based care, and because that's what the state asks us to use, is evidence-based, because they know these programs work. So with our Linkage to Care, like I stated before, they go out into the community. They actually talk to the individuals and help them during their crisis. So even if it's late at night, sometimes we're going home, but we have our community there. Our community partners, they are out at all time of night, because people, they're not out there just 8 to 5. They're out there in the afternoon, so we have to have someone to help. And these stakeholders, they're able to go in, assist the individuals, get them into some type of recovery program if they're willing to go. So, and also with our Linkage to Care, they look at the overdoses visits within the hospital, and they actually go in and try to figure out how can we reduce the overdoses, how can we reduce the fatalities that we're seeing here in Durham County. And the only way we could do that is to continue to have individuals who have lived experience go out and just really talk and tell their story. Because sometimes if we're hearing someone tell their story, that will allow someone to know that there is hope. And so that's what we're trying to do with our Linkage to Care program, and it also addresses our social determinants of health. And I know you've heard social determinants of health. We talk about it all the time, but when you're seeing someone who has a substance abuse disorder, there's other issues that led them to this disorder. And so that's what we're here for, is to try to get to the root cause. And once we can get to the root cause, because if it's housing, you're going to do what you need to do in order to get housing. So if we can address those issues, then maybe we can help them to move past this substance abuse. So that's our Linkage to Care program. And just to tie it all together, the opioid manager, This position, I've been working this position along with my colleagues, and it is hard. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's a lot. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of just trying to make sure we are efficient and making sure that our dollars are spent where they need to be spent. And where they need to be spent is in our communities, you know. So being able to just really facilitate this program is taking a lot. There's a lot of paperwork, but also there's a lot of compassion that goes behind this position. And we need someone in this position, because the position is posted, thank you, HR. We need someone in this position who is not only qualified, but has a passion. And although we're going to hire somebody for this position, I'm not going to leave them because it is a lot of work. But I just can't do it all, and my colleagues, they can't do it all. So we need this position to write grants, because although, like ACM Brinson stated, we had this funding for 18 years, but it's going to take more funding to continue this work. It doesn't just stop after 18 years. And we're going to always have people who have a disorder, who have the substance abuse disorder. So we're going to need this position, and with this position, they're going to be able to write grants. So that's not only bringing in new monies to the county, and it's not just for public health, but we may be able to write grants for the sheriff department or for Bull City United. Who knows? We'll be able to write these grants. And I call Bull City United because whenever we go out for outreach, they're there. They help us. They know the community. And then a lot of times your community allow you to come in because it's somebody that you know. And we usually call them gatekeepers. And if that community know the gatekeeper and they know that this person states that, hey, they're cool, they're going to allow us to come in. They're going to allow us to do the education, because you just can't go into someone's community and they don't know you. They're not going to allow us in. So we're able to work with Bull City United, and our vision is to really get out of the walls of the health department, get out of the walls of the sheriff department and the justice department, and go into the community where the people are and begin to really help and see the effects of this opioid money being utilized in the manner that it should be utilized. And as ACM Brinson stated, there is a lot of constraints to this money. And this opioid manager, they're going to have to know, the rules and regulations that go along with it, because if we don't spend the money correctly, then, of course, we will have to pay that money back. And Court NC will not pay for the interventions that we're choosing. So that's why we need this position, and they need to be knowledgeable. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And not just knowledgeable, but they need to have a passion for the community and have a passion for this work. So we're very careful, and as I stated up here, meaningful. They have to have a meaningful impact in what's going on, because it's not just Durham County, but it's all over the United States. But Durham County is being hit very hard with opioids. Thank you.
I only have one slide, so I don't need that. Madam Commissioners, Dr. Swell, thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about why we would really benefit from 2 additional community paramedics. We've been doing post-overdose response almost since our program started. We started in 2017. We started doing post-overdose response in March of 2018. And one of the challenges that we've had, because of having one person working every day doing this work, is sometimes we have trouble finding people. One of the best opportunities to connect with people who've overdosed, people who are experiencing an opioid emergency, is to do it at the time of the overdose. Well, in Durham County, the majority of our overdoses occur between 11 a.m. and 1 a.m., so that 14-hour window there, with most of those being between 3 p.m. and 11 p.m. Well, currently our community paramedics work 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That means after 7 at night, we don't have a community paramedic to go out and respond to are patients who've overdosed who are or experiencing an opioid emergency. They may not have actually overdosed, but they're still suffering some effects from an opioid. We would be able to, with 2 additional people, we'd be able to add that extra coverage to make sure that we can have that benefit at later hours of the day. We also are currently, we started a year ago, thanks to some grants that we were able to get, we started doing medication for opioid use disorder in the field where we can actually get someone started on treatment. Again, being able to, well, majority of the ones that we have inducted are during the daytime when our community paramedics are working. By adding more people to cover those extra hours, we would be able to reach people during the time when most of our citizens are overdosing and hopefully get that medication to those people at a more appropriate time. So there's a lot of benefits. And looking back, I was making some notes when AC and Brinson was showing what the surveys had said, the evidence-based addiction treatment and recovery support services as being 2 of the main areas that people approved of that they wanted to see us cover with our opioid funding. And the medication for opioid use disorder is an evidence-based addiction treatment. Providing Narcan kits for harm reduction is evidence-based addiction treatment. And as part of what we do, we refer people to community-based recovery support services as well. So that is also a part of what the community has already stated that they want. Though you see that we've got some awards. I'm always embarrassed. I shouldn't be embarrassed, but yeah, I don't do this for the awards, right? We don't do this work for the awards, but we've got the awards because of the work that we've been doing with our opioid response. And we want to be able to do more. We want to be able to reach more people. Because, as you say, 61% of what we do is opioid related. So being able to have this extra people is going to help us to be able to increase the amount of services that we can provide and to be able to reach more people to do that.
All right, so 61% of all the responses are opioid related, and they don't even cover the full peak period for when opioid overdoses occur. So once we start covering that new shift, you can imagine that's going to be closer to 100%. You can also see how nicely all of these programs that we're already doing or planning to do next year, they tie nicely back into the community input sessions and what the community wanted to see. Okay. All right. The M18 Medical Director, Durham County Sheriff's Office. I took these bullets from last year's budget workshop where Sheriff Burke had presented this. Basically, a few things with the medical director sheriff's office here. It would manage the medical contract and ensure compliance at every level. It would manage all programs related to opioid treatment and medication-assisted treatment. The last thing is direct and indirect supervision of all staff involved in these functions at the detention facility. So that position also is earmarked for opioid funding. And then the NC Harm Reduction Coalition drug checking program. I heard about this last summer. Ms. Palmer presented it. Really, really exciting. Heard from a number of commissioners who are really excited about this program. And we very much have wanted to get it started ourselves as well. One of the first things I did in the fall when I started getting my feet wet with the opioid settlement funds is to try to find this machine. Google it. 28 million results when you Google FTIR spectrometer. Like, oh my goodness. So lots of different calibrations, lots of different models, lots of different machines. So reached out to NC Harm Reduction Coalition, had a meeting with them. They're like, we know exactly what you need. So that was very comforting to hear. Basically, we're still working out the details of this program. It is earmarked for next year. Still working out a lot of details with this. But basically, the funding, as is earmarked, we would purchase through a grant to a coalition, the FTIR spectrometer. I believe that's about $40,000, give or take a little bit. Also, you've got the spectrometer doesn't just fit in a backpack, can't just walk it around. So part of the other funding, the one-time cost that's driving this up the first year, would be purchasing through a grant of a mobile medical unit to house the spectrometer and provide for the wraparound harm reduction outreach. So the machine would go into this van of some sort, a properly equipped van, and it would be mobilized into the community. And then you'd have trained technicians that would be able to check the substances for fentanyl, xylazine, whatever is in the substance, check the sample, and provide that communication back to whoever provided the sample. Last bullet here, drug checking programs have emerged as a high-impact, evidence-based strategy to prevent overdose, wounds, and other issues stemming from contaminated drug supply. It does not increase usage. Studies show that it does not increase usage. It helps on the front end because people don't understand what may be in the substances. So the basic model, as I understand it, and again, we have lots of questions, coalition staff would be mobilized into the community. The samples will be checked through the spectrometer by a trained technician. It's not just something that anyone can do. You have to be properly trained to test these samples. The substances within the sample will be identified and communicated back. The sample would not be returned. The sample will be retained. Need to find out what happens when it's not returned. And like I said, we have a lot of questions. But the samples would not be returned. And it is important. This is part of my understanding with the coalition as well. They explained to me that you don't bring everything there. You just bring a very, I don't know how small, but you bring a very small sample of the substance. And that almost any amount is enough to do the testing of what's in the substance. Very small. I would hope so. I would hope so, yes. But this is a very exciting program. This is something that NCACC is excited about, Coalition's excited about. I know commissioners, myself, we're all excited about this. It'd be the first of its kind in our state as far as I understand it. There's a program at UNC, you have to send it off to UNC. But as far as mobilizing in the community, taking care of our community, this would be the first of its kind. We'd be leading the way. All right, so our path forward. First and foremost, hiring of the opioid settlement manager. We'll be extremely happy when that position is filled. We really enjoy the work. Kristen and I talk a lot, but we will be the two happiest people in the room when this position is filled. It's a lot to absorb. I have a great deal of respect for DCM Hager and the ARPA process after doing this. Developing a structure. I mentioned we have an internal work group. A lot of different department representatives, deputy directors, directors serve on that internal work group. Long term, looking to develop an advisory board of people that, I think as Ms. Palmer mentioned last year, people that aren't getting funding that would help evaluate requests that we get in. What we're doing today is great for today, and it may be great for tomorrow, but we just don't know. There may be, xylazine has just emerged here recently, so things in this field change routinely and often. So we need this advisory board of community members to help us maintain the gaps, the new gaps that may exist, and to help evaluate county programs that we want to fund, and if we want to extend it out to community nonprofits as well. That's a long-term goal. I say long-term, hoping within the next year, getting this advisory board established and set up. And then kind of going along with that, developing a scorecard so that it's a very objective process to evaluate department proposals, community proposals, whatever it may be. Having an objective process. I think that's a best practice. Additional resources, there's just a few here. There are a lot in reality. County Manager's Office, departmental webpage, we have a tab dedicated to the opioid settlement. There is some background information on the settlement. There's a lot of different presentations and links to other resources. We also, in working with our PIO office, we have a new news tab. Right now, what's on the news tab is basically an update that I provided to the board and some other community members, just so that everyone is aware of where we are, what we're doing, and they can be pointed to that page for any news updates. NCACC Opioid Settlement Team had a number of meetings with that team. They're always a great resource. And then ncopioidsettlement.org, lots of resources on there as well. In addition to More Powerful NC, that's another resource. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions the board may have.
Thank you, as always, for bringing us these really creative opportunities, and also, bringing forth individuals that work with you on your team. Ladies, thank you all so much for what you have done. I did have two. I'm looking. Okay, so I'll throw mine out, and then I will throw them to the board. Captain, is it Tripp? Yes. Okay, I wanted to make sure I got the rank right. So, Captain Tripp, could you I did not hear the hours that you gave a second ago, to 11 to 1 p.m. I missed one. Could you give those again about the overdoses, the timetable?
Sure. The majority of overdoses in Durham occur between 11 a.m. and 1 a.m., with 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. being the highest frequency.
That was the one that I wanted.
Volume. No,
that's perfect. This one's going to sound random. I can appreciate you all have, looked at the data for folks coming in. It's really interesting that I just had this conversation with, I'll just say, one of the shopkeepers on Fayetteville Street, because the city's making some great investments there. But they said, well, where are you going to where's the third Narcan machine going to go? And they said, well, it needs to go in Stanford L. Warren. See, and this is where, I had to table myself, because I was like, no, that's a pet project. That's my baby. But we want to help people. So I can't sit here and say we want to put in a new one like we have it in the other ones. And that's me being very honest to the public. And I said, and I kind of sort of engaged this individual, because quite frankly, they've had some overdoses in their shop. If there have been some overdoses at the convenience store, there's a lot that goes on there. And quite frankly, without saying the name, the drugstore of choice on that street actually charges $46 for something that we have in a vending machine that's free. There was actually an overdose, and this person gave someone homeless $20 to go and get some Narcan, and they came back, they said, you owe us $26 more. They're charging $46. The other thing that we're also seeing is people charging for it, like as they're giving it out for free. So the other quick, are you seeing people charging for we know what the drugstores are going to do, which is questionable at best, but are you actually seeing on the streets folks charging for it? And is that the uptick in Bragtown as opposed to what we might see on Fayetteville? And I know you might be like, I don't know what you're talking about, Commissioner Burns. Well, but we do know folks are charging for it on the street.
So they probably are.
Yep. The mic.
I'm sorry. So, yes, the people probably are charging for it. They can come into our lobbies,
right.
And it's free, and then... Right. Because people are trying to make money.
Yeah.
So, but what I can say is with our health educator, this harm reduction health educator, they will be going into like our barbershops. And just like how we have condom distribution, now we need the Narcan distribution. So we'll be able to partner with our community partners so that if it occurs on Fayetteville Street, even if it's a business on Fayetteville Street that want us to come and become a Narcan.
I got one for you.
Thank you. Give it to me, and sure, we can make it happen.
The other quick question, 61% of the responses are for opioid related. Because I know that was a bullet. Is that for community parent? What is that? That's all calls. What is that 61% in?
Our community paramedics do more than just opioid response.
Right.
We do fall prevention. We help our EMS crews respond to behavioral health calls and things in the field. So 61% of everything that they do is opioid related.
And that's that team. Okay, making sure. I didn't know if it was all paramedics. I only have one more for the safe. I'm trying to move fast, y'all. The Safe Syringe Program. I do know that when we were talking to Alliance and some other folks about how federal funding for a safe syringe is gone. Like, we know that. There's some state funding. I like the fact that we can kind of braid some of this money into it. Do you imagine that that's going to take away from what we're doing, or is there any more money somewhere else where we might see an investment in safe syringe, or is this where we can finally grab it from?
Well, that's why we want this opioid manager
Right.
position, so that they
Okay.
can actually look for dollars, because we know that there's other grants out there, but we need a dedicated person that can look for these grants. And if it is, we would apply for it, because we're already doing it. It makes it more easier and for us to get these dollars, because we can show them the outcomes, what we're doing, how we're doing it, and now we just need the funding.
And Perfection, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about the spectrometer, because I know you and I talked about it some last week, and you even gave me some helpful context, that we only taking a little bit. Nobody can come in here and bring a bag. I do know that once a year, the Sheriff's Department does do a marijuana burn. If not twice a year, I get some, so maybe that is an option for what we can do. And I am happy that you have budgeted this out, because the Safety and Wellness Task Force came, and where is Keith? Programmatic expansion. So they said it's $25,000 for the machine. You said it was $40,000 for a car, but we don't want it to be the raggediest car. Yeah. And then we also need somebody to man this thing, fulfill this thing, ensure this thing. So that $330,000 up cost, and then $193 annually. That is really helpful context to see how we're going to pay for this thing. Who on my board has any additional questions? I was trying to do that in 4 minutes. Commissioner Carter, it is on you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for this presentation and your work, very important work. Could we look at the slide on the budget, the draft fiscal year 25 budget? The total projected spending plan, about $1.7 million. Stabilized revenue over the life of the project, $1.3 million. So does that mean we have a funding gap with the positions and programming that you've mentioned today?
We have funds in the Special Revenue Fund right now from fiscal year 22 and what we received this year.
Okay.
So we're able to fund in excess of the average stabilized revenue.
Okay.
I think
good.
Going into the year, we had about $1.5 million in the Special Revenue Fund, and you can see what we've received this year. So we've developed the spending plan based on what we have in that fund now. So that will be well covered. We have funds to cover that.
And what about the not recommended positions, the community paramedic, case manager, and the diversion coordinator, the ones not recommended?
Yeah, those are options that we have at this time if we choose to go with a spending plan that essentially stabilizes the revenue, then those would be deferred. But those are options that we're considering.
Okay. Why was I thinking there was a diversion coordinator already in the budget for the youth home? Is that something else? I was thinking, so we don't need this one?
This would be an additional one, targeted.
There'd be two. This would be...
Right. Yeah. Well, and it's not recommended.
I know, I see that.
Yeah.
But I know if it's there, that means it's a dream that we would have it, right? And so we're always trying to figure out how to have as much as we think we need.
Well, there's such a great demand for youth diversion programs.
Yes. Yes,
so
we want 0 people in our new youth home, right?
Exactly.
If possible, right. Okay. And the community linkages to care and the out in the field, onboarding, all of that can continue without the case manager? Because you're doing it, Helen.
We've been well, all of our community paramedics are trained to do case management. I had the privilege of learning that when I was getting my counseling license.
Oh, neat.
So I passed the training on to my team.
Okay.
So, yeah, they do it. It just takes time from them being able to see patients when they're having to work behind a desk. And
right. I see. Well, that makes sense. So this budget right now does include the van for the infrared drug checking machine?
It includes a van. It includes the spectrometer. It includes some training. It includes a portion of a couple position salaries, like 15% of some salaries to expand the program. I have an entire proposal from the coalition, but it is an exhaustive, that amount is exhaustive. It covers everything.
And do we have any other mobile medical unit that could be used at times in a shared sort of way? Because, or with Durham Tech, I believe there are several medical mobile units I've toured before, and just wondering how that might, would that be a possibility?
Right. I'm not aware of any. Do you?
Durham Tech does have a mobile medical van, and they currently partner with NC Harm Reduction on a couple of Wednesdays a month. Dr. Logan Adams from Duke Outpatient Clinic works with them to do MOUD and wound care and primary care for substance use patients in the field, or clients. They're not really patients at that point, but yes. But yeah, they did.
And the purchase of the van is one of those other questions. Do we purchase it as a county, or do we issue the grants and allow the coalition to purchase? We've got to work through a number of things.
You're working
but the
through
funding
all
is
that.
included with this.
Okay.
And if I may, Durham Tech's mobile medical van has run out of funding, and so that may go away.
Wow.
Right.
Oh, okay.
The grant ended.
Wow.
Hold on.
All right, thank you. I think I'm finished. I
Okay, and I did
appreciate
see
this. Thank you so
Commissioner
much.
Jacobs next, and I also want only to throw out, because we talked about this, there with the mobile vans, I imagine that 15%, or I mean, in the array of positions, some of that is also for security. I'm looking at you. Well, because
Right.
this one is not like the the tooth fairy van that we have. It's not like the optometry van that Durham Tech has. There's a certain amount of security that might need to be around this van when someone is bringing a class substance. So I think that's why I'm a little bit indifferent to this one. Might have to have a sole purpose outside of the other ones. But Commissioner Jacobs, I was just curious, but go ahead.
I wasn't going to speak about this, but what is really key about this is that this is a partnership with the North Carolina Harm Reduction Coalition. So I think legally to work it out that way, because they are the experts on how you work in the street with people. People in the coalition have lived experience, and honestly, the way that they operate, it's literally can be in the back of a car. I mean, it is, and honestly, it should not be something like a van with a big sign on it. This is about really working low barrier. You don't want to be like advertising who you are and what you are. You want to be able for it to be comfortable, for people to feel comfortable. If you come in and people know you're there, that can discreetly come over and get their drug supply tested. So I think it's very important that we actually let them take the lead on how this is implemented. It's a very different approach. And I know that that's how it doesn't have to be something very fancy. Let me just say that. But they do, it needs to be something where they can operate it in a mobile way. I just want to say, I am so proud of Durham County, and I really highly support everything that you are bringing to us in the budget. I serve now on a statewide presidential commission, one of only 8 county commissioners in the state. And when I sit in those meetings, I am just so proud of the work that we are doing. We are so far ahead. And that's why it's so easy to basically, we're not having to really start from scratch. We already have laid such a strong foundation here. But when I look at option A, because that's what we're following, because we don't need to start from scratch. Out of the 12 best practices that are detailed there, we're basically doing 11 out of 12 already here. I mean, the one that I feel like aren't directly maybe doing is number 5, which is around employment-related services. I mean, maybe you could say through our reentry programs, we could say we're doing that, but virtually we really are. I do want to go back, though, to the original things that came out of the survey and the town hall, because the one area that I do feel that we're a little bit weak on is around housing, the recovery support housing. Yes, we are going to work through justice services and really do some renovation of the transitional home we have, but we really need to do a lot more around recovery housing. And you know, Dwayne, because you were at our last Durham Joins Together meeting, we had a presentation from Jubilee Home, who is really one of our really strong providers who does no barrier, and supports medication-assisted treatment, that they are just opening a home for women. It is the first home for women in Durham who are in recovery and in transition. So I would like to see us consider just going forward, how do we really support that? You know, I know it would have to be an RFP process, but I do think we should be looking at how to support recovery housing, because as Kristen and Helen know, that with the folks that we are trying to get into treatment, whether through the community linkages to care, the post-overdose response teams, I mean, everyone's working together. You all, Helen, you refer people to community linkages to care, right? But if people don't have that housing, it is very hard for them to really continue in treatment and to be in treatment. So I do think that's a piece that we have to look at. And luckily we have providers, but I know their challenge is with the ongoing operating costs for them to keep going year over year. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And Manager,
I'll just say, that is something that we are actually looking at, and I will say ACM Brinson, he's taken the lead on that. And so looking at several options, and one was kind of innovative. I'll allow you to explain as much as you're comfortable with, but it got away from us before we could get to it.
The Durham real estate market. Yeah, we're looking to purchase an additional transition home, remodel the current one to some extent, and purchase an additional transition home. We, to the extent we've been on site visits for properties that are listed for sale that meet our criteria. But the one that we're looking at, it got swept away from us. And we're looking at making one of those, if we could get to the point of having two, making one of those a women's only transition home. So that's something we're working on as well. Very, very much at the top of our list to include that. I mean, it's one of the top 3 priorities.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so I just want to say that I do support the way that we're moving, and the idea of having the stabilized funding completely makes sense, because we don't want to start things that we don't then have the ability to continue. So having that continuity, and I know I mentioned this before, Dwayne, you've been great about coming to the Durham Joins Together meetings, but making sure that the new person who's hired, which by the way, you mentioned in our last meeting, how many people applied for this position, Dwayne? I think everyone needs to hear this. The opioid manager position.
I thought it was still open, but it's still open.
But you mentioned some huge number of people who had applied for something.
Is that harm reduction?
Well, the harm reduction coordinator.
Yeah, I think
the harm reduction position. Dennis Hamlet mentioned in the meeting. It was unbelievable. Like 45 people applied to be the harm reduction coordinator for Durham in public health. That just blew me away, that we have so many people that want to do this work. So, so anyway, I'm just very proud of, thank you all so much. And I think that, we're following the evidence-based practices. Right. We're following the plan. And I just have a question: is how will this, going back to the budget, how will this be included in our budget adoption process explicitly?
That it will be. So that's our plan moving forward, is to make it a part of the annual budget adoption process. And then if anything else comes up throughout the year, we would bring that back separately for a separate budget amendment.
Okay.
Approval.
Okay, so everything that we saw there we'll just move forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'll be included in the initial budget. We'll have to do that second step as well, though, the spending authorization. So we'll probably bring those to the board at one of the June meetings, but that's the two-part test. So it'll be included in the budget for the spending authority, and then we'll bring the spending authorizations for these programs to the board at a meeting in June.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know if, I don't want to, we are at the time, God bless y'all. I did not want to conclude without Commissioner Howerton being able to ask any questions. So if anybody knows where she is, I do want to bring that back. And if not, I just want to also throw out, I'm happy that you mentioned Jubilee Home. It's probably closed by now, but for those who don't know, their open house is this Friday. And so they will be doing a tour. So if you've not had the opportunity to see some of their great work, please look them up. I also want to reiterate to this team, if you look in other counties, in Pitt County right now, Paula Dans, who's the sheriff there, who runs the MAT, and their public health, they have not had this kind of support because in the community, this is seen as very taboo. So we do hear you. If there are any things that we can do, I know I'm speaking for myself. I feel confident I'm speaking for the board that we can do to continue to champion this work by all means. We got somebody who's on a presidential board. We got one who works in recovery and resiliency. We want to make sure it's good in the schools, and we do want to make sure that our young people have access. So please come back to us with whatever additional support we can provide. And without that being said, I think we'll go ahead and close this out. We are headed into lunch, ladies and gentlemen. AC and Brinson, did you want to leave us with any parting words?
I think we're just excited to really hit this next year running with the programs that we have, the work we've done, getting all this started in an aggressive way. It's very exciting to all of us.
Thank you all so very much. We will reconvene at 12:55 so that we might start at once. Thank you all.
There is lunch for everybody if you want to grab something. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a quorum seated and present. I do see that we have our personnel as well as our sheriffs from the Sheriff's Department. We are going to go ahead and start. Office, I'm sorry, sir. Listen, I've learned my lesson from the Sheriff's Office. We're now headed into part 2 of our budget discussions on day 2. Our clerk has uploaded the slides. Again, we do have a quorum. We thank you all for being here, being open to discuss your budget requests, and I will give the floor over to you, sir. Did we share the clicker? Okay, perfect.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Clarence Burkhead, Sheriff of Durham County. Always a privilege and an honor to come before you as a fellow elected official and talk money. And so we're here today to go over the Sheriff's Office. Let me say that again, go over the Sheriff's Office budget request for fiscal year 24-25. And as you can see, I always travel with my posse. And so you will be hearing from members of my staff at an appropriate time, and they will also be available to answer any questions should you have any at the end. I will say that this proposal is about as straightforward as you're going to see. As everything we do at the Durham County Sheriff's Office is about saving lives and making lives better for those who are in our care and custody, as well as those that we service in our communities all throughout Durham County. I'm really happy to say that this budget request that we're going to review today is pretty straightforward. There's no fluff in here. We're just trying to get back to the basic needs and equipment that we need to do our job and do it well and continue to deliver high quality service. So I will not belabor my introduction any longer. We'll go to the first slide. It's every year we try to buy vehicles, and we've been doing this as a practice with the county for years, of course. Annually, we have somewhere between 55 and 65 vehicles that qualify for replacement. That's approximately 18 to 20% of our fleet. Annually, we request 30 to 35 vehicles. So we're already behind the 8 ball, somewhere between 11 and 13%. So what that means is our vehicles run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Some of them run long trips because we also do transportation. Obviously, accidents do happen. If you're going to drive on the streets and the highways in North Carolina, you are going to have accidents. And so we have accidents that sometimes can total vehicles, and those totaled vehicles are never replaced immediately. So we basically lose those from the fleet until the next cycle. And again, we're constantly playing catch up. And if you remember, some of you were on the board in 2019, you guys actually reduced our fleet by about 17 vehicles. So we've never really caught back up. So this year we're asking for 31 SUV EcoBoost, 2 investigative vehicles, the EV hybrid vans. We actually have those, and they've already presented with some additional challenges, and specialty vehicles. And then we need the funds to upfit those vehicles, as you can see there, to the tune of $518,000, $2.2 million for vehicles. The maintenance and the repairs on these vehicles, again, that I point out, run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is quite extensive. I want to ask David Labar to explain this slide to you and give you a little insight on how much it's costing us to maintain these vehicles, to make sure that they're in good repair, not only for patrol, but for transportation. David?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. County Manager as well. Sheriff mentioned this is just a historical chart of what we've experienced over the last couple of years. As he mentioned, back in the FY 2021 budget cycle, we requested about 34 vehicles, and those vehicles were cut in half for a total of 17. And you can see where those maintenance and repair costs are illustrated here as a spike Other than that, it's pretty straightforward in terms of maintenance and repair.
We recently received notice from all of our vendors, Sport Durst, Matthews Body Shop, Hendricks Motors. All of them are having an increase between 60 and 75% labor cost. And so where an oil change would have cost you $55, $60 is now going to cost us $135, $140 for an oil change. So they're not passing any savings on to us, and obviously we want to make sure we take our vehicles to the best shops around, but they're now, it's about 2 months ago, Preston? Yes, sir. May 1st officially the prices. So May 1st, they started charging us almost 60% more than they were over the past few years. And along with that cost, we're running our own academies, as you all know, both basic law enforcement academies as well as detention academies, and we still have challenges with staffing. So I'm pushing the staff to run these academies as much as possible and quickly as possible without reducing quality. What that relates to or equates to is an increase in our uniform cost. And so that's why you see the uniform, the current budget, $85,000. We're requesting an additional $72,000 because we have to outfit the men and women who go through our academies. Our academies is not like going through one at a Durham Tech or another community college. We hire them, they go through the process, so they are Durham County Sheriff's Office employees, either on the detention side or on the law enforcement side. So we equip them with an appropriate uniform and attire to get through the academy. And right here, I'll take just a point of personal privilege to let you know we are participating in the new BLET curriculum. Has not been redesigned in over 25 years. Durham County Sheriff's Office was selected to be a pilot program. And just last week when I was in Raleigh, I was informed that we are running one of the best pilot programs in the state of North Carolina. And other agencies, including community colleges, are coming to us, talking with our instructors, making sure that they get our input on how we are successfully running this academy, which is brand new. It's nearly 900 hours, where it used to be close to 600 and a little over 600. So we're proud of that, and we're proud of the fact that we're able to do it in-house, but it does come with a cost. Next slide. Along with vehicles, obviously, comes fuel. In this slide, you see our fuel line. We're projecting $170,000 shortfall. Again, these vehicles don't stop. Fuel cost is going up. I know General Services and Motrio do a good job at trying to keep the tanks working and full of fuel, but it does come at a significant cost. On average, we're spending $48,183 a month in fuel cost. I don't anticipate that going down, so our ask is $578,484 for fuel. And again, let me just point out, we've tried to be mindful of our carbon footprint. And you may remember about 5 years ago now, at least 4, we switched to the Ford EcoBoost. We have yet to see really any significant changes. The carbon emissions are lower, but it's a hybrid vehicle, so obviously it still runs on fuel. So we don't have any aggregate numbers to show that there's a reduction in fuel costs by going to those hybrid vehicles. But again, they are reducing or producing fewer emissions. Mr. Ritter? This is we've talked about this before, SHI. This is our license for Microsoft and our Beyond Trust. Mr. Ritter is our Director of IT. I'll ask him to give you 60 seconds on what this will do for the Sheriff's Office.
Good afternoon. I'm Vincent Ritter, Director of Technology for the Sheriff's Office. So we're going to first speak on SHI, which is our Microsoft volume licenses. pretty much we can't do business without it. We are following in practice with what the IS&T is doing. We're also following practice which is best practice throughout the entire industry. So this covers all of our email, Word documents, Excel documents, anything that we do on our laptops or regular computers today is part of our volume licenses. Excuse me. Our Beyond Trust, which is a really big one that we're trying to introduce into the facility, and it's going to piggyback off of something the Sheriff just mentioned about fuel cost. With our deputies not having to come back to the agency, no matter where they are in the county, we can reach out to them when they have a problem. We can reach right into their laptop, fix whatever problem it is. They don't have to come back to us. They can keep working. They stay out in the field where they are. So not only are we reducing fuel cost, we are reducing mileage that is put on the vehicles, and we're also reducing any time that they have to come off the streets. So the more time we can keep them out there doing their job, the safer everyone can be. And again, we're saving money by not having them come back downtown, then going back out to whatever the farthest parts of the county they were in.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. It goes without saying that technology continues to evolve and be a very integral part of law enforcement, and we want to use technology to its fullest, from email to keeping our deputies in the field, as Mr. Ritter just articulated. The next priority is protective vest. You heard some of our stories the other night from 3 of our detention office employees, our officers there. We've never had a protective vest in our facility. We are seeing an increase in assaults on detention officers, an increase in assaults on detainees, inmate on inmate. And we are continuing to find shanks or homemade weapons or fashioned weapons inside the facility. Captain Ellaby is going to pass some of these around so you can take a close-up look at these instruments. These instruments are designed by the detainees to inflict as much pain and injury as possible. We started having this conversation about a year ago that it would be really wonderful for us to equip our officers with vests to make them as safe as we possibly can. So just like we do our deputies, and on the other side of the slide you see the deputy sheriff's ballistic vest. The vest that we're trying to go to now, we're requesting an increase in ballistic protection because we are seeing an increase in firepower on our streets. Individuals where used to you'd run into a 9mm or a 45 or a 38 standard issued handgun on the street in the commission of a crime, we're now seeing Glock 40s, AR-15s, rifle rounds, and we're encountering these weapons with great regularity. And so we are asking also to increase the ballistic vests, which need to be replaced every 5 years for our deputies, and get new vests, first time ever, for our detention officers. Captain Ellaby?
As Sheriff said, weapons are innate to our facility, to all confinement facilities. The weapons that you see passed around, you notice one of them was kind of small. That's what we typically were accustomed to in the past. But as Sheriff was saying about the weapons and what's available to people now are increasing. The detainees are now looking for new sources of weapons, and those weapons now, like you heard on Tuesday, our officers may not make it home. So weapons in the facility are present for either self-preservation or intimidation. Both of those require our staff to respond, and we're at risk.
Thank you, Captain Ellaby. So we're requesting 175 vests for our detention officers and 230 replacement vests for our deputies. If you have any questions, Major Cody will be available at the end to answer any questions about the ballistic vest for LEOs. Next slide, please. Part of running a detention center is being able to feed and care for the individuals there. We are continuing to see an increase in our food cost. Our current contract is $800,000. We're requesting 1.3 based on their calculations that they've given us. And we've had a good relationship with Aramark, but we are also exploring other opportunities. The reason I'm exploring other opportunities is I'm really trying to get away from food that cannot be identified. Right now, Aramark has admitted that they use, as most vendors, mechanically processed meats, soy products, and I really think our detainees deserve much more, as I'm sure you will agree. So we are researching the vendors out there who can really put a quality product on the trays for the men and women who are housed in the Durham County Detention Center. And as of this morning, that was 420. That number, unfortunately, continues to rise here of late. But nonetheless, we want to make sure we give them nutritious meals, quality food, and also provide them with snacks because they're there. And I know sometimes after I have my dinner, I get a little hungry. I crave a snack in the evening, and so we're trying to work out that as well, while certainly continuing to be fiscally responsible. But again, this is something I think is absolutely necessary, and we have heard from our detainees that if they get hungry, they get angry. They get angry, they act out, and we don't want them. So we want to keep them healthy and happy. Next slide, please. Major Cody. I'm going to call Major Cody up to talk about our weapons system.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. How we doing? All right. So firearms for the agency, we're currently experiencing that time frame in replacement cycles. So our handguns are coming up on 7 years. We typically like to replace those between the 5 and 8 year mark. The industry standard is about 5 years on those. In the shotguns, we've had our shotguns since prior to 1998, since I started here, so we're about 24 years on those. When you look at firearms specifically, you have to be mindful of, it's kind of like your car. When it's brand new, you don't have to worry about a whole lot. You don't have to worry about maintenance except for oil changes and things of that nature. And as you start to put mileage on your car, you may have a part replacement like an AC unit or a fan or something like that. Firearms are mechanical instruments much the same way. So after a period of time, either through training or usage or whatever the case may be, these mechanical instruments start to show some failures. Obviously, in this line of work, these particular items are what we would consider personal defense weapons. But in that instance, God forbid that we would ever have to use them, but in that case, we want them to be functioning properly. So we have requested and proposed a replacement for our handgun systems to improve the technology and also to have something that we can rely upon, and same for the shotguns as well.
Thank you, Major Cody. As I mentioned a moment ago, we are outgunned on the street. That's no secret, and you all know me. I don't keep secrets. These weapons are a necessary part of us doing our job, and we have to be able to meet the threat with an appropriate response. Now, what that means is we want to make sure that we keep our deputies safe, but we also want to make sure that we can deploy non-lethal or less lethal munitions if possible. But we also we recognize that in this day and time, we are seeing an increased number of threats in Durham. You all listen to the news, you hear the reports. Right now, we are on pace to surpass last year's record-setting number of shootings in Durham City, Durham County, which is unfortunate, but that's where we are today. And we talk with the Durham Police Department, we talk with city council members, we talk with our community about how we can address the gun violence, and we are working on that to address the gun violence. But at the end of the day, we know we have to be prepared to go into potential situations where gunplay is highly likely. That's the bulk of my ask, so I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to inform you on some current initiatives that we have and highlight some programs that we're doing. You all have heard and supported our education programs in the facility for years. This year, we had another young man graduate and get his GED. He is looking at some serious charges, but he never gave up on completing his education. And so we were happy to participate with our partnership, through our partnership with DPS, to allow him to finish his classes and graduate with his high school diploma. We are, and you've heard me talk about this now for about a year and a half, Project Safe Neighborhood. This is designed to address some of the gun violence that we are experiencing. I have Phil Cousin. Some of you are familiar with Phil. I think Phil had another engagement. Phil is our PSN director and works alongside Ms. Tamika Gilmer, who is our coordinator for PSN. We have a great relationship with the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Middle District to bring this program back to Durham to address gun violence, violent crime, and target violent offenders to get them off our streets, and but also identify those who are at risk to give them opportunities to turn their lives around through our partnerships and programs in the community. One, such as Hayti Reborn, whom you'll hear from next, will be a partner with us trying to save those who want to be saved. And so we're very excited about bringing Project Safe Neighborhood back. And you'll also remember that I reclassified positions to make this happen because I did not get new FTEs. So I repurposed FTEs to make room for the Project Safe Neighborhoods, 3 FTEs. Next slide, please. Electric vehicles, I've already talked about those. The vans are here. We're going to try to use those for our transportation. It's presenting some challenges, but I'm convinced that my staff will be able to figure it out. You have charging stations, location of charging stations, how we upfit these to make them safe and secure for transporting our detainees is some of the challenges that we're facing right now, but we will figure it out. And these are totally electric. And as you know, we were awarded our Triple Crown through ACA last year. Some of the members you see behind me traveled with us to D.C. to participate in the conference and the training and in the hearing where we had to go before the ACA Commission Board to talk about what we do at the Durham County Detention Center. And once again, we were granted accreditation with a perfect score of 100%, which is unheard of for a first-time reaccreditation agency. And so we're very, very excited and very proud of that. Next slide, please. You all are very familiar with our medication-assisted treatment program. Again, this is something that we highlight. We lead the state of North Carolina. I always take an opportunity to say that we were the first sheriff's office in the state of North Carolina to implement MAT, and we are still leading the way. As of April 15th, we have served over 536 individuals. And from where I'm sitting, that's 536 individual lives that we have saved. I'll give you a quick breakdown. We have 40 detainees who are on Suboxone, male and female. We have 5 that are receiving methadone through our partnerships, and we have 4 that are on naloxone, and 3 are receiving Vivitrol injections. So we also treat alcohol addiction inside our facility. We could double this number if we had our medical director on board. That was approved in the last budget cycle. We have yet to be allowed to post that. I am really hopeful that we will move forward with releasing HR to allow them to go ahead and post for the medical director, because right now we cannot go any further without having the medical director on board. And so I'm excited about hearing discussion about that and moving that forward. We're also pretty much fully automated in our detention center. So we can have remote hearings. We went through working with the state of North Carolina, AOC, our IT department, and certainly our local judges to get our courtrooms upgraded. And so even though some of the judges don't want to come and use them, they are ready. Our facility is up and running inside the detention center. Captain Manning is with us today. As you all know, Captain Manning runs the best animal control division in the state of North Carolina, he and his team. And I recently reclassed 7 individuals, seven positions to get him the help that you need because, you know, in 19 and 20 and 20 and 21, 21 and 22, I had asked for additional FTEs. So the manager and I had a conversation, and she said, well, just reclass them and move forward. And when you get to full staff, we'll have another conversation. Did I recall that correctly? Yeah. So Captain Manning, come forward and give us a brief on animal services and the great things that we're doing, and explain what the new civilian animal service technician officers will do.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. It's something I'm very, very passionate about, and I'm thankful for Sheriff Burkhead and all the assistance he's helped us. As you all know, our division is slightly different than all the other divisions within the agency. We're the only division that responds to the city and county of Durham. We're the only animal control service in this entire area. We only have one shelter that we partner with as well. To put this in perspective, I'm going to give you some tangibles, and then we'll talk about briefly some things that you can't really put a number on and what we've accomplished with this assistance. So, for example, last year alone in the fiscal year, we responded to almost 11,000 calls for service. 11,000 calls. That was with primarily 8 individuals. 8. So we're talking about, that's a tangible number. Now we're talking about the intangibles. We're also supplementing the detention service. We're supplementing patrol division. We're supplementing our own on-site rabies vaccination clinic with those 8 individuals while responding to 11,000 calls per year. It was too much. It was obviously too much. When we took over in 2012, I think the population was somewhere estimated around 100,000 less people than it is now. And we all know, we all see the booming population and growth that we have. With people come pets. So it has skyrocketed. So now let me tell you about what we've done with these. We currently have 4 animal services officers. 2 of those are already vaccinated, completely outfitted, completely field trained, and have already out there responding to calls for service. 2 of those are in the process. They're already hired, they're already outfitted, and they're in field training. One should be released in about 2 weeks, and then one is probably another month because he started a little later due to a relocation issue that he had. To put that in perspective, the estimated time of arrival for our calls last year was 20 minutes. Still pretty good. Last month, with just 2 additional people, it was cut down to 14 minutes. It's a huge difference. That's a huge advantage to the citizens of Durham. And we're still managing to provide protection and response for the city and county of Durham to some level, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And in most cases, that's far surpasses anything that's in the state of North Carolina at this point. And we hope as we continue to grow, we can continue to do that. We're having those individuals are being cross-trained to be certified rabies vaccinators so they can assist with our new administrative staff that's in the office. Last month alone, we administered 71 different rabies vaccines in that clinic, just that one clinic.
Thank you, Captain Manning. Some of you will be familiar with the term dog catcher. Back in the day, they were referred to as dog catchers. We reclassed those positions, and that equates to a savings of $48,000, where they would have been deputies. So we have to outfit them differently. So that savings of $48,000, we're proud of that. These individuals are hitting the ground running. I want to make sure you understand that when Captain Manning said that 2 of them have already been vaccinated, in order to work in animal services, you have to receive your rabies vaccinations, you have to go through classes, and you have to make sure that, again, you're afforded the proper protection when you're dealing with animals, some feral, some wild, some domestic. So we've got all of that in place. It is amazing to me when we talk about what we do at Animal Services. You would be amazed at what we do. And what some of the things he didn't mention, we build dog houses and we give away dog collars and treats and food to help those who are struggling to care for their pets. And so we do quite a bit. And we work alongside APS, as you know, whom you may have already heard from, but we work alongside them to make sure that they are able to do the job that they do at the shelter. And the last thing I want, a couple of more things, and I'll be done, and we'll take your questions. Our jail is in disrepair. You all have heard me talk about that. Last year, we had a conversation with AGM Delgado and the Mo and General Services about a maintenance contract. We've done some research, and we're really looking forward to move forward at an appropriate time to get a full-time maintenance contract hopefully within the next budget cycle to the tune of about $1.5 million. Things continue to break in our facility. Our jail is reaching the end of its life, so we're going to have to spend some money to keep the beds from falling off the wall, the windows from becoming unsealed, creating a hazard, the roof from leaking, replacing the plumbing, paying attention to the HVAC. We just finished installing new two chillers to make sure the environmental controls are intact. And we need someone to pay full-time attention to that facility to keep it up and running safe and efficiently for as long as we choose to stay in this current location. Next slide. These are some items I certainly want to make sure you are aware of as we begin to have our capital improvement, our capital conversation. I've sent this information to you a couple of weeks ago and just want to reiterate it real quick. I won't go through it in any detail, but we need radios. It's just like weapons. We need radios. We have to be able to communicate. The state of North Carolina is going to a new Viper system, a new radio system that is statewide. We are on that system now, and the new generation radios are not cheap. It's just like your cell phone. Every time you upgrade your cell phone, the cost goes up. So those are some things that we have to have to continue to do our business. And then on the right side, you see a list of things that we continue to repair or need to fix inside the detention center. So I thank you for your time, and we will pause here for questions.
Thank you so much, Sheriff Burkhead. Thank you so much to your team for coming in. And next time we will know to bring more chairs so that folks can access our microphones. I did want to open. I went first last time. We've kind of been doing a bit of a round robin here. Does anybody want to jump in first before I go? Anyone? So many questions. Oh, there we go. Okay, I have my list. I look. She didn't. You done that 3 times today. I don't overlook people. So let's start there. Number 2, I looked at her too, and I waited for her to raise a hand, and it didn't go up. So I'm going to go first. How about that? That kills all that. So first off and foremost, I have a really quick question. It's not going to be a fun one for anybody. I do appreciate you bringing up a lot of the highlights that you all have hit. We can always appreciate a graduation. I think, I highlighted non-traditional graduations, and you all admitted this young man has some serious charges, but we didn't let that be an impediment to him getting his degree. My first question, and this is because I'm looking at other presentations, and I'm thinking about past presentations that we've had. So, and I'm about to step into a hornet's nest, and I do apologize to my staff and everybody else. So I remember we had the email conversation. I get it. Y'all are using the email that we use, and we had an issue in the beginning of the year where it was given to you and it was taken back. Then I looked at that. Somebody can, if someone would go back to that slide, it says the maintenance contract was $1 million. It went, and then it came back, and I see it says 1.5 now. And then the medical director, we approved that. I don't know where that is. I'm admitting my own ignorance. I do know that DCM ACM Brinson just did a presentation about it possibly coming out of opioid settlement money, that $200,000. So I'm seeing money go back and forth and not necessarily staying where it needs, or where, I don't know. I wasn't in leadership last year, so I don't understand how it moved. Can we kind of sort of speak to that movement? And I appreciate it, because if we can pull it out of opioid settlement money and out of a fund balance, I'm here for that. But can somebody speak to some of that movement on either side?
I can start.
Yeah, go for it.
On the maintenance contract, I did include it in my recommended budget for last year, and the sheriff and his staff spoke with ACM Delgado and General Services Director to identify how they could implement that, to issue an RFP and get a maintenance contract done. And Sheriff, I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was mutually decided that it was a lot for the sheriff's team to handle at that point, and it was agreed upon that then the money would be reverted back to the county.
Okay.
Right,
Yes, Madam Manager, that is correct. To do an RFP, obviously you have to do your due diligence.
Right.
So we've spent the last year doing that due diligence.
Okay.
And so we've now identified one of two companies on the eastern seaboard, on the East Coast, that do this type of work. One that is currently operating and has been in existence for about 25, almost 30 years in Mecklenburg County, called TKC. We've had a number of conversations with them, and that's how we got to the $1.5 million. So the other company is based in Georgia. They currently operate in Fulton County, at Fulton County facility. And if you're familiar with some of the stuff that's going on in Fulton County, they would be my second choice, my way at the bottom second choice, because of some issues there. Well, clearly, over this past year, that, as the manager mentioned, my staff has done research, had conversations with a number of facilities across North Carolina. TKC is one that we would hopefully would bid for this. And that actually their contract proposal for full services, 24 hours a day, with $1.5 million. And I think our current budget is for general services is about $800,000, give or take. So not too far off. So happy to have that conversation again.
Okay, and one, thank you for the MAT numbers. I usually am able to get those from like Commissioner Jacobs, because she's really on that one. That's helpful to know that you all, I feel like you all did give us alcohol numbers last year. Thank you for letting us know about the work you all are doing with BLET, and about how other folks are looking at you all. I'm looking at my notes right now. The other question that I had, thank you for letting us know about the electric vehicles. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those charging stations, it gets a little funny, and some of the upcharges you have to do. My other one, I didn't know you all did as much with animal services, so that's helpful. And I do want to I was not able, I know some of my colleagues were there, I know some of the staff was there for the tasting. I had a doctor's appointment, but I feel like not just all departments, get criticism on what we're doing, how we're doing. And so I did want to publicly say it wasn't just us, for anybody who wasn't there. You invited some of your harshest critics from the community to come in and actually taste the food and talk to folks. And so I did want to the last thing I want to get some clarification on, because to be honest, up until we had the budget hearing, I was not as familiar with the weapons issue. I'm trying to think of another word to say other than shank and banger, but I was not as learned about some of those issues. So I would like for somebody to speak more clearly. I know you said that Major Cody could get into the ballistics, but before I do that, I know an email recently went out, and this is auxiliary to you. An email went out from the DA's office. And when I look at this 420 number, and she states that, the DA's office is now going to be closed on Friday at 12 o'clock. I know that the courthouse still runs and you all still run. I'm trying to figure out, do you see any impact on your office, especially when you all are almost full? Well, not almost full, but that 420 is a pretty high number. And now we have a DA's office that says we shutting down every Friday at 12? And do we see any impact on your office at all? And I'm asking everybody that. And I could have asked you in private, but you here, so I'm going to ask. And you can say no.
Oh, I never say no. First, let me kind of go in reverse order. I really appreciate your note taking on the things that we've highlighted here. The medical director, you may recall that we reclassed an FTE to make that position happen, to create that position. So having the opioid settlement money would certainly benefit, and we can move forward with that again, so we can continue the great work that we're doing with our MAT and expand our efforts through our MAT program. We are at 420 today in our facility. Whether or not we will see an immediate impact by the DA's office going to summer hours, I don't know that we'll see an immediate impact, but I can tell you right now that out of 420, about 350 or so of those are awaiting trial. Some of them have been sitting in my facility for almost 5.5 years. If they don't prosecute cases and we have to move folks through the system, I should not have individuals sitting in my jail for 5.5 years awaiting trial. So it may have an additional impact by reducing those hours for the summer. I can tell you this, the state of North Carolina, the Constitution says the courts shall remain open. And so therefore, we never close. Sheriff's office never closed. Durham County Courthouse never closes. We did not close during COVID. We're not going to implement any summer hours either. So we'll continue to do our job. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does, sir, and I will relinquish the rest of my time. We're somewhat ahead to my colleagues. Commissioner Jacobs has a couple.
Thank you, and that's news to me. I had not heard what you just said about
Sent out an email saying I will not work it after 12.
Well, thank you so much for this information, this presentation, all the staff that's here. First of all, I just want to say I think you're well aware that we are, unfortunately, have tremendous budget challenges this year. And not only do we have most of our departments that receive, most of the departments that receive Durham County funding, not only are they not getting their requests, they're actually experiencing cuts, some very serious cuts. So I just want to acknowledge that we're in a very difficult budget this year. And I mean, I do want to acknowledge that the manager's budget does give $845,000 in new operating funding, as well as the $2.1 million for vehicles. So I just want to give that context, and not to say that these requests are not valid, but just that it's just very, very difficult. Wondering about especially things like related to the protective gear and things like that. Are there opportunities with, we get these regular JAG grants or the burn grants. Are you anticipating some of these federal grants that you could then use for some of these purposes, some of these needs as they come up in the next year? And there's obviously other federal grants too, but just wondering about those in particular.
Not specific to the protective vest, and those are competitive grants. And we've been very fortunate that we've received JAG grants along in the past. But this one, I'm not sure. David LeVar may be able to speak to the specifics on it, but I don't think there are any grants that are currently available for protective vest. And this is an immediate need. We can't wait for another grant cycle to open up. Yeah. David?
Thank you, Sheriff. I'll just add that the JAG grant is what we use to fund our specialized teams. So we've got 7 specialized teams that we've never come to the county and asked for any additional funding. We've funded those teams for decades through these JAG grants. So that's how we keep these going. We not just provide these services locally, but we provide some of them regionally. good question, though.
Yeah, but there was the other one. I think it was the burn, or I don't remember that.
It's the same one.
Oh, it was the same one. Okay, that I know was some equipment and things like that. I remember getting funding for that. But are those related to the teams then?
They are. Another
Okay.
one is Homeland Security. It's
Okay.
equipment related.
Homeland Security. Okay. I also appreciate getting some of the data that you just kind of mentioned. I know you did a report, I think it was 2022, that was really great to the community that listed a lot of data. It would be great if we could get, and you referred to crime, like if we could get some data over the past year, crime data, the data you just talked about with the MAT program, the programs that you are running, what the participation level is. And then maybe I'm looking at the wrong place, but we used to be able to look and see who's in the detention center each day. Is that where is that available? I'm probably looking the wrong place.
Yeah, you're looking in the wrong place. It's still available. You can go on our website and search the, what's it called? Yeah. It's still on the website.
Okay, where is it on the website?
Upper left-hand corner.
Okay, because I looked. And the other was just wondering where are you at now with vacancies, and especially related to the detention center?
Major Myers, you have our current numbers?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Currently, we have 85 vacancies.
I'm sorry, currently?
85 vacancies.
85 out of?
102. Go ahead.
No, total FTE complement is 223.
Okay.
223.
I have to do the math on the percentage there. Maybe somebody could do it.
It's about 43, about 43 and a half, about 43%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's significant.
Yeah.
And let me, since you asked that question, our deputies and as Captain Manning mentioned, our animal service deputies, our investigators all pull double duty inside the detention facility and have been doing so for the past 18 months or more. Our jail staff has been working mandatory overtime for north of 7 years, even before I became the sheriff. So we're working, again, that's why we're running these academies as quick as possible to get folks in here. Our last academy graduated 10. We're set to graduate another academy in 2 weeks, with another 10. Thus you see the uniform cost. So we're working aggressively to fill these vacancies. And also, first in the state of North Carolina, I got the the Training and Standards Commission to approve a truncated course. So anyone who works inside the detention center has to be DOCC certified. So we created the course, created the curriculum alongside our partners at Department of Corrections and the Sheriff's Training and Standards Commission to get an abbreviated course for sworn law enforcement. Even a deputy who has 5 years, 10 years experience as a deputy has to be certified to work inside the detention center. My goal is to have approximately 75% of the deputies dual certified so they can work in there and relieve the pressure that our regular DO staff are doing. And so we got that approved and launched it about 6 months ago, and we've completed 2 academies with 100% pass rate, because you still have to take the state exam, the whole state exam. You don't take a truncated exam, you take the whole state exam. But again, that's a sign of us being creative and trying to fill these vacancies. Again, the jail cannot close, and so we have to staff it at an appropriate and safe level, because again, we're at 420. And you also mentioned the manager giving us $845,000. I really appreciate that, Manager Sowell. But what I appreciate most is you're not recommending any cuts. So thank you so much for that, and I want to acknowledge that.
And also, you mentioned Project Save Neighborhoods. If you do have any data, because I know that's a data, you know, you're working with, I think, UNCG on that. Was that the correct?
Yeah,
UNCG?
yeah, I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, any data you have at this point, that would be great on that.
Well, we don't have any data at this point because we're still in the formation stage.
Okay.
And so what we're doing is we're putting all the pieces together so that when we officially launch Project Safe Neighborhoods, and oh, by the way, the city of Durham, the police department, has not yet agreed to be partners with us on that, but we're going to find a workaround. So what we're doing right now is putting all the pieces together. So when we launch this initiative, we know who we're going after. We know the services that are going to be available for those who are requesting our help. And we're not just doing it sort of piecemeal. So we'll have some data for you this time next year.
Okay, great. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge Captain Manning because every time we get a complaint and it gets sent to him, he is amazing in providing the most detailed responses. And so I just really want to thank you for, your passion and conscientiousness really shines through to all of your team. Thank you. And also the fact that you've come up with an innovative way to address that. The civilian, I'm getting the name wrong, the civilian animal services officers, I think that is that's a perfect example of how do we come up with a way to solve something in a cost-effective way. So thank you.
I will yield the rest of the time to Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, and thank you so much for this presentation, and even more, thanks to the sheriff and the leadership sitting here, but also all the detention officers and the deputies out in the field, the school resource officers, special unit people, animal services. Wendy stole my acknowledgement. I have the most exposure to the animal services officers compared to any of your other officers, just because I'm the commissioner assigned to the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee. And residents complain a lot about animal issues, and our animal services officers are incredibly professional in handling that and addressing everything to the fullest. All that Wendy said is totally true. Really appreciate all of the work that you all do to help keep our community safe. It's certainly an important component to safe communities is armed law enforcement, and really appreciate your work. And I know how hard it is. I can imagine. I'm curious, from every other presentation that we've heard, we've also been given examples of spending reductions that departments have made, and so I'm just curious what spending reductions that you have made to help meet overall expenditures within this constrained budget cycle.
Oh, that's a good question. For the last 3 years, we have reclassed positions instead of asking for new positions. I just mentioned a moment ago, we saved over $48,000 by doing the reclass for the Animal Services Division. Again, we've done that 3 years in a row by not asking for new additional FTEs. And we always try to find grant funds, as Commissioner Jacobs mentioned, but we can't survive off of grant funding. But we have been very fortunate to receive a number of grants, the JAG grant, SCAP grant, et cetera, that has not cost the county any money. And then we use asset forfeiture money. David?
One other thing I was going to mention, Commissioner Carter, is training. We've really pushed back a lot of not just the routine training, but the continuing ed that we do across the agency.
Ms. Gaither is our finance director, and she does a really good job of working with David and other team members to try to find some alternative funding, and we've been very successful. But again, that's not sustainable in the long run.
And another question I have is, where do the detainees get the scary items for these weapons, especially the one that looked like a little pencil, that I'm sure would still inflict harm? I could understand, but what about some of the long metal spear, for example? Ugh.
They actually use items that are just in the facility. Sheriff spoke to the building kind of wear and tear. The long, slender one that looked like a blade or a sword was actually pulled from the windowsill. They just continue to work it over time. The long, slender one was a push broom. We have detainees work throughout the facility to help keep it clean, and they turn around and use mundane items to turn into something else.
Wow, very interesting. Oh, wow. How old is the jail? I can't remember when it was built.
The jail was constructed in 95? 90, opened in 96. Constructed in 95 and opened in 96.
Okay. Less than 50 years old, but more than 30.
Yeah, more than 30 years old, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 30, yeah.
I did just hear that our average school age is 50 years old, so it's interesting.
The schools don't operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and house 500 people. The jail does.
They house 500 more students, some 2,000, but good point. I was going to ask about Project Safe Neighborhoods when we thought we'd see results, so I appreciate your answer on that. Why is the medical director position not posted? I'm missing that. I'm sorry. Just wondered. Is that a county decision?
So it was the board's desire for the position to report to the director of public health. And so we're at an impasse of sorts.
I see.
Because we need to figure out, the sheriff feels like it would be best suited to report to him. And so we need to figure out where exactly that position will report.
And I do want to publicly state I was not in agreement with that. That is not me picking sides. That is not me choosing anybody. I just think about my own family's medical issues. You want the person that they have to report to be over there. I get it. It was a board decision, but I want to publicly state I was not in favor of that, because when it was voted on, when it was requested, when I asked questions on camera, I remember I said, are people coming in there in kidney failure? Are people coming in there with stage 5 cancer? All of those questions, because we have somebody over here. It's no different than when we were dealing with COVID. I wanted that person to report to Rod or Joe. You know what I'm saying? So I want to publicly state that was not one of mine. I would no more want to take somebody from Manager Pierce's office and make them report to you, or vice versa. So when that decision was made, Commissioner Burns was not in support of it.
How might we get beyond this impasse? How can we collaborate better on this?
Commissioner Carter, you were directing that question at me, because I'm good.
I think so.
Well, we started the medication-assisted treatment program in our facility. That's a best practice. The detainees are under my care and custody. We have an infirmary. Our healthcare provider is unable to provide us full MAT. Well, they could, I'm sorry, but it would cost us probably $600,000 or $700,000 additional dollars. So my staff has done a heck of a job implementing medication-assisted treatment. In order for us to move to the next level, according to the federal requirements in the DEA, we have to have certain measures in place: a safe, a procedure to administer the methadone, to store the methadone, et cetera, et cetera. But we also have to have a medical director that reports to the sheriff as the provider for medication-assisted treatment inside the jail for us to move to the next level. That's where we are. Those are federal requirements.
So the reporting requirement is a federal requirement?
Yes.
So it's really non-negotiable is what you're saying?
As far as I'm concerned, it's non-negotiable. As far as the federal government is concerned, it's non-negotiable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think if that's a fact, and I assume it is, then, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of room for collaboration. It just seems like it has to be a certain way. Or not. Anyway, we don't have to continue to have this public conversation right now, but we got to figure this out. So let's work together to figure it out. Does the Office of the Sheriff have a fund balance, or is that something the county holds for the sheriff?
No, I don't have a fund balance.
Okay, so that's just. Mm-hmm. And is it an assign? Do we have money assigned, to that, or?
And I will ask DCM Hager to respond directly to that, but there is not a separate fund balance that we have specifically for the sheriff.
That's correct. There is not a separate fund balance. They may have dollars that carry forward because they're restricted, as he talked about his grants, but it's a nominal amount. Yes.
You may need to give me this later, but I feel like during the year we make a lot of budget amendments where we allocate funding from fund balance to a wide assortment of need across the county. And I'm just wondering what that dollar figure might be for the sheriff's office. What throughout the year is allocated to the sheriff's office that comes from fund balance.
And I do see DCM Hager also getting up again.
We can get that information to you.
That'd be great. Thank you. So it sounds like there would be a cost savings if General Services kept the maintenance contract. It's $800,000 now, and it's going to go up to 1.5.
Well, if that's without factoring in the cost of repairs that we do on a daily basis.
Well, I guess the question would be, is there any cost savings in not having two separate, managed General Services sort of maintenance contracts? It seems like consolidating as much as possible does lead to cost savings.
The answer is yes, over the long run. Initially, it's going to cost us more, just like buying a new car. Initially, your outlay is going to be more significant, but you're going to buy a more economical vehicle. It's going to give you longer service. The goal with having a maintenance contract is to keep this 35-year-plus old building working as long as possible. Someone pays full-time attention to it. So, yes, it is a slight increase in the initial outlay and what it's costing us on an annual basis, but it will extend the life of the facility.
Okay. How about the Emergency Communication Center? I've never understood why we have two. This is just another example of where it feels like we might be able to have a cost savings as a community, is if we just had one 911 call center. Is that a topic that is one folks are having at all, trying to collaborate to figure out how we can merge some of these same services into one?
And before he answers, I will let you know that for the joint city-county meeting, we will be discussing that.
Oh, I'll just hold on.
No, I ain't saying hold. He can answer. I just wanted you to know it's coming.
I just said it's $1.8 million, and so it just, it just seemed like an area for savings. Anyway, I'd wonder what your thoughts are on that, Sheriff.
Well, I can say as this conversation, I have not been in any conversations with city officials about merging the two. That is a historical conversation that I'm aware of, but I wasn't the sheriff then, and so I don't have any knowledge of how the conversation went. So I guess I'll have to wait to the joint city-county meeting and see what shakes out.
It was a request made by someone that we found out about today, and I assumed that you knew about it. But again, I apologize. Well, I'm not going to apologize because I didn't make the request. I know who did, and my staff. It was not on them, but I do know the elected official that made the request, and I would respectfully request in the ether that person reach out to you and do their due diligence as you are also an elected official. But yes, I did want you to know that had been brought up. It's been brought up plenty of times. But I don't want to cut you off because you had a list. You had a good list. You had a great list.
And I'm finished. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, all of you.
Hold on, and we do have Commissioner Alam does have her hand up. She is with us via Zoom, and do we have the audio? All right, and we will finalize. We will end with her because we do have some other presentations.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Wonderful. Yeah, and just Heidi for clarification, I'm actually the elected official commissioner that requested that for the joint city-county, and the reason I requested it was because I've talked to the manager about it in the past, and we've talked about it a little bit at our board, and Sheriff Burkhead and I, when we had a one-on-one a while back, I had asked him just like informally about his thoughts, so I wanted to just see an update about where the conversations possibly are with the city manager for our joint city-county. But yeah, so that was me who requested it. And my other question was also asked by Commissioner Carter. It was around the medical director role of, so my understanding, as the manager mentioned, is I personally had shared my thoughts that I think that the position would be suited well under public health, being that it is a medical related position. And since the public health department does oversee also the medical health plans for the sheriff's office as well, that it would kind of fall in line with the public health department also having the medical director role for the medicated assistance treatment program. So my question was kind of in line with Heidi's of how do we move forward of, okay, we all want to get this position hired and continue this programming. So where the hesitancy is around having it in the public health director's office.
Thank you so much for that question. I think I can direct that back to Sheriff Burkhead, and I don't know if you heard the complete answer, but it looks like it might be a federal standard, and that is the reason why. And but I'll let him answer that.
Thank you, Commissioner Lum, for your question. The general statutes of North Carolina said that the public health director must approve the medical plan for any correction facility or jail. That's the extent of their involvement. They must approve and sign off on the medical plan. And so we have a great relationship with Mr. Jenkins and his staff. We've had numerous conversations about this MAT itself, but certainly the medical director, and you may recall him saying, and I'll paraphrase, I don't want it. The sheriff is doing MAT, and so it's part of our MAT program, and it just doesn't make good management sense to have a piece of it in public health and the rest of it residing inside the detention center. And again, the federal requirements, we've already satisfied all of the other federal requirements with except this one exception, which is why we can't move forward with expanding our MAT.
So is the federal requirement that the position must be housed in the sheriff's office, or it's just a federal requirement that there is a medical director?
I'll get the exact federal language for you and all of the requirements for MAT and get that to you. But this is a best practice across the country. This is not just Durham County Sheriff saying this. This is what all of my colleagues in Boston, in California, in Iowa, this is what the best practice is. This is what the DEA has handed down. But I'll get you some language.
Thank you. And if there's other counties in North Carolina specifically also that have the MAT program, to use that as a model also of how they have their medical director position housed, if they have one or are hiring one. Thank you.
Yeah, we are leading the county. We are leading the state. I think Mecklenburg County is close to having their medical director. I'm not sure. But Wake County is also in the conversation of getting their medical director. Yeah. Keisha Lovelace will answer that question.
And then we got to move on.
So Pitt County has a medical director. I believe Buncombe County. Wake County Sheriff's Office already has a medical director. I think if we take it a step back, we are the only county in the state where there's the desire to have public health managing the medical facility in the jail. Every other county, the contract, the payments, everything is housed in the medical facility, in the detention facility, because the day-to-day operations, when we're sending people to the hospital, when we have people having code blues and emergency situations, it is our chief and the command staff that you see sitting here that are dealing with those emergency situations. When we have someone pulling out the colostomy bag and bleeding out, it is them that is going in there, rendering the emergency treatment, cleaning up the medical biohazard waste. Public health pays the bills on a quarterly basis, but it's our chief who goes in, day out, weekly meeting with mental health and medical about how to treat those needs. So what you have is also a lot of that going to sheriff and then some of that coming to me as well when we're looking at those emergency transports. Federal guidelines on that last year when we were presenting the need for the medical director, we gave everyone a copy of the federal guidelines that said you needed that for MAT, but it also provides that additional service when it comes to liability. We are the ones that are doing it even when we go through medical training in BDOT, in DOCC. A lot of that is governed by, a lot of that study is dealing with medical treatment, emergency medical treatment. The medical director would have a couple of different things. One, MAT, so we can implement methadone. What our survey of our residents show that we could treat easily up to 30 or 40 more people. They prefer methadone. We can't do that till that medical director is there. Federal guidelines require that to be there on site as an OTP. But also with the increasing needs we have with our detainees from diabetes, blood pressure, stage 4 cancer, kidney dialysis and failure, and we're taking folks to the hospital multiple times a day in code blues, having that medical director on staff to help advise. So it's not us, even though they're very experienced, it's us sitting there going day to day, looking at those issues, looking at the billing, looking at folks who've been in the hospital 2-3 weeks. How do we get the person the care they need? Can we care for them in the facility, facilitating getting them transferred to safekeeping? And then when an issue does arise, unfortunately, we do have folks who may pass away in the facility. When liability does arise, the first thing that happens is the county says, if the lawsuit is filed, is that, hey, they're employees of the sheriff's office, we don't have any responsibility there. So if we're going to bear the brunt of the responsibility for any liability, for the lawsuits, and for the care on a day-to-day basis, we need the medical director there, one, if we're going to be doing methadone, but two, to provide that additional assistance as we deal with folks who are facing all kinds of comorbidities, so forth and so on. But those guidelines are there. I can get them again because we, when it comes to that, we gave that to you last year, and we can provide that again.
Thank you.
Okay, and again, Commissioner Long, did you have anything after that marvelous explanation? Because I can't see you and I can see my other colleagues.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I did want to, because I did give some extended time to this one because Commissioner, because Chair Lom is not here and present, and I did want to give her the opportunity to speak since she, took the time out of her day. I do want to end with Commissioner Jacobs with a quick question because we do have other people here waiting, and then Chef Burkhead, if you have any final thoughts that you would like to leave us with. I, for one, will just sandwich this with, this is not on his chief of staff. This is not on our chief of staff. This is not on our county manager. It's not on either one of these legal counsels. As elected officials, we have been tasked with talking with each other. There are individuals at the city council and on the school board that when we talk, there's consternation and push and pull. Like but I work with them because I want the best for all the residents in the city. I want the best for the schools. Whether they want to talk to me or not, there's sometimes I have to email them. When I'm upset with the people up here and they're upset with me, I try to talk to them in person. They don't want to talk to me, I call them on the phone, I email them because at the end of the day, I have a job to do. I implore you all, please, this is I think for 4 years, I have seen this push and pull between these two departments where somebody don't want to talk to somebody, and we 365 days later, and we haven't pushed any movement. Again, that ain't the county manager. That's not these two attorneys. That's not his chief of staff. That is elected officials not doing their doggone job. And so when people, because I hear y'all snickering saying, now machine is close to the sheriff. I ain't close to none of y'all. Because I don't see none of y'all in the hospital when I go. I don't see none of y'all in the hospital when my sister go. I'm close to the people in this community that demand that I do a job. So I'd like for other people to take that seriously too. If I have to go over to animal control, if I have to meet with the heart team, I am demanded to meet with Democrats, Republicans, DAE, the black community, the white community, the Rotary Club, every single person I try to show up for. I'm respectfully requesting that my colleagues start to do that for other duly elected officials. And that's all I got to say. Commissioner Jacobs, it's up to you with your last question. Sheriff Burkett, I'm going to give you the final word, and we're going to bring up the final presentation.
Hello. I think it would be good to have further conversation just about this topic. I don't want to give the impression that we don't have medical care in the Durham County Detention Center. We pay for, and I don't know the number, Joanne, now, for WellPath to have a clinic there. We pay for behavioral health services. We are providing, and I know you all go above and beyond because a lot falls on you, but from the comments that you just made, I just want to make it clear, we are providing health care in the jail. So I think it's important for us to continue having this conversation, but I just didn't want to give that impression that the deputies are having to do everything on their own. Because I would hope that we are making use of the health clinic that we have there and the contract with WellPath. And if we're not, some issues, and we need to know about that as well. I don't want to continue something here that we need to move on from, but I think something we may need to talk about further. Thank you.
I think it's something we need to make a decision on. Sheriff Burkhead, not talk about, make a decision on, but Sheriff Burkhead.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir. Can we go ahead and get the next presentation prepared? Y'all have a blessed day.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. It is a pleasure to be here before you again this afternoon. I was a little jealous with Sheriff Burkhead's support system, so I made a call to my office to bring in my...
They got on T-shirts.
I want to let him know he's not the only one. Yeah. First, I really just want to, thank each one of you individually as well as collectively because you're the reason that we are here today. We've had individual conversations, and you've been very supportive, and for that, I really just want to say thank you because you've made this opportunity really a reality. First, you believed in this concept. You believed that what we were building was something that was needed, and it was just not happening in the city of Durham. A one-stop shop for black and brown, underserved, and justice involved individuals where they could get complete care, support, encouragement, and it is working. It is actually working. you provided that support in so many ways. Today, we're here to reflect over the last 15 months or so that since we've received initial funding back in February of 2023, and what that has allowed us to do with the Haiti Reborn Justice movement. $2 million commitment. $2 million commitment to build a $4.5 million movement. And that's what we decided we would do. One of the things that I would say is that during some initial conversations, one of the things that we discussed was the fact that once we opened, we needed to open at scale, that we were not going to go into this halfway, that it was all the way or it would not be anyway. And that was the challenge that we had, that was the charge that we had. And that's what we actually did. So as of February 15th, we started by identifying an office area that would accommodate the needed staff, which we've did at the McKinnison Farmers Corporate Center on the Durham Chapel Hill Boulevard. We have a suite of offices there. In February, we started hiring the necessary staff. And again, we were hiring staff in order to open at scale. And understanding that we also were looking to receive additional funding from the city, and we had also received, through the assistance of the county, federal funding through Congressman Price's office of $700,000. So we fully anticipated that that first year we would have about $4.7 million. That didn't happen. But again, we were determined that we were going to move forward. After completing all of our policies, procedures, and getting prepared, we finally opened the doors sometime, I think, about June of 2023. So it took about 5 months or so to actually get us to that point. We actually had our first cohort to start at Durham Tech in July 1st of 2023. So that we were really, really pleased with that. So as far as serving the community, we've only been serving the community about 7 months, even though we've been actually operating a little over a year. And at this point, we have actually impacted the lives of 326 people that we have on record that we have served over that period of time, understanding that our goal for that first year was 150, and that was for the first year. And I said, we've done this in 7 months. What we're going to be talking about today, which I think is also important, is how those allocated $2 million were spent. More so important than how we're going to spend any additional money. I think we need to qualify the fact that we were good stewards of the initial funding that we received from the county, and this is one of the things that we want to do today. This is a quarterly financial report, and what this actually is the year-to-date report from, I think, July of last year up until the end of March of this year. So this would basically give you a total of all of the funds that have been spent. And for the ones of you didn't have, I have individually.
You did provide us a copy, though. So, yeah, everybody does have a copy at their desk, Chief Chalmers.
They have copies?
Yes.
Yeah, we actually sent, we emailed it so you could actually get individual copies of that. Although it's not included on the slide presentation, I actually have the individual reports, which includes July quarterly report, also the last 2 quarters of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024, just to see just a smaller breakdown. But pretty much this is what we're looking at. Again, with this $2 million, of course, the National Institute of Minority Economic Development served as our fiscal agent. And of that initial $2 million, $100,000 was basically went to actually manage the funds that the county awarded us to actually spend as part of this initial standing up of the organization. The next thing on this list, we start to look at actually participant support. And the participant support, what was actually allocated was, what is this, $452,000. And of course, we spent $121,000. Understanding again that for the first 5 months, we were not serving individuals in the cohort. So this is pretty much over that period of time. Also, we move next to the salaries and wages. Again, opening that scale, what we did was to sit down and to try to identify each and every position, responsibility that we would need in order to open up this organization, and once we open the door, be able to serve individuals, because we knew that once we opened the doors, they were coming. Because we recognized the need, and we recognized the fact that people were desperate and were looking for opportunities. The one thing that I want to add right here, and again, it went back to the conversations that we were having about opening that scale. And I think I don't really need to kind of explain it to you or say you to, because I think you're fully aware that these are individuals who have seen programs like this come and go. And they failed them, and once they were gone, they were in no better shape than they were before. We were determined that we were not going to be one of those organizations, and I was determined I was not going to be one of those individuals that failed individuals. And I think the collective conversations we had was that this is the way we needed to open up. Then the salaries, as we identified those positions, $548,000 was budgeted. We ended up with $672,427.82. So we went over as far as salaries and wages for our full-time employees. Also, we have contractors that $582,000 were allocated. We also went over that and came in at $730,000. We have continued to evaluate the positions, the salaries and things, and we have made some adjustments and reduced that, and I will actually cover that shortly. A lot of these are first-time expenses, to include moving expenses. As we can see, $7,950. We spent pretty much on target for that. Office space and setup, we came a little under. $88,000 allocated. We came in at $79,500. Again, setting up technology. This was a very big piece because currently we have 25 staff. And understanding, in order to get everyone equipped, all of the office, all of the electronics that were needed, all of the technology, we budgeted $75,000. We came in at $82,500. Office supplies came in and looked at $10,000 budgeted. We came in at $7,800. We don't have any costs for business costs or the network copier service plans. We have $5,000 allocated for printing. We came in at $47,899. We, of course, refrigerator, furniture, pretty much on target. Commercial paper shredder. And again, a lot of these first-time, one-time events, or it'd be a long time before we need them again. We also factored in auto expenses. One of the things that we do not have company vehicles, we do not provide vehicles for staff. We do allow them to turn in mileage if they go out into the community and do different things. They don't do it that much. As you can see, we only have $1,234.53, and they did a lot more than that, but they're just, not turning in the vouchers. The travel costs, we budgeted $2,500. We didn't do anything as far as that. Marketing and community events, $18,000. We came in at $9,899. Business insurance, again, $2,400 allocated, $1,746 spent. Professional development, we've done that even with staff. One of the things that we feel that if we are going to invest in individuals that we are serving, we also should be investing in the individuals that are going to be doing the serving, and to make certain that they receive certifications and are better able to serve the individuals that are coming through the door. So we are focused on that. We've done about a 3-day retreat where we brought everyone together. But again, just building a better support system and a better staff situation. Food and meals, we went a little bit over that, 5,500 allocated, 8759. And most of this is basically for orientations, doing our graduations and different things like that. We actually have an orientation going on today and tomorrow for our next cohort that's going to be starting next week at Durham Tech. So these are the kind of events that led to this type of overage here. And again, this first year is you start off by trying to estimate what this might look like for your first year. But the first year allows us also an opportunity to really get more in tune with what kind of costs that we're going to be actually dealing with during the course of the year, and with the type of work that we are actually doing. Bank and credit fees, very limited there, 1,000 allocated, 390 spent. No staff clothing and merchandise costs. Other expenses, we had $46,400 allocated, and we spent $40,000 there. And again, it allows us also to see what those other expenses look like. So we may, if necessary, move different categories. We were dealing with a lot of housing issues during the course of the year. Single mothers with children that didn't have anywhere to live. So we had to develop relationships with motels. We had to kind of start doing some things. We had a couple of eviction situations that we had to deal with. So we actually had to intervene to make certain that these folk were not put out on the street. So the thing that's going on is that we actually now represent the safety net for a lot of folk. Once they come through the doors and anything goes wrong in their lives, they are calling one of the care managers to get that type of support. And we've tried to step up to do that. Human resources, we allocated $40,000 with our HR. Legal retainer, we have not actually needed at this point any legal contractor. We have a couple attorneys that are basically pro bono working with us. If we need help or whatever, they are willing to step in and kind of give us the advice we need. Storage, 50,000 allocated, and security investments, we had 45.6, and we spent 39.49, and basically set up. We have panic alarms in the office. We have cameras and things like that, and based on the fact that we have the clientele that we're dealing with a lot of times, we just want to make certain that all staff would be not only feeling safe, but would be safe in the event that something happened. Overall, at the end of the day, again, the overall budget for allowable spending was $1,900,000 minus the $100,000 for the National Institute, and we came in at $1,903,707.40. So again, that is pretty much what the spending looked like for the first 13, 14 months of this year. And I'm going to just kind of pause right there because I didn't want to, even though I've got some things, if you want to ask questions now, you want to wait to the end.
We can wait to the end.
Wait to the end.
If it's the pleasure of the board.
All right.
Yeah, I see some nods, so yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay. Now, one of the things I indicated earlier is that we are constantly reviewing and taking a look at our operation, every aspect of it, to make certain that if there are needed changes to be made, we identify those and we make those changes. This represents some of the changes and things that have happened over the course of this first year to kind of let us know going into the second year what we can do to actually eliminate, reduce the budget as we move forward. These are Love and Respect is one of the organizations that we are actually contracting with for housing. As you can see, $4,800 of that was actually transferred through the federal grant. And I'm going to stop here and say that this year going into this budget, we are very, very hopeful that this board will continue to fund us at the full amount of $2 million. The city has agreed to fund us at $1 million. So we were trying to get 2, but we got 1. With the federal funding at $700,000, that takes us about 3.7 going into this year if we get all of the funding that we are needed, which actually moves us closer to where we need to be. And with some of the other things that we have going, we feel that we can make up that difference over the course of the year. So what this has done, it has allowed us to actually start to move some of these needs across not just one funding source, but 3. So as you can see here, we've already identified a $700,000 federal grant proposal, and we'll move some of these items, or at least portions of these items, over to some of those, as well as to the city funding that we receive. Some of these are actually reflected by being able to share the responsibilities. Others have been eliminated, and some have actually been put on hold. So I'll walk through there. REACH is an organization that provides biopsychosocial evaluations as well as substance abuse training for our organization. $4,100 of that has been transferred over into the federal grant. Youth summer programs, we cut that by $20,000 and actually placed that in the city budget. Director of Office Affairs position, which has been discontinued. The senior IT position will be paid by a grant this year. And actually, the individual that was in that position has not gotten another job and has moved on, and we plan to actually just kind of contract the services off. We needed that position full-time the first year because we were building our infrastructure. Now we feel that we can contract and maybe save money in that particular area. Community support positions, right now we have one position that's vacant and we are not going to be filling that. We have a care management organizer position that is vacant and we're not going to be filling that. Our care managers basically are the ones that are providing the input and the care services for the individuals. Right now, we have 3 active care managers, and each one are carrying at least 30 to 40 member caseloads, as well as other individuals that are on the inactive list. But these are active individuals that they are managing right now. And so we feel that there's still a little room for that with them. There's also a transition position, and this would be the individual that would actually work with more of the individuals who are inactive to make certain that we still maintain contact, and we're not filling that position. Workforce organizer position, we have a vacancy there, and we're not filling that. Our workforce team is one that goes out and actually secure employment opportunities. They are going in and they are working on a day-to-day basis to identify individuals that will provide opportunities. We have our care managers here. We have also a member of our workforce team here today, and this is basically what they are doing on a regular basis. So we have 2 workforce organizer positions, individuals that are working in one position that's vacant. Executive director of programs and executive director of operation, $25,000 of each of those individual salaries has been placed into the city budget. We have 4 contractors positions that actually we've eliminated $86,000 of their salaries also that's been placed into the city. Reduced budget project managers position by $12,000, reduce office supplies by $2,000, reduce business travel costs by $20,000. This is a total savings of $543,460 that we've removed from the county budget and either eliminated it or transferred and shared with other funding sources. Next.
Can I make one comment? Can you remind the board of how many positions you all actually have and then after these changes?
Yeah, we actually, currently right now, we have 25 positions. 10 of those positions are full-time positions with benefits, and 15 of those positions are contract positions. And some of that may be changing based on the IRS definition of a contractor and what is required to be a contractor. But right now, it's 25 with 15 contractors and 10 full-time employees with benefits. Okay. All right. One of the things that we're looking at this year is that based on the fact that, again, we stood the organization up at scale, and also due to the fact that a lot of the partners are in waiting, we realized that we could not serve. One of the guarantees that we made was that we would not create new programs if there were existing programs that were providing those services. So what we would do was actually work with those organizations to actually increase their capacity to serve additional individuals or to provide more services. And that's what we are doing. During the course of the year, we realized that a lot of the requests, a lot of the organizations that we were entertaining MOUs with and contractual agreements, we had to put on hold until we got some additional funding. And so we realized that the partnership capacity is going to be increasing this year because the people are in waiting. Participant apprenticeships. One of the individuals we had was going to try to get here. We've developed an apprenticeship program with Durham Technical Community College where we are actually working to engage individuals into the construction trades. We have an electrician that has actually hired 4 individuals that are basically participants. And they are actively working with him on a day-to-day basis, and we've enrolled them into the electrician program at Durham Tech. They've already finished the first quarter, and all of them passed. One of the individuals actually in the summer course, and then the rest of them will be going back into the electrician program this coming fall. We've met with Durham Tech, and what we're doing right now, we're looking at actually engaging all of their their construction career modules. And with a partnership, Candace Rashada, who works at Durham Tech, is working on the Durham Tech end to basically bring funding to support the funding that we may be able to do. So, President Buxton has basically said that he is in full support of Hayti Reborn Justice Movement and basically anything that Durham Tech can do to further the needs and support individuals that we're working with, they're going to be doing it. So this is very promising. So we see that the apprenticeship programs are going to increase. Brown Brothers Plumbing has already agreed that they'll be working with us and provide. Thank you to Stephen over here who actually got that individual to the table. And we have many others that are actually coming. So we're looking at the electrical trades, HVAC, the plumbing, even cabinet building, the courses they're asking. So, and as we are actually bringing individuals in and we are doing the intakes and we're getting them at Durham Tech, we are basically looking at these avenues. So these are some of the expected funding increases that we are looking at. Again, the educational fees and supplies, because initially we did a cost per participant analysis and found that to be somewhere about $5,012.50, I think was the figure that came up. That is growing now because more and more of the individuals once they finish the 7 weeks at Durham Tech, they want to stay in school. As we mentioned last time, we had one young lady who wanted to be a CNA. Now she's in nursing school and she's going on to be a nurse practitioner. So once they see opportunities, once they realize that these things are available, they're not stopping. And and the one thing is that, as I said earlier, they're looking at us now as that opportunity. So we realize that some of these funding increases are going to happen. Participant orientation and graduations, we plan to do more cohort bridge initiatives at Durham Tech this year. Right now, and I think that, Katina, I think we said. Hit the button to the right.
We're actually going to have a graduation on next Tuesday, and we're going to be going over into our 5th cohort starting on July 1st.
So we see that, again, the cost per participant We've actually now also have finalized the MOU with Step Up Durham, and we are actually sending individuals there to their organization, and basically, again, we are basically providing them with this financial support to actually increase their capacity to serve more individuals. So that's already in place right now. So again, we realize that we, just like you, can't be all things to all people, and we have to kind of look at the different other avenues and start to connect people with the other resources that exist in the community. So we'll continue to actually, move in that vein. The housing funds, living support, the stipends, all of these things are going out. We've actually created our own housing coalition that we've been meeting every other Wednesday to basically talk about the housing needs in Durham. We've also joined the Continuum of Care and participating with that. And again, and everybody recognizes how critical housing is, and we are just trying to come up with ways and things that we can do to actually address the need that exists in Durham, and especially with the individuals that are coming through our doors. Staff training, staff clothing, increased gap funding, fundraising and grant. We've hired a fundraiser and a grant writer that are actively involved, and then I'll touch on that as we move forward with some of the. But our grant writer is actually writing grants as we speak, and this would be an ongoing thing. So we are basically looking. I think when we initially met and we talked about 4-year support, and that sustainability was the thing that we were working to actually achieve. And we felt that in order to do that, we probably need at least 4 years, no more. So what we are doing now is putting in place initiatives and things that would actually get us to that point where we are not just depending on city and county to sustain us. So this is one of the things that we are doing, okay?
Could I stop you for 1 second, Chief? I did want to just throw out there, I know we started about 20 minutes late. I know I have a million questions, my colleagues do too, but you have 18 more slides.
I can get through it now. We're not going to have to get them all like this.
I just want to and I'm not treating you any different than anybody else. I just want to make sure we get to everything. So, this is helpful, but I did want to just throw that out there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go.
Nothing but the deepest respect for you, sir.
All right. Well, the sheriff took my time. That's what happened.
He did. He's so selfish.
That's all right. That's all right. I'll talk with him later about this. All right. Quickly, folk, again, Durham County, $2 million is what we received. We also just received a MDC grant, which is a technology for $100,000. This is going to work a lot for us. The congressional, $700,000, and also $50,000 was awarded from the city of Durham. Okay, let's go keep moving. So we got prospective grants out, and this is important. We are working now with North Carolina Central University on their targeted violence and terrorism prevention grant, which actually will address 13 to 18 years old, and I don't have to tell you how important that is going to be in our community. And also, with the Department of Labor, we're working again with Believers United for Progress, which is a local organization that has applied for a grant for $500,000. And actually, they are looking to actually deal with individuals that were previously incarcerated and actually channel them through our organization. And again, they will be paying for these individuals, so a part of that money will come to us to actually work with our bridge program. Go ahead. All right. Also, we got a fundraiser coming up. We've looking to at least net this first year $100,000. This is going to be somewhere around the fourth quarter of this year. I've already had preliminary conversation with Michael Goodman at the Goodman Foundation and asking him to take the lead on this to actually serve as our corporate partner to bring those individuals. So that partner, that corporate arm would be in place, and that's one that we really need here. Again, quickly, I think you've seen this slide before. Next. This one right here, again, talk about the apprenticeship programs, what we're doing at Durham Tech with the trades program. We're also creating a networking with the National Institute, where we're actually bringing minority business folk together to create our own networking among minority businesses and to provide them with the resources and support they need. Go ahead. Again, some of the program areas that we are working in. Keep going. Again, in-depth wraparound. These are some of the things we are doing as far as providing support. The last one is important because we've also, 7 participants have had charges dismissed or expunged based on our encounter. In the last 6 months, I've been in federal court twice testifying on behalf of our participants. And even the judge has recognized that we are doing a great job at supporting these individuals. The Federal Probation and Parole, Dr. Farrington and I met with them. They're on board. They're going to be sending their folk to us also because of again, what we're doing in the community and doing with individuals. Go ahead. All right, just some of the MOUs that we got. You can look at this later, folks. Go ahead. Again, some of the youth organizations that we're working with that we, in the community that we've supplied support to in dealing with individuals. As we know, over the holidays and this year probably again, we provided tours for 143 individuals through working with attorneys in the community. And again, that's it. And
see a little nudge. That's so much. But I do want people to be able to ask questions. I also invite people to visit. I'm not going to go first. I'm going to start. Commissioner Howerton, I see your red light on. Go for it. The floor is yours, madam. Coach. It's on. No, it's on. We just need to hear you. You good? You great.
I think I talk loud enough and folks can hear me.
Not for the public who's not here. Not for the public who's not here.
Can you hear me now? I think my voice is loud enough. All of your team here, you know, I can't even express how much joy it gives me to see the work that you're doing from day one until today. And the graduations have been extraordinary. I do have a couple of questions. You talked about the number of your staff, the positions that either went to the city, or how many positions do you no longer have at all? You pushed some of them to the city.
Right. We kind of diversified or just spread the costs out on some. And again, we have about 4 positions that were actually planned to be added to staff that we are saying not. And I think other than that, we've reduced salaries and we eliminated 1 position. That brings us to the 25 that we have right now.
And how many did you have before that?
26, I think we had. And again, we only eliminated 1 position, but actually we reduced salaries and things like that of about 6. And then we spread the responsibility, the funding responsibility out over the other 2 entities that are coming on board this year.
The other question that I have is, as far as your graduates, you know, how many of your graduates have jobs when they graduate or been able to get jobs since they graduated?
Okay. I think, Katina, you had that information, didn't you?
And y'all had a slide that kind of spoke to it.
I think we had a slide that spoke to it. We went kind of, and I'm going to try to find it right quick.
You know, sometimes people graduate, but they can't find a job.
Right, and again, what we let me find it here. Go back. Okay, go back to that one. Go back one. Okay, this is one. No, go back. Go to the next one. All right, this is one of the ones we look at right now. Employment, we got H2Go organization. We got 4 referred. We got 4 employed. We got Duke. We've got 1 employed and 3 in the process. This again, food line distributors, we got 1 in place, 3 in the process. SK Electric, we got 4 individuals. HVAC, this is actually still in school, we have 4. And again, we've got already 4 referred to the trades program in school. This does not include the ones that are working right now under care management and Do you remember?
We actually have some who actually are in continuing education classes outside of the apprenticeship. So those, they are going into peer support, community health worker, real estate courses, and other continuing education courses. Right now, I'm not sure if that number is up there, but it's a little over 20 students, and we're working with Durham Tech to make sure that we can continue that. And so after each cohort, they go through an advising, and so we advise them and get them enrolled at that time.
So are you having more participants that prefer to continue their education than get a job? Or is it?
It's going to be a little bit of both.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the ones that are coming now are want to get into the trades program. They want to get into the apprenticeships. They want to get those certifications. And that was one of the reasons we actually brought the National Institute to the table, because a lot of these folk want their own businesses. That's the reason that Stephen and the workforce team working so hard to bring the employers through the table to make certain that these opportunities are there for the individuals that want to get training and go to school. And again, we are basically sending applications to Duke on a regular basis, and we actually have our own recruiting team within HR at Duke. Wow. They're recruiting just for us. So once we put the application in, they're going to the different departments to advocate for the individuals. That's something they put in place at Duke. So again, as I'm saying, what we're doing right here has really been done over the last 6-7 months. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done, especially as it relates to recruiting employers and getting more people on board. But where we are right now, I think we're doing really, really good, especially as it relates to keeping these folk motivated by getting them into those certification classes. And with this construction trades program, this is like a 12-week course, 1 day a week for 3 hours. And I think and you come out with a certification. And so this is a great opportunity also that we are partnering with them on.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I guess the other question I have is, just to clarify, the city is doing, as far as how much the city is doing, you said 100,000?
A million.
A million.
1 million.
They're doing 1 million?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and is that, I understood that was $1 million for 3 years, or is it just for 1 year?
No, I'm thinking it's for 3 years, 1 million a year.
Okay.
That might be what I read, because I have not actually gotten out.
And MDC?
MDC is actually the technology grant that we received, and basically, again, it is actually to enhance our, technology system and getting everything on board, and also to provide training to the organization in whatever areas that we want training in.
Is that a one-time amount?
That is a one-time amount, and we're also in the process applying for an additional grant through MDC that they actually came to us and asked us to partner with them. And but again, we're actually engaged right now in a second grant. So actually, these types of funding, that's basically what we are going after right now, as many of these as we can find.
Okay. And the 700,000, will that end this year?
I think with that, I think they've extended the spending, but I think we do have about another year to spend that.
Got another year to spend it. Okay. All right. That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Who would like to go next? I've been watching Bridgerton. Who would like to go next? It's all good. I have a long list, but I'm going to go for it.
Well, I want to thank you first, Chief and team. And I've been to some of the bridge graduations and have found them to be very motivating personally and moving. Clearly, you've made a difference in the lives of those people working with the Durham Tech program. How much of the funding do you think, couldn't really tease it out of the budget, goes towards that program? Are you able to tease it out?
With the bridge program, again, we're looking at probably over the course of this year 6 cohorts. We're going to try to maximize as many of those out as possible at 15, which that'll give us 90. And again, so I'm thinking of probably at least about $450,000 to $500,000, $500,000, with just for the bridge program itself.
And so a certain amount per cohort, is it?
Yeah, we average that out, kind of like at again, 5,000 and $12.
Oh, that's right. You did say that
so
per
that's,
person.
That's 451,000, and I'm saying, and I'm thinking that's going to increase because of the post-education needs that they are, asking for right now. So I'm thinking probably we'll be looking at least about $500,000, if not more, for just the bridge program itself.
What's the participant support for? I thought that was for things like you're saying they might need wraparound support, social supports, transportation, housing. The line item in your budget that's $452,000, where you've only spent $121,000. That is, I thought participant support meant the kind of things you're talking about.
Yes, it involves. That is basically, and that's what the $452,000 that we're actually budgeted for before. That would put us right in line with what I just gave you. Again, for this first 6-7 months, we only did $121,000. So we're saying this year it will be amped up. We have processes and things in place where right now we're getting ahead of the game. So as we're saying, we've got one orientation going right now, and we got a graduation class that's getting ready to come out. So as one is coming out, another one will be going in, where before we've had some gaps. So we've kind of put system in place where now it's more fluid. And also, as I said earlier, we are contracting with Step Up. So that's another, some additional funding that's going to be going on there. Then with the other programs that we're going to be going with Durham Tech. So the participants are going to be going in a lot of different other ways other than Bridge. Bridge can only accommodate about 90 a year, and we are looking at actually serving a whole lot more folk than that.
It does concern me that the wages line item is overspent and the participant support line item is underspent. And so I don't see how you'll meet your budget for next year without, getting additional funding for participant support or for really cutting salaries and wages. And I know that you did mention some positions you were sort of retrenching, but I don't know whether it will balance out or not. Do you have a budget for the following year? This is for this year.
We
correct?
actually have a preliminary budget that we have in place, and it should be finished up and prepared. Ready for you for your viewing, and it actually goes across all three entities and we built that on $3.7 million. And so yes, we.
Okay. I believe in your model where you bring people in, you reach out, you bring people in, you provide case management services for them, you help connect them to the community resources that exist rather than being service providers yourself. It does concern me, though, that even if you count up the number of individuals that have been referred for employment, just the quick math, looking at the slides you showed us, would have been about 40 people. And so $2 million divided by 40 would be $50,000 a person. Just feels like it should be less than that, or we should have seen more people served. So that worries me, especially when we're in such a tight budget situation. So anyway, these are some thoughts I'm wrestling with, and I thank you for your presentation and the great work that you're doing. It's very expensive so far, and I know that working with people is expensive.
Yeah, and I think too, and go back, what I referenced early on. This first year we're standing up an organization. There are going to be a lot of costs associated with that, and now we have an opportunity to reevaluate and restructure, and this is what we're in the process of doing right now. And I think in the long run, it will balance out, and I think, as far as the cost analysis is concerned, it will not be as alarming I think, moving forward. But again, standing up an organization, getting adjusted, and again, building something that hasn't been built before. Sometimes, it causes these, and sometimes you make some mistakes, and then sometimes you have to go back and reevaluate and kind of right size and make corrections. And that's what we're in the process of doing.
Chief Chalmers, Director, Emeritus. There's so many things that we could call you. I'm not going to pretend that I don't have some of the consternation that was brought up by some of my colleagues. And I struggled with that, to be quite honest, because you came to us from a place of love for a community that you served, and you saw a need. You could be retired right now. You could be at home right now enjoying your family, but like me, you got tired of seeing kids get murdered. There are other nonprofits in this community that we have put millions of dollars into that in a decade have not had these outcomes. Now, I agree that they are smaller than what I would have liked, but two things. I know you were standing up a program, and you were dealing with a volatile population, or let me say, an underserved population, an over-incarcerated population, an over-stereotyped population, and quite frankly, a population that 95% of the people in this county would not endeavor to want to work with. So I recognize that it's expensive. I can tell you openly and honestly, I want to do something because I know the impact you have had. I don't know if we can do it all. And I struggle with that because if I had it in my pocket, I would give it to you. I would. And I'm only emotional because I know that there's some people in this audience who have had the opportunity to save lives and they've done nothing. They've done they literally manage a program with millions of dollars and do nothing. I want to give it to you because on the city council, and I'm going to keep saying this because I want it to exist in the public zeitgeist. I want people to know that there's a woman on the city council who said with every bit of breath and fervor in her body, she says, I'm an elected official and I can't do anything about gun violence, so I choose not to solve this issue, but I will solve homelessness. And then 30 minutes later, refused when my colleague asked her for some money for eviction. Like, we literally have people in office that watch kids die every day and they don't care. And for me, your program is not going to solve what's going on right now. It's not. It's literally not going to solve what's going on right now because people's siblings have been murdered. There's no wraparound service for that. There's no job I can give somebody when their brother's been murdered. There's no job I can give somebody when their uncle's been murdered. There's nothing you can give me if my family member is murdered. Like, there's nothing there. So I struggle. I wish I could give you everything that you're asking for because I believe like in year 2 it's going to be better, but I don't even know where I'm going to get it from. I swear to God, I don't even know where I'm going to get it from. I wish I could pull from certain departments. I wish I could call out some directors right now who need to be fired and not manage another penny. I wish we could have done what some other folks did across the street for a group of people that had absolutely no body of proof and have come back and still have no body of proof. A dashboard with no body. They have cars. They have everything. And they have not done what you have done. And they are championed by people on this board and another board. So please note it between now and then. I have a lot of questions. I want to say thank you for going out and trying to get a corporate partner. I want to say thank you. The only time I've cried sitting in this seat is when Conan Morgan died. Mm-hmm. And that was a year ago this week. Mm-hmm. And I hope that we can, what I really want, let me stay focused because I took notes because I really did struggle with your presentation today. I honestly didn't think we were going to be able to give you anything. I did not think the city was going to come through. I watched that presentation last week. I couldn't even believe that she said $1 million in her budget. I didn't know because the city did not support y'all last time. Did not support y'all at all. I'm thankful that they did this time. So I do hope that there's some way you can adjust your budget. When I don't sit in this seat, I'm asking God that I can work with you so that I can help you get the money to save these kids.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Y'all do not see these teachers showing up or these people in red and purple T-shirts, and that is not an indictment at some of these funerals. Y'all just don't see it. Y'all don't see how many bullets are in this community on the ground where the law enforcement officers can no longer tag them. They got to put their business cards beside the bullets because they done ran out of paper. And I do apologize. Thank you for bringing in Step Up Ministries. I know that our Booze Initiative is mainly focused on bioworks, and that we are trying to add an additional industry. And so I'm hopeful that you can start to work with them and we can be thoughtful about it. I do know that we're trying to add additional eviction diversion services, and maybe you can pull some money from your budget. Thank you so much. You can pull some money from your budget, and maybe we could be more supportive with our eviction diversion work. I literally am trying to figure out what additional partnership we can add to your work, so that you possibly don't have to pull so much out of your budget. You know, you said you come up with your own homelessness and housing coalition. So there's a homeless and housing coalition that the mayor is trying to develop with Councilwoman Caballero. I know that they were not supportive of it, but I don't want us to continue to reinvent the wheel. Yes. And I know that it's hard to work with people who don't believe in you and don't support you. I get it. And I know that some of the people I'm mentioning don't believe in your work and don't support you. But where we cannot duplicate any services, I hope that we can do that. The other thing I wanted to point out, I see some of the $25,000 grants to some of the grants that you've gone after doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get them. And I've done the quick math of the $2 million. And the $1 million and then the $700 from Burns. So that seems like all the money that you might be guaranteed is the money that you budgeting for. I hate to ask you this, and it's eating me up on the inside, but maybe we readjust that budget so that and I hate to ask you that when I hear, because I heard the teachers the other night. I really seriously did. I'm actually, to be in full transparency, I'm actually upset at some of the school board members that they have never come to us with some of the things that teachers brought to us. I actually am. I really seriously am, because I think we heard some things that we don't get from them, and they're supposed to be their chief advocates. And so I do hope, I'm going to give my time up. I did take some more notes. Please let us know how we can be supportive on some of the other grant processes. And I kind of lost my place, so I'm going to just give it to Commissioner Jacobs. But please know that I recognize that you're saving lives, and we are going into a very hot summer. Yes. And there are about 20 or 25 people. The only thing they want is a pound of flesh, and I don't know how we're going to fix it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, for this information, and I would love if we could get a copy of the PowerPoint as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just to piggyback on what some of the things my colleagues have said, I understand standing up a whole new initiative. It takes time and effort, and I think some of the pipelines that you're creating are very important into especially the trades. When I think about who's doing what, we've got Made in Durham who's creating pipelines into the life sciences jobs. Now we hope maybe they'll bridge into tech. And, the bridge program, the purpose that pipeline is serving, and now with the trades programming and also with support for people who want to start a business. So I think that's really critical. And we need different types of pipelines, and people are going to feel comfortable working with and connecting with other people. It would be helpful for us to get in the budget you've given us, the operating expenses are very detailed, which is great, but if we could get a breakdown for the participant support, I think you have some of it in the slides, but more information about, who are the participants, and in what way that they were supported. And if you are tracking any demographic data, whether people are justice involved, age, race, gender, that information would be really helpful.
Okay.
And then around the salary and wages and the contractors, because this, as was already been acknowledged, this budget is very personnel heavy with about $1.7 million spent on just personnel. But, we all know this from sitting up here and from our own work with county government, that is the most expensive thing, and you have to be careful about that eating up your budget. And also how you're going to be tracking that, because as you can see, you've gone over budget in those two areas. But a breakdown also of those positions and what the salaries were for those, if we could get that information. But I think that, it's just, we're asking all of this because we're in this context of really tight budget. I mean, that's just the reality. Yes. We have very limited resources right now, and everybody is having to really make do with less and do more with less. We have one of our county departments, their operating budget has been cut 20%. So that's cooperative extension. We have, just everyone was asked to make cuts 10% last year, 10% this year. So that's just the reality that we're in right now. So, I know that we will, and honestly, I really appreciate that you are focusing on grant funding now, corporate sponsors, partnerships, because I honestly didn't know that we were being asked to give ongoing, that there was an expectation for ongoing funding. So I know we'll look and see what we can do, but it's definitely going to be a challenging year for us. Just to be honest with everyone, but really value what you all are doing. Thank you.
All right, and thank you all again, and again for what you've already done. And I know, that you're going to do whatever. And I'm just thankful that you continue to believe in what it is that we are doing. And we're going to continue to do what we need to do to make a difference. Again, with your support and the community at large, we're going to make certain that we're not going to be one of those organizations that make promises and then disappear. So we're committed for the long haul. And again, thank you again for your support.
I just want to make one other statement, Stephen. I so appreciate what you just said. You're not going to be an organization that comes and goes, because our citizens in this community, our young folks, really need you. We need what you have provided in these last few months, and we all know the difficulty it is to start an organization. And this is not just some organization. You're working with some of our most difficult young people that have never had jobs before, that don't feel that this community gives a damn about their lives. So we have to give a damn. Yeah. We have to. And we thank you that you do. So my commitment has not wavered one bit, because I've seen our children dead in the street. Mm-hmm. I've seen it. I've experienced it. So to even think for 1 minute that we're not going to do everything we can to ensure that these things don't happen to as many people as we can is unconscionable for me. So I say that with all the love and support that we do everything we can, and we all know that we've got a tight budget. But some things we just have to do. We may have to do it a different way, but it's got to get done. So I say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sharon.
And I think about how would I feel if I say nothing and one of our young people do show up in the front of the newspaper. How would I feel? It wouldn't be something I'd want on my conscience. When we can stand up and say, we have an opportunity to support this young person, and we don't. So I just want to thank you. And the other question I had was about the housing situation. Or do you have a budget for housing, or how are you managing that? I know there are people that don't have housing, and you have an emergency situation. How are you handling that?
Yeah, that was one of the responsibilities for the coalition. It really is to identify all of the different emergency and transitional housing programs that we have in the city of Durham, and what we've done is brought most of those to the table. So that basically in the event that we're needed, that we go to them first. Again, we've contracted with Love and Respect, where we actually have available room there for emergency. So we always have a couple of beds at this location. We've also developed relationship with hotels that would work with us. So if in an emergency situation, we can just send a person there, and that is where those funds are used. But we try to make that very short term because it's costly over a long period of time, sometimes $80 to $100 a night. But so what we're trying to do is come up with what are the alternatives. And so what we're looking at is from emergency housing all the way to home ownership, and how we meet people where they are and put them on that continuum and start to work with them and continue. So we're bringing all of those resources of people who deal with home ownership, with the rentals. As you know, Bergman Rentals is one of our key partners, and she's providing 4 apartments for individuals at about half rent, or about a third rent, really. We're trying to transition those out and bring more in. So what we're trying to do is just kind of build our own transitional housing program. But at the same time, we realize is that it is just very critical as it relates to that. So the housing, the jobs, the education, those are the key things that we're focusing on right now. And again, this year we will be focusing on younger individuals. We're working with Durham Tech now to create a bridge program for younger populations and started getting them in. So we got a lot that's actually getting ready to happen that we're working on. We're just waiting to see what things are going to look like this year. And if we're going to be allowed to kind of make the things happen that we really know need to happen. So, we'll find a way. We'll find a way.
Thank you.
And we
so
will,
much, yeah.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Howard. And we will close out. I do want to throw it to Commissioner Jacobs for the final one. I know that because I feel like there's some things in your budget outside of just personnel. I feel like there's some additional partnerships that we might be able to aid with, so that you don't have to use as much of your budget on that one. But you can go ahead, Commissioner Jacobs. I think you brought up housing for New Hope.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you know about and are connected to places like Housing for New Hope. Mm-hmm. And then, we do coordinated entry. It's called Entry Point with Durham County. We don't want to recreate the wheel. Yeah,
and that was we agree.
And making sure that you all do get involved with the housing plan. Mm-hmm. I know Commissioner Carter is going to be our representative on that. But it'll be important that you all are a part of that whole discussion. We have the Homeless Services Advisory Committee, so plugging into those.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right.
Hopefully we can come back with something, and we look forward to seeing you all next week, and congratulations on your additional cohort.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And is it ARPA next? I'm sorry, Madam Manager.
Commissioners, the agenda has been refreshed, so their presentation is now in your agenda packet.
Thank you so much to the best clerk in the world, Master Clerk. Second term on the board of clerks. Well, I'm saying the title wrong. Okay, and we will wait. Yes, ma'am.
I think next Tuesday, don't we have two things scheduled, something from 10 to 1 and then the budget work session from 1:30 to 5? I just remember there was a conflict with the graduation. At 10?
Yes.
Yeah, so that conflicts with the bridge graduation. I just wanted to be, yeah.
I did also want to throw, did you have to leave, Commissioner Carter?
I shifted my grandmother duty to Poppy, my husband.
Okay, I was
so
just
he
making
is
sure.
babysitting now instead of me.
Because it's enough of us here for a quorum, and I want to be respectful of your time.
Greetings, Commissioners. This is going to be very short. Yes, I'm used to being on the agenda at this time of day, so I was thrown off last time in the morning time. But I primarily, the slides that I'm going through quickly are ones we talked about the last conversation. Just wanted to address one question: how much do we have available potentially in ARPA funds? And I know I'm cutting to the chase. Y'all know I do that often. So we have a balance of about $4.5 million that's not allocated. There's another category that we have in revenue replacement, which would bring it to another $1 million that we could potentially use. Conversations this morning about child care or pre-K. We did have a placeholder for pre-K, and there are a couple of ways that we could potentially use those dollars. If we were to do a partnership with an existing entity with ARPA dollars, we can do it. We can use an ILA for an organization that's a governmental entity or DPS. If we use an entity that's a nonprofit, it would have to go through a competitive bid process. And so that's why the placeholder is still there, so that if it's decided for pre-K, we go one route or the other, we have an option. And so I wanted to also clarify that particular issue. The ARPA dollars will be continue to be refined over the next 6 months. Y'all saw an exchange recently, and you see some of the efforts that we do in following up with spending, et cetera. So we imagine over the next 3 months we may have some additional balances that may become available because timing of when folks use it or their project scope changes, and that will continue until the end of fund project use. And we went through with great detail the last time our ability to make those changes and gratefulness with Treasury for changing those rules. And so we won't go through all of that today, but just know that although I'm saying right now it's 5.5, there's a possibility as we go through our reconciliations, there may be additional capacity, but that's to be expected. Or there may be less because something is higher. I always get nervous with water sewer projects, which is one on the agenda we just approved and one that's coming up on Monday. Those construction projects are often over budget. So.
Microphone, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm kidding, ma'am.
When is the deadline for them to have used it and that it would revert back?
That's a great question. We have to encumber all funds by December 31st, 2024. Most of our nonprofits that are in the community grant program, their contracts will end in 2025 in the summer. The other contracts are scheduled to end in 2026, by mid-2026, because we want to make sure we have a closeout period. The big concern prior to, I guess a month and a half ago, is that there were very finite timelines with Treasury. They now have allowed that, for instance, if a nonprofit doesn't, when we do our due diligence and we do, review of work and we determine, well, this particular project, for whatever reason, may not be moving at the pace we need for them to move or whatever, we can now shift those dollars to a different project, whereas before we didn't have that as an opportunity. But we must encumber all the funds by the end of this calendar year. But we do have a process that we can shift the funds, but there's a lot of administrative work on our side that will need to happen to make sure that window is open for us to do it. So we'll have to amend our contract so that we can have some if-then statements added to it, and those types of administrative things we'll bring forward to you.
Oh, listen, so if one slide, are you done?
I'm finished.
Listen, look, you batting 1,000 out of here. There might have been some other questions around it. I have a follow-up, but you answered one off of someone else's email. If there is no more from the board, I know we got to enter in the board discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. I promise you, I apologize. My side, there's a whole nother slide. Look, she just clicked to it. Oh, there we go. It's another slide, and then we could go to the question. Okay. Are you sure?
I did not have any. I was just trying to power it off.
That's what I thought it was another slide. Okay,
no,
perfect.
I'm just trying to power it off.
Commissioner Jacobs, go for it.
I did a recycled deck, so I just needed this one slide.
Okay, go for it.
So just to for me to understand what you're saying, because I had asked a question that I submitted on Friday, whether there's an opportunity to use, and I guess I can use the example of ARPA funding, pre-K funding, something that we're in the budget currently using general funds for, if there's an opportunity to then instead use ARPA funding, that would then free up general fund dollars to be used possibly for something else, like trying to fund the classified staff for Durham Public Schools.
And that is definitely an option, but I want us to be very clear about that option.
Yes.
Is that in order for us to do that, it would have to either be a competitive process, or we could create an ILA with DPS. And what I would need for staff to clarify is, does that mean that the funding would have to go directly to DPS if we chose that route?
Yes, that's correct. So if, for instance, and John can also clarify, there were a couple of questions about ARPA and how those dollars could be used. So I will use the word that our budget director says. Responsible budgeting is what we have to keep in the forefront, and that's what we've done throughout this whole process, is making sure whatever we fund is something that on the back end of it, we have a strategy if it's something that we want to do beyond that particular point in time. There is flexibility in lots of areas in which we can support. There was a specific question Commissioner Jacobs asked, could some of the dollars be used to address some of DPS needs? And the answer is yes. Treasury has a list of areas in categories in which we can fund, and in that category, address negative economic impacts. There are subsets of categories that address school-related areas. It's a long list, maybe about 10 different items, and supporting Title I schools, supporting and addressing school-type issues related to repair renovations, and I'm doing it from memory, but there is, and John, yeah, please do, because my memory is...
So it's actually, there are education or school-related allowable activities within both the support public health response category and the negative economic impacts category. We have the broadest discretion related to services within Title I schools. Under the Treasury guidance, we can effectively fund just about any cost related to the operation of a Title I school in our community. We have a few other items that can be provided specifically to students who are from low-income families. Things like school nutrition services, for example. They're allowable, but only to members of eligible populations if it's not at a Title I school. We can provide them to all students at a Title I school, but outside of the Title I schools, we have some flexibility to provide additional services to certain populations of students. And then within the public health response category, we have two categories, behavioral health supports and what was the second one that we had found that we had seen? Oh, COVID mitigation activities, so like HVAC updates and things like that would sanitation, those types of things. We can provide those at any of our schools because that's part of that public health response. So that's not limited to Title I schools or to lower income students. So those are kind of the tiers of options that we have. Pre-K is an option. Again, within the Title I schools, we have broad flexibility. Outside of the Title I schools, we would have to target it to some of the income categories that Dr. Chappelle was discussing earlier. But we would have to do that. If we chose not to do that with an ILA with DPS, we would have to do that through a competitive process.
Is that a one-time, would that be a one-time allocation?
All of this funding would be a one-time allocation, which is obviously the challenge and the risk with some of it.
Yeah.
But
okay, really quick. I get it, right? Like I could see the reason why I'm okay with it almost being one time, because the hope and the prayer is that once we do a tax reevaluation and you all have to do a reappraisal, you all would be able to find it elsewhere. Like I'm thinking like, I'm always trying to think like a year ahead, 2 years ahead, you probably be able to do it. I would be, and I didn't plan on having this conversation today, because if it was up to me, I would say take 100,000 of it and give it to Durham Children's Initiative for their Cradle to Career. I'm gonna always say I want $100,000 for that. Why not? I was gonna say it during the discussion, but I do want to. And there are other things I would, clearly I'm teary-eyed from the other one. There are a million other things, but I figure out where I can get some of that money from if we should make it. So my concern, which I get where you're going with it. How, if we did an ILA, and I need people to understand this, I'm not upset at the educators as a whole. There are a few in the name of Jesus, but I'm not as a whole. I'm upset with the administration and the governance who has served them poorly. That is where I'm upset. Where my struggle is, this is federal money we would give them. There's some strings attached to it, and while I wouldn't be in total disagreement with it, like I'm trying to figure out, would the federal compliance supersede state compliance? And when we gave them this money for this, they would indeed have to use it for what we gave it to them for.
So just to clarify, the ILA would be for a grant.
Right.
So we would design. In conversation with them, we would design allowable uses under the grant agreement, and we would have enforcement ability over how that is.
Allowable uses. I'm being honest. Like y'all know I don't care at this point. Like I do not think they know how to manage money well. It is not. That has nothing to do with the schools. They can't manage money worth 4 cents. I wouldn't go to the grocery store with half of them over there. Like it's just the honest to goodness truth. So the ILA would be ironclad. Yes. Save me, Claudia, because I need 1 or 2 allowances because these are folks who try to get blood from a turnip.
Well.
And spend it with their friends' nonprofits with no outcomes.
You have seen some exchanges with partners that have received this money. Our scrutiny is the same with everyone. So we would make sure that we have the same kind of controls in place. And we would make sure that the infrastructure is in place for seamless management. Because for us, it is what happens on the back end of this when it's reviewed, and that's how we look at it from the front end of it. So to your point, we understand, but we would have all the controls in place to make sure that it's seamless. We would have no choice.
Okay, this is federal money. Some of them need to be in stripes and orange after that. Just the first year, it was the chillers. They could have came to us about the chillers. The second year, it was the stoves at R. Harris. They didn't come to us about there were stoves somewhere. They were heating up kids' foods with warmers to give them botulism. The next year, it was that the elevator didn't work. This year, it is that we needed $12 million, but we only asked for 4.9. So this is not an indictment of y'all. This is me showing a consistent pattern of mismanagement. And so that's why I want to just make sure that we're doing everything that we can to make sure that the folks who most need this money get it and it's not used for something else. I know you're going to do your part. I don't believe
and I think that it's incumbent it is a partnership whenever we do this. And so we would do our part to help make sure the infrastructure is in place, which is a conversation that the board needs to have, what's needed to support overall operations so that they are seamless.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes, and I've asked, Claudia knows, and also Curtis and the manager, I've asked about and luckily we have John, who worked for the Department of Public Instruction, his knowledge, but what are the mechanisms that we can put in place, even with this budget, making sure, for instance, if we are able to figure out a way to come up with the funding for the classified staff, that we hardwire that money. So that's what I know that you will come back to us as soon as you have some recommendations on that, but I'm very interested in knowing that.
Anyone else on the board? Any inquiries? Yes, Commissioner Carter.
So thinking about the ARPA money as potential sources, a potential source of funding, it's not recurring funding, as we all know. Hopefully we're going to have a broader tax base in the future, maybe where we can get, some money, additional resources that way in the future. But maybe it would just make sense to consider the ARPA funding for all these capital needs that the teachers and the school board has mentioned. I haven't brought that up because I'm trying to keep it separate, even though it is related to the budget, and clearly here's an example of how it's related. What would you recommend we do as far as trying to blend those conversations about the school district's capital emergency needs, ARPA funding, the budget process, the capital improvement plan that we haven't talked about yet?
I would say we need to come back with a response to that. This is complex. Yeah. And part of the conversation would need to continue beyond the budget. Yeah. Although we have some immediate challenges adopting a budget, and they have pressing needs. Right. There are some, there is some flexibility. However, from a responsible budgeting perspective, we just need to make sure whatever the board decides to do, there's a clear strategy on how is it covered on the back end. The operating dollars and how those flow are I know, of highest priority, but the pressing issues with capital and repairs and renovation, they have competing high priority areas, and we have some finite dollars that we're dealing with. So we will take this and discuss with the manager and come back with some thoughts, but we've heard you. Yeah,
sort of like, I guess one question I would have is do we need to use the ARPA funding for some capital needs, and it does make more sense to use it for one-time capital needs, or not? We have LOB funding, we have other flexible sources of funding, fund balance.
And we've done all of that before. Right. So I think from the strategy, and that's from the capital side, that's a longer discussion because for instance, they do have bond dollars. that they are still working through. I know they're going to give us information on that. And so I think we do have time to have a thoughtful conversation on what makes sense and how do we blend the funding.
Except
I know
we sort of have to decide if we're going to use any of this for budget shortfalls.
That is correct. And so, I mean, we can come back with some options that, for instance, would say we would support some, I'll let the train go by, some dollars to support or address repair renovations, and then they could transfer what they have in their capital side of the budget to support operating dollars. There are a number of different scenarios that could occur.
Right.
And then later they could transfer it back.
Gotcha.
So there are some options. I think that the manager would need to help guide us through that conversation because there are complexities with it as well.
Okay.
Yes.
And then so capital aside now, focusing now on funding gaps, if ARPA funds were going to be directed for preschool expansion, Durham pre-K expansion, but we didn't want to have to do we didn't want to have to do an RFP. We wanted to go with the ILA route. It means it has to go to DPS. This is what I don't understand. If we give money directly to DPS, like we do with WITted, that money then I guess does not have to be shared with the charter schools because they don't provide pre-K? Is that why?
This is a grant.
A grant.
This was a grant, so it's totally separate funding. So this would not go through their traditional.
And is that what WITted
funding
is considered too, a grant? How is that protected?
Yeah. That is not, and I'll have to ask Keith to come back on that
and
one.
we can know later. I don't have to know today.
It is, we fund it, but it's not counted in their current expense budget.
Right. I just don't understand how. But anyway, I'm thrilled to hear it. It's really great news to know. But, okay.
I do see Commissioner Howard. I did just want to throw out also, not to prolong this, I think I was surprised at some of the things that our educators said, right? And I do think that even with COVID, Fred Davis, I think, has done a great job. I love the idea of a swing school to kind of shutting some of this construction down. But, there were, I think, 3 things there were like 10 things they brought up. I was like, oh my goodness. But there were like 3 things that they brought up, which I just don't think has made it to their desk. And it's because they're educating our children. One educator eloquently stood up and talked about how upset she was about CC Spalding, right? And what she had. But if you all would I didn't say anything because and I wanted to say something, but I wanted people to have their opportunity to say what they need to say. Less than 4 weeks ago or less than 2 months ago, we moved to $2 million for the renovation for CC Spalding. Does that make sense? So like some of these things, I think sometimes if we do a deep dive, and I think every month, I've seen renovation, playground equipment, abatement, something. And so I do think that some of these things are happening, and it's sad that it hasn't made it to them. It's sad that the school board hasn't communicated it to them. And it might be sad that I didn't interject when she said it, but I do think that there are some, and I do want capital improvements improved, but I do think that there's some options there. I think there's some lobs there that they haven't used even back before I was on the board with the bond, and I'm hopeful that they can get creative about that, or at least start to articulate to their employees, we're working on some of these things too. But that's just, and it was $2 million for CC Spalding. It was for the kitchen and the renovation of the auditorium. And she actually brought up those specific items. And I'm thinking, we just paid for that, and that poor woman didn't know it. And I felt like that was a disservice to her. But I hear you. But Commissioner Howerton, your light is on.
Thank you. So I want to ask a different question. I hear all the other conversations about the school. I just want to ask a question about the pay for essential workers. I know that we've been having conversation about employee insurance and the deductibles. Can any of that be allocated for that? Is it something that can be used for employees or retirees?
The premium pay for essential workers category unfortunately had a time.
It has a time limit on it,
and so we are past the point, I believe, where that was where that category can be used. So I don't think that that would be an option for us to look at.
From
at
the
this
last conversation, as I recall, was something extended about funds being able to be used? Am I remembering that?
There's been changes to what the definition of obligation and what can be done after December 31st of this year. But there hasn't been a change necessarily to that category. I would say that the revenue replacement funding that we do have available has some very broad available potential uses and could potentially be used from an allowable activity perspective, could potentially be used for some of that cost if that's how the board wanted to direct those funds. Obviously, all of this is just a discussion of what's allowable. You all will have the final decision as to the strategic deployment of these resources.
Yeah, I'd like for that to be in this conversation as we go forward.
And I will.
We're scheduling a time to have a specific discussion around the benefits.
Okay.
And just for this board's awareness, we are looking at the possibility of providing additional compensation either through a salary increase or a one-time bonus for those persons who are negatively impacted by the buy-up plan. Yes. So not across the board, but staff, and we're looking at options, and we'll bring that back to you all for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs.
I know Chair Alam, who's taking her son to the doctor. She had this very interesting idea of basically making available, because the issue is around the fact that people are going to either have related to their deductibles and just the expense. I'm not articulating this very well, but she said where she works, they are given these employee-funded cards that people can use specifically for medical expenses. So it would actually be tied directly to this issue, which is around the medical plan. So I don't know if that's something you all have heard from her about, but it sounded like that wasn't something else that we could look at.
It is. Yeah. It's not something we've discussed specifically, but because we have a very short time frame by which to identify solutions for this.
Okay.
We were looking at what we could do, looking at the worst case scenario and the impact that it would have on those in our lower pay bands. And so identifying who those people are and doing something specifically for those people is not to say that we couldn't look at another option, but it would have to probably be post-budget adoption.
Okay.
Thank y'all so much. I think we're going to enter into board discussion now. I don't know. I feel like we already entered into it. Right. We have. I did want to throw in. Manager, I got a million requests, but the main one that I want, I'm always keep pushing for my black boys. I'm always keep pushing for Partners Against Children. But the biggest request I have, I would, and somebody can just email this to me, the Community Intervention and Support Services Department, I'm looking at their budget. I would like a complete breakdown of the budgets for Bull City United, Project Build, and My Brother's Keeper. That's all I got.
And we have them scheduled to come before the board for discussion.
And no, I know. I just like to get it a little bit beforehand, if that's okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay, ACM Pierce gave us a thumbs up.
Or Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I sent it a long list of questions, so I don't want to really ask any of them here until I give staff a chance to answer them, but I didn't know when I would be expecting to get responses. Some of them were very general. I had a few pages of just really general questions. I'm looking at it now. Actually, I had about 5 pages. There are spaces, but I did. Anyway, I don't want to ask them now, but I just was asking when I know we have. This is like such an intense. You know, we only have 2 more budget work sessions, right? Monday and Tuesday. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I do want to make sure. I don't, like I said. Just wanted to see what the time
So
might be.
I'm going to allow Director Lane to answer, but I will tell you the questions that we have around DPS. We may not be able to get all the answers to all of those questions by Tuesday, but we are certainly working to get that information for you, and certainly they'll be back before us on, I think it's Monday, that
Yes.
DPS will be here
Can answer some of the questions.
to answer some of them.
Okay. And I mean, I'm really, you know, I don't want a bunch of PowerPoints. Like, I just want the actual data and documents themselves. I want the information. So I would assume that a lot of things that I'm asking them, they should have readily available. So I'll just say that. And then the other issue is around the CIP. When are we going to be talking about CIP?
We're doing CIP. I think we're coming for August, is when we're slated to start that discussion.
There may be a placeholder just to give the board some update about process. I think next week we did talk about, but a fuller discussion in August. It's a lot going on.
Okay.
And we attempted to kick off the CIP process in the fall, and the momentum and our realities of our current budget did not allow us to move as quickly as we'd like. And so, but we know there are many priorities of the board. So there is the intent, I think, to give some overview of what the next steps are.
Yeah.
And come back early summer so that we can go through the board's ranking and prioritization so that by the end of the fall, early winter, we have clarity on next steps.
Okay. And we have funding that is available or set aside to at least move over some things on there?
Yes, that's an open-ended question, and I'll give you an open-ended answer. Yes, we have funding. Remember, we have dedicated revenue every year, sales tax, Article 40, 42, occupancy tax, and we currently have 10.11 cents of property tax revenue dedicated for the CIP. That's what we have dedicated this year. The manager is not proposing an increase for 24-25 to that amount, but there's still 10.11 cents worth of property tax revenue, along with Article 40 and 42 sales tax revenue and occupancy tax, and a few other revenue sources compiled together to help pay for debt service and needs for the current fiscal year and estimated payouts to support DPS 2022 GEO bond funds, DTCC, the Museum of Life and Science, plus county projects. We have all that, and we will get to that, a more detailed explanation. I think the safe thing I would ask you all to focus on right now is that there is no tax rate increase related to the CIP as it now stands. Depending on the choices we make in August, where we put projects, which projects go sooner than others, what the cost of those projects are, depending on those choices can affect not the 24-25 tax rate, but very much so the 25-26, 26-27 as we look out 10 years into the future. Quite simply, the more projects you pile closer to now, the harder it is to pay for those projects without a tax rate increase. Does that make sense? If you spread projects out over 10 years, we can balance things out, but there's a lot of need. There's an animal shelter, there's the DSS building, there's a fleet facility, there's a whole host of issues that people will tell you are absolutely needed. The radio project has popped up on the radar screen as something a little more expensive and needs to be done tomorrow kind of thing than it was 6 months ago. You just saw the sheriff talk about the detention center. That's not even in the CIP. To your point, it's a 50-year building, but it's 30 years in. But it is something that we have lots of things to think about.
Right. Because I did, Keith. I dug up my file from last year. And, you know, I'm just a case in point. Like last year, we supposedly were going to spend $2.4 million on the animal shelter. And this year, I'm sorry, that was 2 years ago. And then last year, we were supposedly going to be spending $12 million on it. And this year, $14 million. So, I mean, I'm just pulling out one point in here to show that, yes, we might have a plan, but are we following it?
And that's a great example of what a capital improvement plan is. It is just a plan. Right. Until the board gets in sync with management and or engineering about what type of animal shelter you want, what amount of money you're willing to spend.
A smaller one.
Okay. Well, you can't. The project was just proposed in the plan at this, but none of us as a group have come back and said, yes, that's what we want to do. Ergo, you see numbers in a plan from 2 years ago, but in reality, nothing has been budgeted to move it forward because we have to we can talk about the CIP, but each individual project comes in front of you. The DSS building is a perfect example. It's been in the plan for 10 plus years, yet it sits there with no decision made definitively by all of us. See how I'm including all of us in this?
And I'm tell the truth. I'm planning to change that, sir.
And when that happens, we will come back with Perry Mann's a year from now, 6 months from now, and you all will say, yes, we are ready to spend X amount of dollars on the DSS building, and then the numbers will move from a plan to reality.
Okay, but you just made me really nervous, Keith, because you said unless we get it budgeted into our budget, it's just going to be a plan. And that's my whole problem with us not doing the CIP discussion till August, because then what if we decided we want to get moving on the animal shelter? Like now we're going to have to wait until next year's budget to make that happen?
You can move on the animals. These are all...
So can I interject and just
ma'am.
say, so when I have conversations with staff about, okay, what are our next steps in moving, the answer to me is always, we need guidance from you and the board.
Right.
And so that is why we want to bring this to you in August. We are developing guidelines to help us rank. I remember a specific conversation we had that you all saw, that we were planning to move forward on a facility for the sheriff. And you said, but what about the animal shelter?
Right.
That's been it. So we need to come back to you all to help us all rank and prioritize how we should move these projects forward. And so that's what staff is working on, to bring that back to you in a formalized fashion so that hopefully it'll be efficient and expedient for us. And that includes the DSS main building.
And August sounds far, but it is not. It's not.
To Commissioner Jacobs' questions, we have farmed out a lot of questions to various departments, and we are collecting that information. In fact, I created 5 different documents by subject area of your questions and are getting answers to those. The pre-K ones have been answered. As we get them, I will try to piecemeal those answers to all the commissioners once we get them fulfilled by each document area. And we have some, so they'll start trickling in. Some will take longer than others per Dr. Sowell, particularly around some of the DPS information. I just don't know that they're going to have the time to provide all the information you requested by next Monday's meeting. There are a lot of questions, and we are working on it and getting closer to starting to send stuff out to all commissioners. All right.
Are you good? Anyone else want to add anything?
I have some things I want to talk about with you all, if that's okay.
We will allow you to do it unencumbered.
It's not going to take long.
Well, we have a quorum. If somebody need to leave, they can leave. Go ahead, Keith. She had to leave to go and babysit the baby. Didn't I ask you 10 minutes ago if you had to leave? It's okay. You'll leave.
It's okay.
Go for it.
ultimately, these budget work sessions are to get to an approved budget that is planned for, at least at this moment, for June the 10th. You have 2 work sessions left,
Right.
only half day of those work sessions, to hear from people, to make decisions, and ultimately, by the end, in theory, of June the 4th, we will have a dollar agreement on an approved budget that will then show up on your desk as part of the regular work session, and you will approve that. All that being said, we are far away from having dollar discussions because we've had a day full of policy discussions and ponderings and hearing from departments. What I would like to do is review with you real quick what I heard today, and you tell me all if you heard the same thing. I'm turning all this into dollar amounts. I heard Durham Pre-K say, and I think we heard, and we double-checked with my staff as best we could triangulate, but this is an opportunity to get clarification from y'all. An additional roughly $1 million from Pre-K for 3 classrooms at Murray Bassenberger, at least 3 full classrooms.
It's not that high because I think 1 is funded, isn't it? So I don't know if it's that high.
Well, an additional 2 would be roughly $1,015,000, at least the way Shannon and I understood it in talking with Linda Chappelle. Did y'all, she said $1 million, I thought. Is that something you all heard or were pondering?
I'm unclear on the total for that.
Yeah, we're unclear on the total.
I'm sorry.
The total is the key from
I know, but if you're saying it's $1 million, I'll take you at
Okay,
your word.
so
I
let's
was thinking it was less, but...
Okay, so 2 more is $1 million. That's fair. Okay.
So we're working on $1 million.
Can you repeat what Ms. Wright just said?
Shannon just said 1 classroom at Murray Massenburg is of roughly $500,000. So 2 more classrooms, $1,015,000.
And I would also want to be sure that CCSA feels like they have the capacity to support all 3, and I think they do, but just want to be sure about that.
We can double check. I heard her say that it was a great opportunity, so I didn't hear anything negative on that standpoint, that we wouldn't have 3, but we will double check. So that's $1 million out there that you all will have to make a decision, could make a decision on. The next one, first folks we heard from today were DTCC. They were approved for $200,000+ in the manager's recommended budget. They asked for an additional $500 to get their full funding request of $700 and some odd thousand. So there's $504,000 more on the table to give or not give, or some amount from 0 to $504,000. I have that on the list. Hayti Reborn, $2 million was a number. I didn't hear a request from them. I saw a slide that said a reduction of $500 and some odd thousand, $550, I think. I don't know the exact number. The slide came and went. There needs to be a decision, if you're going to do it as part of the June 10th budget, of additional funding for Hayti. There is currently no funding for Hayti in the manager's recommended budget. Those 3 numbers add up to, if you were to fund $2 million, $500,000, and $1 million, equals $3.5 million, an additional 0.66 cents on the tax rate. And we're not done. We have the benefits discussion in some form or fashion for county employees. Just so you know, the current cost of employee participation in that is a subsidized number of $1.7 million. So you're working down, if you want to somehow take that on for the county and say, let's just scrap any employee subsidy, that would be a plus $1.7 million, or any number between 0 and 1.7 added to the budget to be paid for. You following me?
Can I just say, we don't know what that number is yet, because we're actually looking specifically at helping out the employees who are going to be burdened by that because they're the lower paid. So it's not necessarily going to be that number.
I'm just explaining what the maximum amount is, and we might, depending on the choice of clarification, do something less than that. But it will be additional cost to the budget. Yes, ma'am.
And we also don't know what Hayti Reborn, there's some dog trading that has to go on, right? So we don't know what that number is. So I hear you.
Right.
And hopefully we can give you something to put into that chart later. But even,
I'm just just putting it on the list and
I got you.
reviewing it with you. You're exactly right. You're welcome to horse trade, because when we get on the 4th, we are going to have to settle these numbers and see what we're all in agreement with. So there's what I don't have a number yet is for the benefits changes, and you all haven't had a real discussion with DPS about any additional funding there. I will say we funded $13 million. You heard 27.4, so there's upwards of $14 million more that you all could go from 0 to an additional $14 million on top of the $13 million the manager's recommended.
Okay, but if we can find a different way to fund the pre-K, that would take away some of the money. And the question is around the 1.5 for capital. Can they use some of their own the bond money for that? I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that amount.
Well, sure.
But there is 8.8 for the classified study, and then the master's pay. So we are talking at least more than $10 million if we're trying to do salary. If we're trying to do wages.
I think the manager did say master's pay in her budget.
Master's pay is included.
It doesn't all add up, is all I'm saying. But
yeah, and the amount to the charters will change too, depending on. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So
maybe we could try to get some updated numbers then on what additional funding would be needed over and above what the manager's already recommended to include the $8.8 million for the classified, and to be sure that all the master's pay is also covered. Basically, to look at wages. I would just say that is my priority, is wages. Wages for our staff, wages for Durham Public Schools, that I consider them county staff in a sense. And so that's why I lift those two things up. That's why I lift those two areas up.
We can make those numbers and put them up on the screen, but you're doing exactly. You're pleasing me greatly by you're talking about the number
You forced
amount.
us, Keith.
Well, could you email it to us before we put it on the screen? I'm being real honest, and that's not an indictment of you. I didn't know about the $27 million number until the school board put it on the screen. Like, no school board member came to us with that number beforehand, which is fine because we didn't go to them, but they didn't present it to us. It came 3 months late, and I'm going to be very frank in this. What proof do we have that the number they have is right this year, because the number they had last year was wrong? I'm just being honest. I want to do this. I think a person I don't like at all, got up there and said the choice to fund the classified staffs was not a mistake. The mistake was made in their finance office. So I don't think anybody here doesn't want to do the right thing, but this will be the 4th year in a row that a number will be given to us, and we can't ensure the accuracy of it. So I would also like to know, are we sure that this is indeed the number that will get it done this time? Because what I don't want is for the next board to have to go through what we went through this year. And I don't think that is unfair for me to say.
Staff and with our staff, is there any way to have some accountability for how the money will be spent? Because I have it's not given us any comfort level in the past about how the money is spent. It's gone, and the request happens again, but there's no strategy for 5 years as to how things will get handled, because this budget should never have come to us to manage it all in one budget. And to have this happen, I have, where's the assurance that things will be managed accordingly?
Well, that is one of the questions that's asked about, and we're working to frame a response to the board about that, as far as what additional measures we can do next year to make sure we're in sync with how the dollars are allocated, how they're used. There are some questions that we do need to ask. Do they have the right staffing level to support what's needed to do their work? And I know that was raised as a concern. And so, yes, there is a challenge. What happened in January, we've never experienced before. We're like you, trying to figure out the best approach to support them because those are our dollars as well. And so we're hoping to come back with a way to get more information, but also to think about how do we do this beyond these discussions now, but ongoing. And there are some tools in place that local jurisdictions can use in their partnership with the schools. We're trying to figure out, well, what's the right balance. But I will say, having been in this business a long time, from my perspective, do feel that we need to support them and figure out, well, what's the right number of staffing that's needed to support a very labor-intensive environment that's paper-driven and regulatory. And whatever that number is, we need to figure out how do we help them get there, whether it's a realignment of their existing dollars or what, because we are their partners. So, but we do hear what you're saying and do support trying to figure out a different path forward so there's trust on both sides.
Thank you. Claudia.
I will temper that with reminding you that you can go back and check it. The superintendent has said twice, quite definitively, that the money that comes to DPS is for them to decide how to use. So
that is true. The accountability, the Board of Commissioners do have the right to ask how it's used and as many questions as they desire because they are the stewards of the dollars. So it is striking that balance that we're on our side. That was the context of my comments, is not to tell them what to do, but to make sure that there's, on the back end of it, assurances that our board is seeking in some areas.
I ain't thinking about what no interim person told me to do.
Just to end that, I think the citizens that we are asking for their dollars out of their pocket deserve some way that they can feel assured that the money is being used for what we allocate it for. And I haven't seen that happening.
Could I just offer one thing?
Yeah.
Because this questions came to me amongst other members of staff, and I, of course, reached out to DCM Hager and also Director Lane. I received some responses for them. I've been getting clarity on them to make sure I understood stuff to provide to leadership. And I think I'll be sending that out, forwarding that on. Not that this is the total answer, because as you've gathered, this is a complex relationship between elected bodies and trying to make sure everybody's a good steward of the funds and respecting the roles of the different bodies. I hope after I forward on what was so beautifully prepared by other staff, not me, it'll help y'all have a better understanding of things. There may still be a need for future follow-on conversation, but that may be the most beneficial way to go forward as opposed to trying to tease things out this afternoon. Yes, ma'am.
And then we are going to, I hear what all of y'all are saying. Let me be very clear. We don't just give direction because we are bullies. That is not what, we don't just say that this is what we want parents to understand. Now, some of y'all ain't been in this community, and some, as long as I have, some of you have been here even longer than I have. A lot of times we do this so that we can educate parents, because you have black parents in this community who for a very long time, before the merger, during the merger, and after the merger, never felt like this money was given to schools, to classrooms that represent represented their children. I'm going to get the numbers wrong. 45% of what Durham Public Schools is African American. You know, only 35% of Durham is. The other 40% is Hispanic. Y'all use your own eyes and your own ears, and you think about who was at the public hearing and who's been at them. So I do think we also do this to educate parents, to let them know that we are trying to do our due diligence and fund them in a way that is representative of the past harms that people in this community have received. I don't care what interim superintendent continues to say, that when I said it and the manager said it and when Wendy said it, that we are being divisive. No, what we are trying to do is bring a community together and regain some public trust. Commissioner Jacobs, you had something?
Yes, related to kind of what recommendations you may bring back about our authority to our ability to try to put in some guardrails, accountability, reporting mechanisms, transparency, blah, 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 related to what we are trying to designate the funding for in response to what is being requested. I also would like to know that, even related to the bond, because we're talking about personnel and operations, but I also would like to know that in regard to the bond funding as well.
And that is included, ma'am.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
That's included. Yes, ma'am.
All hearts and minds clear. Any final words, Madam Manager?
Great discussion. I always enjoy. I know that this was a long and grueling day.
Finished 8 minutes early.
We did, but
Yeah.
I really appreciate this and your engagement and discussion. So we look forward to bringing back options.
Thank you, ma'am. Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned.
Call me a glutton for punishment. I love it.